Live from an undisclosed location with the sultry filter on. Very sultry filter on. Yeah. Having a great hair day.
Yeah, that is a good hair day for you.
Great hair day. My pal. And your favorite CEO and Twitterer, Mr. Elon Musk. How you doing, pal? Coming to the event and zooming in.
Yeah.
What's new in your world?
Well, let's see. I guess right now I'm sort of debating the number of bots on Twitter with Parag on Twitter. Currently, what I'm being told is that there's just no way to know the number of bots. It's like as unknowable as the human soul, basically.
So
you have no idea what level of witchcraft and alchemy is needed to determine this bot percentage.
Have you determined?
I said, like, why don't I try calling people, but I haven't got a response. You know, like, if you try calling people or something, you know, like maybe try
the answer? It's not a bot.
No, I don't know. But I think like that would be one of the things to do, to say like, have you tried calling them, as opposed to like trying to read the tea leaves here? That's like impossible, you know. Obviously, you can have an account that looks exactly like a human account, or is being operated where one person is operating 1,000 accounts or something. But that person can only buy one toaster. They're not going to buy 1,000 toasters. So you care about like number of unique real people that are on the system. It's extremely fundamental. And anyone who uses Twitter is well aware that the comment threads are full of spam, scam, and just a lot of fake accounts. So it seems beyond reasonable for Twitter to claim that the number of essentially the number of said another way, the number of real unique humans that you see making comments on a daily basis on Twitter is above 95%. That is what they're claiming. Does anyone have that experience? I mean, really? It's like, there's a bridge I'd like to sell you, and also you can buy the Brooklyn Bridge.
What do you think it is? What's the I mean,
it's not 5%. What is it?
I think it's some number that is probably at least 4 or 5 times that number. I'd say if you did sort of the lowest estimate would be probably 20%. And this is a bunch of quite smart outside firms have done analysis of Twitter and looked at the sort of daily users, and their conclusion is also about 20%. But that's a lower bound. It's not an upper bound. If you look at, say, the most liked tweets on Twitter. So I have the honor of having the most liked tweet of any living human. This is thank you everyone for liking my tweet, including some of the bots out there. But that tweet is less than 5 million likes. It's like 4.7 or something like that. And that was where I tweeted about that next time buying Coca-Cola to put the cocaine back in. It's clearly something that the public really wants, and the Coca-Cola Corporation should really think about going back to their roots. Some OG Coca-Cola. I mean, this I guess is the reason why our grandparents could sort of walk 20 miles in the snow, because they had Coca-Cola with cocaine. This is the real reason. So, anyway, that's literally the most popular tweet of any living human. But Twitter says that the sort of monetizable daily active users is 217 million. So why would it be that the most popular tweet ever basically is only 2.5% of the entire user base? This seems a very, very low number. And the most popular tweets generally are clustered around that sort of 4 million like level. So it's sort of call it like basically 2% or less than 2% of the daily active users. And technically monetizable daily active users is how Twitter refers to it. So it just seems, how is this possible? Surely there's something that maybe 10% of people would like, not merely 2%.
Well, actually, if you think about it, Elon, there's a corollary on YouTube. What's the total user base of YouTube, and what have the most popular videos gotten there?
Yes.
And I think there's a billion or two, maybe a billion people using YouTube, and the most popular videos have tens of billions of views.
Yes.
So that might be instructive. Exactly.
That ratio makes a lot more sense. So something doesn't add up here. And my concern is not that, is it 5 or 7 or 8%, but is it potentially 80% or 90% bots?
Yeah.
Is it? I mean, I certainly know there's some real people on Twitter, but is it an order of magnitude? Is it 50% instead of 5? And that's obviously an incredibly material number, especially since Twitter relies primarily on brand advertising as opposed to specific click-through advertising where you make a purchase. If you make a purchase, it doesn't really matter that much. But for brand advertising, which is really just awareness advertising, it matters if real humans are seeing that or not.
Yeah, and so I guess stepping back for a second, people are curious why you want to buy Twitter. Why is this so important to you? And then I guess, what are the chances you think the deal gets done at this point? So a two-parter. Why is it so important to you?
I mean, some of this I've articulated before, but I think there's a need for a public town square, digital town square that where people can debate issues of all kinds, including the most substantive issues. And in order for that to be the case, you have to have something that is as broadly inclusive as possible, that has as much of the people on the platform as possible, where it feels balanced from a political standpoint. It's not biased one way or the other, and where the system is transparent. This is why I think it's important to put the algorithm on GitHub and actually allow the public to see it and critique it and improve it. And if there are any manual changes, sort of shadow banning as it's called, or increasing or decreasing the prominence of a tweet that's done manually, that should be noted, so you know what has happened. And it's not just, you're just where it is right now. We don't know what the heck is going on. Why is one tweet doing well? Why is another tweet not? Is it the algorithm? Did someone manually intervene? Why are some accounts banned with no recourse, apparently? The reality is that Twitter at this point, has a very far left bias, and I would classify myself as a moderate, and neither Republican nor Democrat. And in fact, I have voted overwhelmingly for Democrats historically, overwhelmingly. Like I'm not sure. I might never have voted for a Republican, just to be clear.
Right.
Now this election, I will.
Well, David, you okay?
Keep going. He's fine. We're going to resuscitate him.
We're going to resuscitate David Sachs. I mean, let me ask you a personal
question. The point I'm trying to make is that this is not some sort of attempt to, it's not some right-wing takeover, as say people on the left may fear, but rather a moderate-wing takeover, and an attempt to ensure that people of all political beliefs feel welcome on a digital town square, and they can express their beliefs without fear of being banned or shadow banned, and that we obviously need to get rid of the bots and scams and trolls and people that are operating huge bot armies in an attempt to unduly influence the public opinion. So this is what I think it's very important that we have that. Like so as far as people in history have thought about it and said, like, free speech is important for a healthy democracy. It is important, and free speech only matters. Like say, when does free speech matter most? It's when it's someone you don't like saying something you don't like. That's when it actually matters. Obviously, and it's pretty annoying when someone you don't like says something you don't like. That's bad, but it's actually a good sign of that you have free speech. I mean, I get trashed by the media all the time. It's fine. I don't care. Do it twice as much. I couldn't care less. But it's indicative of the fact that even though I have like a lot of resources, I do not actually have the ability to stop the media from trashing me, and that's actually a good thing.
Yeah, I have to ask, with regard to this current administration, I know how hard you work on the car companies, and then Biden, you've been a lifelong Democrat, you've donated to Obama and to everybody, probably never voted Republican, and yet, and the same is true for Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is, a Bernie Sanders supporter, and that the Democratic Party has been openly hostile to Joe Rogan, and Biden can't even say the word Tesla or invite you to the White House when they do an EV summit. I'm curious, just on a very personal basis, what does it feel like to have that experience where the party you supported won't even say the name of your company or invite you there? They should be celebrating the work you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like this is not right. Like this is the issue here is that there's just the Democratic Party is overly controlled by the unions and by the trial lawyers, particularly the class action lawyers. And generally, if you'll see something that is not in the interest of the people, on the Democrat side, it's going to come because of the unions, which is just another form of monopoly, and the trial lawyers. That's where actions will be happening from the Democrat side. They're not in the interest of the people. And then, to be fair, on the Republican side, there's if you say like where there's something like not ideal happening, it's because of corporate evil and religious zealotry. But that's generally where the bad things will be coming from on the Republican side, that are not representative of the people. So In the case of Biden, he's simply too much captured by the unions, which is not the case with Obama. So in the case of Obama, you could have, he was sort of quite reasonable, and I think he took more of a view that, obviously you take the concerns of the unions into account, but there are bigger issues at stake, and unfortunately Biden does not do that.
Elon, I have a Tesla question. I read today, it's incredible. There was a Bloomberg article that said the following. So the setup is this. It said, since you went public, Tesla's up 22,000%, 11 quarters of sequential profitability, so hitting on all cylinders. But the public analyst...
We had to look at
it. That's a car joke. That's a combustion.
Firing, we're stepping on the gas pedal, firing on all cylinders. Turbocharged.
But analysts, when they put out their projections, okay, it's one of the most enormous bands for any company in America. The price targets for Tesla, despite all of this success, some have it at 200, some have it at 1,600. It's all over the place. You tweeted a couple of months ago, Tesla's not a company. It's like 6 companies inside of a company. Like you've had to build this. Yeah, maybe more. Can you just explain to people all these companies inside the super company, just so folks have a sense of what had to be done to get here?
Okay, I mean, this question requires thought, and I'll probably be leaving out quite a few things. But if you look at, say, what does a typical car company do? What they do is they assemble vehicles and they send them to dealers, and they manage the supply chain. They might make the engine, or typically will make the engine, but most of the parts are made by suppliers. And a lot of the actual technology development is done by suppliers, and most of the vehicle software is done by suppliers. So the actual amount of real work done by car companies, what you think of sort of like a GM or Ford, is not actually that much. So they don't do sales, they don't do service. So in the case of Tesla, for example, we do our own sales and service. We don't have dealerships. Then Tesla also has by far the biggest network of superchargers, sort of the electric equivalent of gas stations. So we built an entire global supercharger network, which is still the most advanced and by far the best way to charge your car when traveling long distance, or if you live in a city and don't have the ability to charge your car because of street parking or an apartment. So the whole supercharger network, we developed the supercharger network, we deployed it. I think we have, 15,000 superchargers globally. You can travel anywhere in America right now with the Tesla supercharger network. Then, in terms of vertical integration, we make the battery pack, the power electronics drive unit. We actually make we're more integrated in the parts. We actually make so much of the car internally. We're vertically integrated. Not necessarily because we think that there's some religious reason to be vertically integrated, but because the pace at which we needed to move was just much faster than the supply chain could move. And to the degree that you inherit the legacy supply chain, you inherit the legacy constraints, including their speed, cost, and technology. And then Tesla is as much a software company as it is a hardware company. So the software that runs in Tesla operates the car, operates the screen, does the charging. All of that stuff is developed by Tesla. And so we have sort of a Tesla OS in the car. I could go on for a long time. And then very importantly, Tesla has built an autopilot AI team from scratch. That is the best real-world AI team on Earth. And if anyone else has got a better one, I'd like to see it demonstrated in a car. The full self-driving beta at this point can very often take you with 0 interventions across the Bay Area from San Jose to Marin. So through complex traffic, it's really quite sophisticated. And I invite anyone to join the beta or look at the videos of those who are in the beta. We've got like 100,000 people in the beta, so it's not tiny. And we'll be expanding that to, probably 1 million people, or 1 million, on that order by the end of the year. So it's...
You had this slide.
We also built a chip team because there wasn't hardware that we could run the friggin' AI on. We couldn't just fill the trunk with a whole bunch of GPUs, they would have created a trunk full of GPUs that would have been very expensive and take massive amount of power and cooling just to be able to do what the Tesla designed full self-driving computer can do. So, and we started a chip team from scratch, designed it. It was the best in the world, and still is the best in the world several years later. And we're also then we're designing a Dojo supercomputer to be able to process all the video that's coming in from billions of miles of data, because just sort of like the way that it's critical to compete with Google because they have so much data and they have all this people doing searches all the time, and humanity is training it. the same is true of Tesla. You really need billions of miles, ultimately tens of billions of miles of training data, combined with a sort of a vast training computer, and then optimize inference hardware in the car, and state-of-the-art AI and training and specialized software across the board to be able to achieve a full self-driving solution.
I just want, when he opened Tesla Gigafactory, remember this 7 years ago? I'll just tell the audience a story quickly, Elon. He puts a slide up there and he says, guys, we're not actually building a factory, we're building a machine that makes machines. And he puts the layout of the factory and it looks like a chip. And it was basically like how you would actually lay out a microchip if you were, or you were like a layout engineer. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. And I was like, that was when I first got it. Yeah. You walk on 10 and you see what's happening.
And you have an insurance company now. You're doing insurance for Tesla owners.
And an Uber competitor.
Right. And eventually a robo-taxi Uber competitor, RIP.
Yeah. I mean, insurance is like quite significant.
Now, are you okay?
I'm okay. Okay.
The car insurance thing is a bigger deal than it may seem. A lot of people are paying, 30-40% as much as their lease payment for the car in car insurance. So the car insurance industry is incredibly inefficient because they're just, first of all, you've got like so many sort of middle entities. You've got from the insurance agent all the way to the final sort of reinsurer. There's like a half dozen companies each taking a cut. And then it's all very statistical, so that there's, even if you're a very good driver, like you could be like, 20 years old and a great driver, but it's all statistical, so you either can't get insurance or it's extremely expensive. So Tesla allows for real-time insurance based on how you actually drive the car. You can actually, if you drive the car in a safer way, you actually have lower insurance. So ours is insurance is based on how you actually drive, not how, historically people that, fit your whatever demographic have drive. And then you can close the loop around your insurance rate by simply driving better and looking at your score and lowering your insurance in real time. And people do it. It actually promotes safer driving.
I actually have had this experience because in my household, 2 people drive my car, and one of them has a 93 score and the other one does not. They have like a 60 score. And you may have met this other person, but I've been trying to work with her on the aggressive turns and stops in advance of our insurance bill, which we're hoping will go down at some point. The one question, is this Twitter deal going to get closed, do you think? What are the chances here?
Well, I mean, it really depends on a lot of factors here. I'm still waiting for some sort of logical explanation for the number of sort of fake or spam accounts on Twitter, and Twitter is refusing to tell us. So, this just seems like a strange thing.
Wait, sorry, are they refusing to tell you, or you don't think they really know? I mean, there's a good chance they may just have no idea.
They claim that they do know.
Yeah.
And they claim that they've got this complex methodology that only they can understand.
But the guy who landed 2 rockets simultaneously.
Like when you do the witch's brew, you stir this cauldron, and then you throw another balloon, and
double,
Cogsworth,
toil and trouble.
And then suddenly it comes to you in a dream. I don't know. But there should be some objective way to assert the thing, because this is a material public statement.
The threshold issue. Yeah.
It's a material adverse misstatement. If they in fact have been vociferously claiming less than 5% of fake or spam accounts, but in fact it is 4 or 5 times that number, or perhaps 10 times that number, this is a big deal. It's not this. It's sort of like if you said, okay, I agree to buy your house. You say the house has less than 5% termites. That's an acceptable number. But if it turns out it is 90% termites, that's not okay. It's not the same house. This house is made mostly of termites. Termites leave. Literally, your house will disappear because it's mostly made of termites. So that would obviously just not be appropriate. So in making the Twitter offer, I was obviously reliant upon the truth and accuracy of their public filings. And if those filings are not accurate, it's simply not. It's not. You can't pay the same price for something that is much worse than they claimed.
And they say, Elon, life's a negotiation. So at a different price, it might be a totally viable deal. Correct? I mean,
it's not out of the question. But I really would. This is. The more questions I ask, the more my concerns grow. So. At the end of the day, acquiring has to be fixable, and fixable, with reasonable time frame and without revenues collapsing along the way and all that sort of stuff. And so, I really need to see how these things are being calculated, and it can't be some deep mystery that is like more complex than the human soul or something like that. It's got to be, I think we can apply the scientific method to this and try to figure out what's really going on. And Twitter's revenue is primarily dependent, I think 70% or some of that order, on brand advertising as opposed to specific purchase advertising. This is a big deal because brand advertising is not a big purchase that results from that. So it's basically, how much mind share, or like basically if you're a big company, how often do they hear your name? It's as opposed to something where you can directly measure the outcome. So that means that they're somewhat going on faith. And if that faith is undermined or reduced because of the reality of the situation coming to the fore, then Tesla's revenue, or Twitter's, start with a T, Twitter's revenue will be significantly impaired, and that's a major problem.
Elon, did you have a chance to ask these questions during your negotiation?
Like I said, I was relying upon their public filings. So to the degree that they're public, and this is normal for a public company. If you make a formal filing, that is what investors are relying on, whether they are making an acquisition offer or simply buying some shares. So the accuracy of these filings is important, whether you're buying one share or the whole company. And so if these filings are inaccurate, or if they're sort of potentially blatant, it's a big deal.
Elon, do you have a sense of why this has been such a persistent problem for Twitter? Do they not have the technical capabilities to solve the bot problem? Or is it more of like just they've under-prioritized the issue or been unwilling to because potentially their implications for as
I don't know. It's sort of speculative at this point. So the worst interpretation would be that they don't want to look too closely at the thing because they might not like the answer. That would be the worst interpretation. But I'm not sure what the best interpretation is, but the least bad interpretation would be maybe they thought it was this way, but the way they were doing it was wrong, and they didn't realize they were mistaken and simply weren't paying enough attention. It does seem as though it should be a lot easier to get rid of the bots and spam and trolls than this is not we're not trying to split the atom here, We're not trying to get to the moon, okay? We're just trying to limit the amount of obviously scammy accounts. If it's like Bitcoin giveaway, probably it's a spammer, maybe,
Wait, you're not giving away 100 Bitcoin? I just sent you 10
if you send me 2 Bitcoin, I'll send you 1 back, right? That's my...
What if I send you 20? Actually, I thought one of the interesting things that came up in your product roadmap, or I guess this was released and people covered it, was the possibility of Twitter becoming kind of a super app with payments included, maybe perhaps even Doge or something. This seems to me, based on your work with David at PayPal, like a pretty brilliant idea. What's the vision there in terms of if you were able to buy it, perhaps at the right price? What would it look like if I could add Jason to add Elon Musk, $10 or something if we were splitting a check or something? Sure.
Well, for those that have used WeChat, I think WeChat's actually a good model. If you're in China, it's basically, you kind of live on WeChat. It does everything. It's sort of like Twitter plus PayPal plus a whole bunch of other things, and all roll into one with actually a great interface, and it's really an excellent app. And we don't have anything like that outside of China. So I think such an app would be really useful. And just like the utility of it, of sort of a spam-free thing where you can make comments, you can post videos, you can, I think it's important for content creators to have a revenue share. Now this does not need to be done on Twitter. It could be done from something that's created from scratch. So it could be something new. So really, but I think this thing needs to exist, whether it is converting Twitter to be the sort of like kind of all-encompassing app that, like I said, everything from digital town square where important ideas are debated, maximally trusted and inclusive, and at a point at which you sort of have a high trust situation, then payments, whether it's crypto or fiat, can make a lot of sense. We just want something that's incredibly useful and that people love using. But it's either convert Twitter to that or start something new. Those are the two, but it does need to happen somehow.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because the price of Twitter is pretty high, and you've built a couple of companies, and some engineers like to come work for you, and you've now gone through the intellectual exercise of studying all this. If you're looking at the two choices now, fixing Twitter given all these problems, and maybe just starting your own version, which one are you leaning towards? Because I have watched you build a couple of companies, and the products have turned out pretty good. So is it easier for someone like you to just start from scratch?
I mean, it's certainly my default inclination is to start things from scratch. I mean, I'm not really, I don't buy things. Like, there's still a sort of, like SpaceX was started from scratch. You know, in the case of Tesla, it was like 5 people. Still, this guy, Mark Everhard, who's the worst guy I've ever worked with, who tries to claim like self-credit essentially for creating Tesla. And if he's so damn great, why don't he just go, create another car company when he's fired? But anyway,
well, I mean, that's a pretty good story. I mean,
yeah. Oh my God.
I remember. I mean, no, but I remember having this conversation with you. We were having a conversation about the Roadster. I think I can tell the story.
Yeah.
I said, "How's it going, pal?" And you said, "Well, I got one problem. It turns out the Roadster parts and putting it together cost $190,000."
Yeah.
And I said, "I gave you $150 for number 16. So if you make 2,000 of these, you're going to lose $80 million." And you were like, "Yeah, or double that." I mean, they basically, the parts of the car cost more than they were selling it for when you were starting to get involved. It was disastrous.
No. I've been involved well before that.
Well before that, yes.
I've been involved when Tesla was nothing but a piece of paper. Let me be crystal clear. Crystal fucking clear. No, they didn't bring me in either. I was gonna start an EV company with JB Straubel, and based on the AC Propulsion T0. And when I asked AC Propulsion if it was okay to do that, they said, well, there's also some others who want to create an EV company, but have not created one yet.
Yes.
Would you like to join forces with them? And I said, okay, well, we'll do that. That was a huge mistake. JB and I should have just started the car company ourselves. Instead, we teamed up with Everhard, Topping and Wright. Big mistake. The actual moral error here was me trying to have my cake and eat it too, which is like, I just want to work on the technology and the product and have someone else be the CEO and sort of run the business operations, because I just like working on technology and product and design. And also I was like doing SpaceX, at the time in a rocket ship blowing up. So it seemed like, okay, this is like, I always wanted to an electric car company. This is how I can have my cake and eat it too. That was a huge mistake and fundamentally a moral error. So in the end, I had to freaking be CEO, and I didn't want to be, basically. But it's either that or the company's gonna die. So we started with really just nothing, and the T0 prototype from AC Propulsion. That's the precursor to Tesla. To be 100% clear, once again, when we created Tesla. When I joined, there were no employees, there was no intellectual property, there was no prototype, there was no nothing.
Yeah.
To be crystal fucking clear.
And it almost bankrupted you. I mean, that sent you to the cliff of insolvency.
Yeah.
I mean, that was...
Yes, we were on the ragged edge of bankruptcy so many times it was ridiculous. And 2008 was one of the worst years where basically GM and Ford, GM and Chrysler, Ford almost went bankrupt. And, trying to raise money for a startup electric car company in 2008 while GM's going bankrupt was difficult to say the least. People were angry that I even asked them for money. They're like, fuck you and hang up. So the only way that Tesla actually made it through 2008 was a subset of the existing investors, which includes like people like Antonio Gracias and Steve Jurvetson and a few other key people, Aaron Price, who I hold a debt of gratitude to this day. And I put in all the money I had left, and they said everything, literally everything. I didn't even have a house, so my ex-wife had the house. So I was like staying actually in Jeff Paul's bedroom, spare bedroom. But there was the subset of the investors would say, okay, they'll put in as much as I put in, so I put in everything. And then we closed that round at 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve, 2008. That was the last hour of the last day that it was possible, because after that, people were like breaking for the holidays, and we would bounce payroll 2 days after Christmas.
It was pretty destroying. I mean, it was an incredible moment in time, and people also forget at the time that the first 2 rockets SpaceX sent up didn't exactly make it to orbit. Like one of the first 3. And I remember having dinner with you at that time, and I asked you, hey, how's it going? I heard Gawker says you got 4 weeks of payroll left. And you said, that's not true. And I said, thank God. And you said, we have 2. And I said,
no, I mean, both SpaceX and Tesla in 2008, if we'd simply paid our suppliers on time, we would have gone bankrupt immediately.
tell us actually.
It was a pretty crazy moment in time because I also remember asking you, we were having dinner at BOA, and I said, well, certainly it's got to be some good news. And you took out your BlackBerry to date the conversation. I don't remember it.
Oh, yeah.
And you said, don't tell anybody, Jake. I said, no problem. And you showed me the clay version of the Model S.
Yeah.
The most beautiful car I'd ever seen. And I said, oh my God, it's stunning. How much is it going to cost? You said, I think I can make it for $50,000. I remember it was yesterday. I said, if you make that car for $50,000, you'll change the fucking world. And you did it. And
it was a little more than 50,000, but
yeah,
thank you.
As your
Let's ask about SpaceX.
Okay, well, that's what SpaceX, but I want to ask one more personal question. Has life gotten easier for you as these companies have hit scale, or has the complexity made life even more challenging? Because those early days, it was just fighting to survive. Nobody knew who you were anonymous, and it was really just about the work. And now, let's face it, you're the world's most famous guy, and everybody's watching everything you do, but these companies are also very big. So what's life like for you today? Are you enjoying what you're doing today?
Well, I mean, it's somewhat of a roller coaster. So there are like good days and bad days, and there are always like crisis issues, and like sort of knock on wood, like we're not like facing death in the face. Like it's definitely like quite stressful when like death is like trying to eat your face off, and like the foam is like just getting and like right there. It's pretty stressful in that situation. So like, right, both SpaceX and Tesla have, significant cash reserves. So like, it's not we're staring death in the face. We can sort of see it over in the horizon, so I don't want to get complacent or entitled because, but if it's not like just sort of foaming at the mouth and gnashing, trying to eat your face off on a daily basis, that's certainly, we've moved on from that point, and hopefully never return. But there are a lot of issues that need to be, it's just, like if you're a CEO of a company, the chore level is high, and if you don't do your chores, then the company goes to hell. And I hate doing chores, frankly. So who does? So that's the real. Like there's a whole bunch of sort of personnel issues and legal issues and things that I don't find enjoyable to work on. But if I don't work on them, the company suffers. So it's more like just the sheer volume of work is insane. That's the. And then go do something, go add to it with Twitter or something like that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, honestly,
I'm an extra processor.
Yeah. I mean, I have a habit of biting off more than I can chew, and then just sitting there with like chipmunk cheeks.
Tell us a little bit about where we are at SpaceX, like how you fund the ability to go to Mars, but then also commercially still build conventional space business domestically. I think this Russia thing was probably really good for SpaceX. If you wanted to tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, the goal of SpaceX is to develop a technology that enables life to become multiplanetary and make humanity a spacefaring civilization, which I think is a very exciting, inspiring thing. And it's like one of those things where you can that I think just makes kids like be excited about the future. And we need things that are inspiring and exciting and make the future seem like it's going to be better than the past. Life can't just be about solving one miserable problem after another. It's got to be like what's inspiring and exciting. And I think that a future where we are a spacefaring civilization is one that we can all get excited about. And we can go out there and find out what's out there in the universe and what's the meaning of life, and where are the aliens, and hopefully they're friendly and that kind of thing. It's interesting. I do get asked about the aliens question a lot, and I've not seen any evidence of aliens, and I'll be the first to tweet about it or whatever if I see something.
I mean, you'll tell us if you find them.
I will tell you. I will definitely tell you if there's aliens, I think it'd be quite helpful for like if we found aliens, like probably SpaceX would get a ton more revenue because people are like, oh man, aliens, we better upgrade our space technology pronto. Because what if they're unfriendly? It's like
is the idea that you build basically the ability to do orbital cargo, take all those profits, launch Starlink, take all those profits, and move it all into building something that can get to Mars? Is that the kind of rough plan?
Yeah, pretty much. If there was like a three-slide PowerPoint, it would be pretty much as you described, which is develop rockets that are capable of taking satellites to orbit and crew to the space station. Basically servicing government commercial space launch needs, and then build a global communication system in space that obviously it does a lot of good for Earth by providing internet connectivity to the least served. A satellite system is really great for remote locations and countryside or remote islands or places where someone's trying to cut off their internet.
As a prelude to a war, we take down the communication system, like in Star Wars.
Yeah, so it's like, so it can be pretty helpful. Like, I think Starlink basically, I think, is a sort of force for good in its own right by providing connectivity to the least served, where they've got either no connection or a very expensive or poor connection. We're connecting a lot of schools, remote schools in Brazil right now. I'm actually going to be headed there just to kick things off. But they've got a lot of schools that have no connectivity at all. And in a modern age, how do you learn with no connectivity? I guess old textbooks and stuff, but it's really, you're at a huge disadvantage if you have no digital connectivity. So I think there's just a lot of good that Starlink can do just by itself, but then the revenue generated from Starlink is what can enable the creation of a permanently crewed base on the moon, which would be the next step from Apollo, which is like, let's just not go there for a few hours and then head back. Let's have a permanently occupied science station on the moon. And we could also build some pretty epic telescopes on the moon that would enable us to learn more about the nature of the universe and figure out what's going on and maybe detect those aliens.
Do you think that there's enough profit in those businesses to fund all this, or do you need Wall Street and other investors to come share the load with you?
Is going to Mars a partnership with the government? Does it need to partner with governments to get there?
Well, I think technically it does not need to partner with governments, but of course, government support would be helpful. It's going to be very expensive to build a self-sustaining city on Mars. Like, in order for us to become multiplanetary in a way that's meaningful, the key threshold is at which point does the city become self-sustaining, such that if the ships from Earth stopped coming for any reason, and it could be any reason, it could be World War III, or it could be just civilization subsided and just gradually got decrepit or something. But if the ships stop coming, the resupply ships from Earth stop coming to Mars for any reason, does the city still survive? And that's like really a large base of resources that are needed on Mars. You can't be missing any one critical ingredient. And you can think of this like there are these various great filters, that have self-civilizations. And one of the great filters is, will we become a multi-planet species or not? Will humanity be one of those species that passes the great filter of going beyond one planet and being a multi-planet species? And this is certainly something we'll have to do at some point, because the sun is expanding and will eventually boil the oceans and destroy all life on Earth. So if you care about life on Earth, you should really care about life becoming multi-planetary and ultimately multi-stellar, because otherwise you're basically saying you're signing the sort of death warrant for all life as we know it. It's inevitable. And then there's also the various things that killed the dinosaurs. If you look at the fossil record, there have been 5 major extinctions that are sort of on the order of 80 to 90% of all creatures on Earth dying for a wide range of reasons. And then humans can also, with this, the World War III danger that other creatures didn't have, where we could do ourselves in by sort of misusing advanced technology and sort of just having some radioactive hellhole that's all that's left after World War III. So you could even characterize it potentially as which will come first, World War III or life becoming multiplanetary on Mars. And this is, So.
Sorry, I was going to shift, but when you think about the importance of going to Mars versus solving critical energy and climate change problems here on Earth, obviously the effort with Tesla is related to sustainable energy. And I think going back to probably the 1950s, there were engineering designs around plasma fusion or fusion-based systems that have evolved to these plasma systems, to these tokamak systems. And every decade, it's like, hey, next decade we're going to have it. What's your point of view on where plasma fusion systems are? Are we going to have fusion energy this century, this decade? And does it create limitless energy where the electricity production goes up by 10,000-fold and the price of electricity drops by 10,000-fold? And then what does that world on Earth look like if that happens? So I guess the question is is that technology real? When does it happen? And what happens to the world here when and if that happens?
I'll answer that question, but then let me sort of point out what the actual issue is. If the question is is it possible to solve fusion energy? 100% yes, definitely, for sure. So and really just using a tokamak style, which is basically a donut ring with with electromagnets that control the plasma. The way to solve that is simply scale up the tokamak. Fusion is very much a scale-based thing. You want to minimize your surface volume ratio. So as you scale up a tokamak, you reduce your surface volume ratio, which means like the volume you have relative to the surface, you now have much more, like you can basically have a hot zone in the center that's relatively far away from the walls and more of a hot zone. So it's not, in my mind, a question as to whether fusion can work, but there is a question as to whether it is economically viable, and whether it is competitive with alternatives. I think that the economic viability of fusion is a much bigger question, and I think the answer probably is that fusion is not competitive economically. I think that is I would say it's probably not competitive economically by an order of magnitude.
Where does it break? Is it a materials breakdown, or where does it break down economically?
Well, so you can't just use normal hydrogen. You know, you need to use like deuterium and tritium, like unusual forms of hydrogen. Helium-3. You know, there are some other types of fusion that could be used, but these are just not, they're not like, there's not a lot of this raw material. It's quite difficult to get the raw material. So first you have to get the raw material. That's expensive raw material. And then it's not just about generating the energy. You've got to turn that energy into usable electricity. You can't just have a hot thing. Okay, so the hot thing has to translate to usable electricity. So I think you've got a cost of fuel issue, which is very significant. You've got to have a whole bunch of knockdowns from when you generate the heat to when you actually convert that into electricity. You've got some very difficult maintenance issues with a fusion reactor. And that should be then compared to alternatives. The sustainable energy alternatives that I think are overwhelmingly more competitive are solar energy, wind, geothermal, hydro, some tidal and energy, but it's really primarily solar and wind. Now, and you can really say like, why bother creating fusion on Earth when we have a gigantic fusion reactor in the sky that just works with zero maintenance, and it shows up every day.
Right. It's pretty consistent, yeah.
But Elon, can we scale to 1,000x or 100x our electricity production here using solar and other renewable sources?
Yes. So the amount of surface area you need to power the United States is remarkably tiny. So you need like basically roughly 100 miles by 100 miles of territory, and it obviously doesn't need to be in one place in the United States to power the United States. It's like a little corner of Texas or Utah, the entire country. And then if you could basically power, you probably 10x just with solar alone, without displacing anyone's home, power an economy 10 times the size of the United States in the United States on land.
When energy prices,
if you extend that to water, because Earth is 70% water.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say, okay, now we could probably have a civilization that is 100 times as energy intensive as we currently have it.
And so what does that look like was the last part of my question, which is a world where energy costs are, say, like 100 times cheaper than they are today, and we have 100 times more energy production capacity. What changes about civilization? What do we do differently, and what do we see change most kind of dramatically?
Well, currently we're not, because of just generally low birth rates almost worldwide, civilization is not headed to have a population that is an order of magnitude greater than where we're currently. We're currently headed towards a population decline. And this is almost everywhere in the world. So, you know, it basically seems as though as soon as you have like urbanization and education beyond a certain level and income beyond a certain level, birth rates plummet. And so as countries get wealthier, their birth rates plummet. It's somewhat counterintuitive because people will say like, well, it's too expensive to have a baby. No, the wealthier you are, the fewer kids you have. The more educated you are, the fewer kids you have. So it's the inverse. So I'm not sure who to use all that energy unless there's a significant change in the birth rate. Or we have a very robot-oriented economy. So that's also possible. So if we've got a lot of, you know, four-wheeled robots in form of cars and androids, so humanoid robots, then you could certainly see that there'd be perhaps a need for an order of magnitude more energy. But it's not coming from the humans unless something major changes on the human birth rate level. This, by the way, is I think the biggest single threat to civilization right now is the.
Yeah. Why do you think societally people just make those decisions when they become more affluent? Is it that they just become more selfish, or there's more things for them to do and they have more money to spend on themselves, and they say, you know what, I don't want to have a large family. I want to, go to Coachella.
Yeah. Well, there is this like weird like mind virusy thing where some people think like having fewer kids is like better for the environment.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This total nonsense.
Nonsense.
The environment is going to be fine. They're going to be fine even if we doubled the size of the humans. And I know a lot about environmental stuff. So, we can't have civilization just dwindle into nothing. And Japan's a leading indicator here. Like Japan's population declined by 600,000 people last year. They had the lowest growth rate in history. It's pretty bad. So I don't know. I think so. This one element of it is a lot of people just think that having kids is somehow bad for the environment. I want to be clear, it's not. It's essential for maintaining civilization that we at least maintain our numbers. We don't necessarily need to grow dramatically, but at least let's not gradually dwindle away until civilization ends with us all in adult diapers and in a whimper. Like we don't want civilization to end in adult diapers with a whimper. That would suck.
Kind of suck, yeah.
Bleak and bad.
Well, I mean, and you and I have had this conversation. I mean, in Japan, I had two people tell me when I was there, like, I think it's immoral to bring humans into the world. I mean, people have gotten very sad about the future. It's kind of crazy. The world's great. Life's awesome.
Yes. No, there's literally, I've heard many times, how can I bring a child into this terrible world? I'm like, have you read history? Because let me tell you, it was way worse back then. Okay?
Yeah. Now's a good time. Now's a good time to be born. Hey, listen, I know you're super busy, but I want to ask you about the move to Texas, because I've been thinking about it. Austin, California, I don't know, some senator told you to go fuck yourself, and we don't need you
I think there's been a couple senators who said that, actually.
Yeah, it seems to be turning into a bit of a trend. But how has building the Tesla Gigafactory, which I got to see in Austin a couple of weeks ago, and it was one of the most inspiring things I've ever seen. I mean, I don't know how many months it took to build there, but how long did it take to build that dreadnought? And then what would have taken to build that in California under Gavin Newsom?
So we built the Giga Texas, which is the biggest factory in North America, I think possibly the biggest factory in the world. And it's 3 times the size of the Pentagon, to give you a sense of scale. Okay, this is freaking big. It's weird. It's like so big it's weird.
I was trying to find you in it, and I was trying to drive around, and it took me about 45 minutes to find you.
Yeah, no, you have to call. You can't find someone in the building. You have to call them on their cell phone and say, "Where are you?" I mean, the building's just under a mile long, and we're actually going to extend it. It will be literally a mile long and about a quarter mile wide, and it's 80 feet tall. So it's just ridiculously big. And when you think about it, for a manufacturing situation, what are the two things that really define manufacturing competitiveness are economies of scale and technology. And so if you got an ace on economy, if you sort of maximize your ace level on technology and you maximize your ace level on scale, this is obviously going to be the most competitive situation. And that's why they're so freaking giant. And the Giga Texas will go all the way from cell raw materials, so like basically rail cars of cell raw materials coming in, and then forming the battery cell, then the battery pack, building the motor, casting. We also have introduced a major innovation, which is to cast the entire front third and rear third of the car as a single piece. I got this idea from toys, actually, because I was like, how do they make toys? Those are cheap. They just cast them. I was like, well, can you build a casting machine that big? And they're like, well, no one ever has. I'm like, are we breaking physics? Like, no. Well, let's just ask them. And there were 6 major casting machine suppliers in the world, and 5 of them said no, and the 6th said maybe. I'm like, I'll take that as a yes.
Well, I mean, you wanted to do this for the Model 3, but it was just too soon, huh? And now it's almost there.
Yeah, actually, this partly comes from the Model 3, which is actually a fantastic car in many ways. But we were rightly criticized for an inefficient design for the front and rear body. Like Sandy Munro, who I think is really has excellent from an engineering standpoint and really a very fair critic, he pistol whipped us for the design of the battery.
He ripped it apart and piece by piece told you why you sucked.
Yeah,
and then he did the why and told you why you were awesome.
He took it apart and told us exactly why we sucked, and he was correct. And then and I was like, well, that's pretty embarrassing. So no, he was complimentary of other parts of the car, not body design, and so it's like, okay, we're gonna go from it's just an incredibly difficult body to make. It's made out of like 120 different pieces with dissimilar metals that are joined, and you've got galvanic corrosion challenges. So it's very difficult to make. To a single piece casting, that's one piece. So like 120 pieces went down to like one. So it's a huge, and the Model Y body shop, especially the new one where we cast both the front and rear, is 60% smaller than the Model 3 body shop. So it's gigantic. There's a lot of innovations of Tesla besides the stuff that is obvious. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, but and really, to be fair to Gavin Newsom, like, if you if you had a gun to Gavin's head, okay, and said we need to start building this factory in California right now, he couldn't do it because there are so many regulatory agencies and so many litigators in California that want to stop you from doing anything, that even if you're the governor of the state, you cannot get it done. So something's got to be done to because California used to be the land of opportunity, and it's a beautiful state, and I loved living there. I still spend a lot of time in California, even though every time I go there, I get literally every day I go there, I get the Jesus tax out of it.
Big tax bill by day.
Yeah, like the sheer cost per day of me going and working in California a day boggles the mind, but I still do it, But the California's gone from the land of opportunity to the land of sort of taxes, overregulation, and litigation, and this is not a good situation. And really, there's got to be like a serious cleaning out of the pipes in California.
How many months was it to get the Giga Austin done? Like a year and a half, 2 years?
Yeah, 18 months to build something 3 times the size of the Pentagon.
Incredible. And you just basically, the answer to how many months it would take in California is infinity.
We would still be working on the permits.
Yeah.
Hey, Elon, this begs a good question, which is, like...
I'm not exaggerating.
Can you just keep signing paperwork? We have one more form for you.
What's a better model?
Yes.
What's a better model for government? So, like all governments tend to increase in complexity.
Dictatorship.
Capacity. Is the dictatorship the right model? And, like how do we solve this? Let's say you go to Mars, or let's say you have to fix California. Is California permanently broken? Is there a way to fix it? Or like, how do you set up a better model so that you don't end up having this kind of special interest complexity situation that eventually kills the population?
Well, I mean, I think ultimately with California, the people of California just have to get fed up and demand change. That's the thing that really has to happen. And there's got to be an above 0% chance of the Republicans winning in California. If it's just the Democrats every time, it's got to be. Yeah. And this is like occasionally. The thing is that right now, and plus the level of gerrymandering, which is basically just treating the people like sheep, and it's terrible. That's gone on in California is outrageous. So California, the Dems have a supermajority in the House and Senate in California, and the governor and everything. And so, how responsive is any political party going to be to the people if they are guaranteed to win? It's a one-party state. Yeah. And so, I'm not saying that go sort of elect the Republicans every time, but if it's never, you're just making California a one-party state. They will no longer be responsive to the people, and will only be responsive to those that funded their political campaigns.
Clip Elon saying that 30 seconds on TV over and over.
Go ahead, Six.
Yeah. So, Elon, shifting gears to the economy, we saw this surprise report of negative 1.4% GDP growth in Q1. Interest rates have been rising. That increased the cost of the consumer of getting loans, things like that. We've had a stock market correction, really a crash in a lot of growth stocks, software stocks. From where you sit and the data that you see, where do you think the economy is headed right now? Do you think we're in a recession, or is it just a risk? How do you assess our current economic situation?
Well, predicting macroeconomics is always difficult, and one should assign probabilities to these things. But ironically, I did last year. People asked me what I think about the economy. I said, well, I think we might enter a recession in approximately spring of 2022.
Called it. Nailed it.
Yeah. Now the thing is that recessions are not necessarily a bad thing. I've now been through a few of them, and what tends to happen is if you have a boom that goes on for too long, you get misallocation of capital. It starts raining money on fools, basically. It's like any dumb thing gets money, and I'm sure you've seen a few of those. So at some point it gets just out of control, and you just have a misallocation of human capital, where people are doing things that are silly and not useful to their fellow human beings. And then those companies, there needs to be sort of an economic enema, if you will, to have everyone sort of shift uncomfortably in their seats.
Sorry, it's just like visualizing it. The economic enemy.
I mean, listen, it's got alliteration. So,
This too shall pass.
eventually, the economic enema does its job. It clears out the pipes, if you will.
Yes.
And sort of the bullshit companies go bankrupt, and the ones that are doing useful products are prosperous. But there's certainly a lesson here that if one is making useful product and has a company that makes sense, make sure you're not running things too close to the edge from a capital standpoint. You've got some capital reserves to last through irrational times. Because in the past, when there's been a recession, it has gone. It's amazing. It's flipped like a light switch. I mean, David, do you remember this from the PayPal, ex-PayPal days, when we raised $100 million in March of 2000, and we had the demand was so high we had. People like VCs, like just literally without even a term sheet, wiring money into our account.
We'll send the term sheet later.
They literally would like sleuth out our bank account number and wire money in. And we're like, where'd this come from? And it's like, oh, so it was like there was literally fire hosing money in March of 2000, and then in April 2000, the market went into free fall, and it went from raising money was trivial to even good companies could not raise money in a month. So it's just important to bear in mind, like that, PayPal almost went bankrupt in 2000. We came close, but thankfully we'd raised that $100 million in March 2000, without which we would be in game over basically. And we kind of saw it coming. So it's like we got that the X Confinity merger done in like 3 weeks and raised $100 million because we were all like, we see this coming to an end pretty soon. And then a month later, it was like, a nightmare basically. Anyway, so it's just important to make sure if you're a health company, you've got some capital to get through things. And then what's your costs? And if it is a recession, which more likely than not it is a recession, I'm not saying it is, but it probably is, then just watch your cash flow and get positive cash flow as soon as you can. But I think we probably are in a recession, and that recession will get worse. But these things pass, and then there will be boom times again. So it'll probably be some tough going for, I don't know, a year, maybe 12 to 18 months is usually the amount of time that it takes for a correction to happen. I mean, what do you guys think?
Yeah. Hey, David, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it started. What started as a slowdown earlier this year now seems like, I mean, technically, I guess we need 2 quarters of negative growth to be in a recession, but it feels like we're in one. It feels like it started. The growth stock, the software businesses that we invest in are sort of the canaries in the coal mine. And there's a lot of dead canaries. They're not dead, but...
You're having a hard time breathing?
Yeah.
I'm not dead yet!
It's not dead, it's just napping. It's
napping. Wake up, little birdie.
Wake up.
Fly.
It's just high.
It's just stunned. It got stunned for a brief moment, and it'll be fine. It sort of reminds me of the parrot, the Pet Shop sketch with the parrot with Monty Python.
Monty Python.
Where, this parrot is pining for the fjords.
Hey, Elon, a lot has been talked about as we wrap here, and you've been incredibly gracious giving us so much time. Thank you for that. A lot of talk about American exceptionalism over the last couple of years waning, and maybe this country had seen its best days. And we see the work you're doing and other people in this great country are doing, and the debates we're having about the future. And China's doing pretty fantastic. Russia's on the ropes. But it does seem like America is still producing some of the greatest companies the world has ever seen, some of the greatest innovations. What are your thoughts on America and our future, and what we need to keep this country and this beacon of hope that, 4 of the 5 of us were not born here. 2 of you came from South Africa. And
No, 3 of you.
3 of you came from South Africa, and 1 of you from Canada. I don't know what they put in.
Oh, from Sri Lanka.
And from Sri Lanka and through Canada.
Via Canada. He came through Canada too.
Yeah, I know. It seems like that's the way.
Canada is a gateway.
It is a gateway. and how do we? It's okay. Well, I'm hinting at the answer here, but it does seem like our immigration policy is absolutely insane, and maybe we need to keep collecting some of the great individuals that I get to share the stage with here, and yourself. We need to keep bringing great people to this country. Why can't we get that in our heads? That not immigration, it's talent recruitment.
No, absolutely. I think it's incredibly important that the United States be like the destination for the world's best talent. I mean, you can think of this like a pro sports team. If you want to win the league, you want the best players on your team, Now, there are obviously a lot of very talented people born in the United States, but if you could add a few aces from outside the country to the team, you're going to win the league. And here's the thing: those aces actually want to work for your team. They don't want to compete against you. They want to be on Team America. And so it's like we have to like fight them off to not be on Team America. That's the crazy thing. And so it's like if you got some aces that are the difference between winning and losing, we should be like really recruiting them like you'd recruit like a star basketball player or football player. That's what we should be doing. Active recruiting. Just like if you're a company that wants to succeed, you actively recruit the best talent. And that's the way to win. And if that stops happening, America will stop winning.
And we have two administrations in a row, Biden and Trump, who don't want to let the greatest minds, most talented people into the country. It's absolutely insane.
I mean, I think
deal with this every day.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think the reality is like actually anyone who wants to work hard and do useful things, and just, we want in the United States. And it's not just people who are sort of intellectually strong, but it's just anyone with a strong work ethic. If they're coming from Mexico or if they're coming from Europe or China, wherever, it's just if they're like going to come here and crank hard and contribute more than they take, hell yeah! I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Have you been disappointed in the similarities between Biden and Trump on this? Like maybe you could have expected it from Trump because that was the rhetoric he needed to use to get elected. But it's not as if Biden has flipped the script and said, okay, we're going to go 180 degrees in the other direction. He's kind of kept it the same, which has been really surprising.
Man, it's hard to tell what Biden's doing, to be totally frank. I feel like
it's weekend at Bernie's.
The real president is whoever controls the teleprompter. It's like the path to power is the path to the teleprompter. Because then he just reads the teleprompter. So I do feel like if somebody would accidentally lean on the teleprompter, it's going to be like Anchorman. It's going to be like Q ASDF 1 2 3 type of thing.
I mean, in fairness to Biden, he hasn't been napping as much as he needs to. But
it's hard to say these sort of things that are getting done. This administration it doesn't seem to get a lot done. Whatever, like the Trump administration, leaving Trump aside, there were a lot of people in the administration who were effective at getting things done. So, but this administration seems just to not have like the drive to just get shit done. That's my impression. We definitely need to fix immigration policy. Like we had COVID, which was an issue, and so that was like one reason to like not, I guess, clamp down on it. But now we moved on, and so let's just make sure we're getting top talent in the United States, and really I'd say broadly, it's anyone who wants to work their ass off and contribute more than they take to the economy. Like that's just necessarily going to make for a stronger, better society in America.
Elon, did you see Bezos' tweet back and forth with Biden, where Biden, I think, was talking about inflation, but then he correlated that to taxing corporations, and Bezos said this is misinformation and disinformation, et cetera, et cetera. What do you think about that whole exchange then back and forth?
I mean, the obvious reason for inflation is that the government printed a zillion amount of more money than it had, obviously. So it's like the government can't just, have issue checks far in excess of revenue without there being inflation. Velocity of money held constant. So unless there's something would change with velocity of money, but it just if the federal government writes checks, they never bounce. So that is effectively creation of more dollars. And if there are more dollars created than the increase in the goods and services output of the economy, then you have inflation. Again, velocity of money held constant. This is very basic. This is not like super complicated. And if the government could just issue massive amounts of money and have and deficits didn't matter, then why don't we just make the deficit 100 times bigger? Okay, the answer is you can't, because it will basically turn the dollar into something that is worthless. So. And various countries have tried this experiment multiple times. It's not like, oh, I wonder what happens if this is done. Yeah. Have you seen Venezuela? Like the poor people of Venezuela have been just run roughshod by their government. And so obviously you can't simply create money. The true economy is very important. Like the true economy is the output of goods and services. It's not money. It's literally what is the output of goods and services? Money is simply a way for us to, or anything that you call money, is a way for us to conveniently exchange goods and services without having to engage in barter, and also to shift obligations in time. Those are the two reasons that you have money. This thing called money. It's really a database. Like money is an information system for labor allocation and for exchange of goods and services and for translating in time. And the quality of that information is a function of, it's like you can apply information theory to money. And I think it helps explain why one money system is, or why one action is better than another. And so like just like an internet connection, you'd want something that's high bandwidth, low latency and jitter, and is not dropping packets, does not have a lot of errors in the system. And the same is true of money. You want, and really, like you said, what did PayPal really do? That it helped improve the bandwidth, the speed at which money could move. Instead of mailing checks back and forth, which amazingly that was what people did in 2000. You can now do real-time exchange of money, and now you can ship your goods immediately instead of mailing a check and waiting for the bank to clear the check. So, the ultimate thing that with PayPal, or if it sort of was in the X.com, sort of went more less sort of niche payments, more sort of broad financial, would be to simply disintermediate all the heterogeneous COBOL databases out there running on mainframes doing batch processing, and have a single real-time system that was secure and not batch processing. So it would just be, from an information standpoint, more efficient, and eventually it would, all the batch processing COBOL mainframes operated by the banks would cease to exist.
You've spent more time and built more in China than almost anybody. I mean, Apple would be the only company I could think of that's probably got a bigger footprint, but I'm not certain of that. What have you learned about China that you didn't know before you opened the factories there and started delivering cars there? And what should we know about China, you know, as Americans? How should we think about China and our relationship with it? Because we haven't spent time there.
Sure. Well, I'd say, like, China, first of all, is not monolithic. It's not like everything is not some plot by the Chinese government. There are many factions within China that compete vigorously within China, and perhaps most important is that there's just a tremendous number of hardworking, smart people in China who want to get ahead and get things done, and they're not complacent and they're not entitled, and they want to get things done, and they want to make a better life for themselves. And what we're going to see with China for the first time that anyone can remember who is alive is an economy that is twice the size of the U.S., possibly 3 times the size of the U.S. And it's going to be very weird living in that world. So we better stop the infighting in the U.S. and stop punching ourselves in the face, because, like, there's way too much of America punching itself in the damn face. It's just dumb. And think about, like, hey, we got to be competitive here. And there's a new kid on the block that's going to be 2 to 3 times our size. We better step up our game, and stop infighting.
Do you think it's easier to stop infighting once we're beaten, or do you think that there's a way folks here can actually just, get their political and commercial act together? Or does it not happen until we realize we've lost? Or do we need a war?
I sure hope we don't need a war. But there will be certainly, an economic competition that I think will blow people away. And when they realize just how competitive they have to be competitive with companies in China. It's very difficult. Tesla is competitive, but Tesla is competitive because we have an awesome team in China that,
do your Tesla China employees work some meaningful percentage more or harder than your Tesla non-China employees? Do you find like it's 2 different companies, basically?
Well, I mean, I think Tesla is somewhat, Tesla is sort of pretty far out there in terms of work ethic anywhere in the world. So the Tesla work ethic in the US, I think, is substantially greater than any other car company or any large manufacturing company that I'm aware of. Tesla does have a strong work ethic in the US, but to be totally frank, the work ethic is exceeded on balance by the Tesla China team. That is, I think, objectively true. So there's not to say there aren't lots of hardworking people like Tesla US. There certainly are. But if you say on average, the work ethic in China is higher. It's just we're calling it like it is, So
what about if you're an American CEO? How do you deal with, you think, just the need for managing all these political factions inside of a company? You probably saw all the Sturm and Drang related to Disney and what happened to them and what's continuing to happen to them on both sides between their employees as well as the governments, et cetera. Do you have any advice, or what do you tell like young CEOs that you hang out with about how to deal with that, how to make those decisions, where you land in the spectrum of dealing with all of this stuff? The non-work issues that are related to now, going to work every day.
I'm not sure I entirely understand what you mean. Like,
whether it's the need for political correctness or the need for having political points of view and having to bring that and balance that in the workplace. How do you deal with that? How do you give advice to other folks about having to deal with it?
Look, I think the point of a company is to produce useful products and services for your fellow human beings. It is not, some political gathering place or a thing where that's the point of a company. Like, I'd say like it's, politics and other stuff should let's not lose sight of why companies should exist. So I gotta. I'm actually late for.
Yeah, I apologize.
I gotta work on the rocket, guys.
Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and let you get to Mars, and I'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk. Nicely done, brother. Rain Man David Sack.
We open source it so they've just gone crazy.
From USA Queen of Quinoa. Besties are gone.
That is my dog being in your driveway.
Oh man. We should all just get a room and just have one big huge orgy because they're all it's like this sexual tension that we just need to release somehow.
Let your beef.
We need to get merchies are back.
When are you coming to Miami?
Are you there already?
I'm here. Yeah, just got here.
Oh, cool.
Come tomorrow. Have a good weekend.
I mean, you get a ride on someone else's plane. Mine's been repossessed. Who can give me a ride?
I'll have mine for at least another couple weeks.
I love flying commercial. You know why I love flying commercial? Every fan of All In This Week in Startup stops me and takes a selfie. I cannot tell you the love in Miami. I sat down to have a meal outside.
Were you by yourself or you were
By myself. It's 11:30. I was like, hey, everything's closed. There was this one little place that's open. I kid you not. I sit down, two guys come over, we love the pod, and I'm trying to eat my meal, and they're asking me questions, and they want to know where's Friedberg's introduction. And I'm like, it's so bad. Well, I showed them the video, and they were in stitches. I was like, guys, there's only like 5 people have seen this video, and now it's you too. So there's 7 people. They were so over the moon.
We should never have cut that.
Well, we can play it now.
It was good.
Thank you.
It was incredible. I say we just throw to it right now. Is that a good plan, maybe?
And here we go.
In 3, 2.
This is like the nerd Olympics for Friedberg. He's like nerd stretching.
He's having a nerd freak out right now.
You know what I'm most excited about? That I don't have to listen to Jason's intros?
Oh my God, you're on like Nerdorol. That's like nerd Adderall.
Take it easy, Dungeon Master. This guy hasn't been so happy since he rolled a 30 on the 30-sided die. Jesus. Oh my God, I've got a +7 roll.
Where did that come from? From Dungeons. I've never played.
Oh, really? You were playing League of Legends? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just apologize in advance to the audience.
Okay, here we go. No interruptions, please. Thank you. In the voice of J. Cal. Hold on. La da da da.
Is there a frog in your throat? What's going on there?
He's super loud and has nothing to say, but we keep him around because he has a producer we don't have to pay. One good investment in his 30-year career, but he wrote a book about it and tells all the VCs to kiss his rear. He's one of a kind, will always come to your rescue when you're in a bind. He calls himself Mr. Calacanis, but we all just call him an anus. Jason Calacanis, everyone. Jason, welcome to the show.
Great to be here. Great to be here. Thanks for the kind intro.
Good to have you. His words are incendiary and divisive, but only if you identify as a gender-fluid progressive. Otherwise, to you, he's a scholarly god fighting the great war against the rise of the woke mob. PayPal, it's the 17th most important guy from PayPal. He's back with the same political speaking tracks, the one and only Mr. David Sachs. David, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we need to work on some of your rhymes, but
Yeah, we might need to tighten that up and workshop it. Keep going. Maybe it gets better.
He contradicts himself twice a week, but we're still enraptured because his mink sweaters are so sleek. His monologues last most of the show, but he never talks anymore about IPO 2.0. As he'll tell you over and over, he drinks the world's greatest wine, but commenting on other topics is a bit below his line. He's Silicon Valley's most renowned dictator, our friend, the verbal masturbator, Chamath Polyhot Potato. Chamath, welcome to the show. Great to have you here.
Wow, that was brutal.
God.
Oh, I'm not done. We're an increasingly notorious wax hack, litigated by David Sachs, emceed by an investor hack, and soon to be canceled because of the performance of Chamath's latest SPAC. We are the All In Pod, and you'll never get this 90 minutes back. I'm the Sultan of Science. With an IQ of 103, I'm taking the throne as this podcast's new MC. Thank you, everyone.
I'm gonna have to. Man, I don't want to read the YouTube comments on this one.
All right, we'll scrap it.
No, it's going in. No. You can't spike this.
Sachs, commentary?
Well, I mean, it felt a little bit scorched earth to me.
Yeah.
I thought mine was fine, but I think these other guys are a little bit shell-shocked right now.
I went a little hard. I actually wrote this for your birthday, and then I decided to throw it in.
Okay, well,
I guess maybe we save it for your birthday.
yeah, you may want to do something funnier for my birthday.
I'll be back next week with some actually funny intro material. Apologies to the audience.
Let your winners ride.
Rain Man David Sachs. And it said,
We open source it to the fans, and they've just gone crazy with it.
love you, business. Queen of King Bob.
All right. Listen, stocks in crypto have plummeted. Tiger, Coinbase, Shopify, employee RSUs, meme stocks. It's all gone, everybody. The world's over. So where do we start? You guys want to start with crypto? Stocks? Where do we even begin?
Should we talk about what happened when rates went to zero and how financial assets inflated? And I think we talked about this during the pandemic, right when the pandemic was starting. Chamath, I remember an early show we did where you and I talked about how it felt like we were going into like the roaring rapids ride at like Magic Mountain or Disneyland. I kind of described it like that. Like it feels like you're going through a rushing river. And there was just all this capital flowing so fast, like overnight. It was like all of a sudden we went from this like COVID standstill to, oh my God, this rush of capital. And you could feel it, right? All the businesses we're all involved in started getting term sheets and doing deals, and there were SPACs and transactions. It was an incredible rush of capital. And so when, the central bank made interest rates zero, and then banks could lend out money at close to zero and still make money, and then people could lever up assets, and then those asset values inflated and they could borrow more and keep investing in more and buying more. Ultimately, we had bubble after bubble, and we saw a lot of things that may not have necessarily been valued based on a historical set of multiples or comparables or cash flow, but really it was just about, hey, if I invest X dollars and someone else is willing to pay Y dollars for this asset tomorrow, I'm going to make money. And suddenly the friggin' vacuum came out, which was like, let's take all that money back. And so when interest rates got hiked, it was like all that money coming back out of the system, and it was like this whooshing sound, like the airlock got open, and all the cash came back out. And as a result, the bubbles just all deflated, and it happened so quickly that what was crazy to me was that for so long, everyone's been talking about how everything feels so overvalued. So everyone was just waiting for the moment when the whooshing sound began, and then everyone laid off all the risk. And it happened so fast, and it's still happening. People are still trying to unwind the things where they're, in huge positions. But, I think it really is just, this kind of incredible moment where you see all the money get pumped in, it all gets rushed out just as fast. And I think we're all kind of like, in awe at how quickly the response has been.
So maybe some context is helpful. From 2018 up until the beginning, or not really the beginning of this year, but probably Q4 of last year, you could have calculated an incredibly tight correlation between the stock market and the Fed money printer. So the Fed is in control of how they can introduce dollars into the economy. How do they do that? They literally manifest money. They don't actually technically print it, but let's just assume for these purposes that they actually do print it. And they literally take that money and they enter the market and they buy things with it, and they're giving you this newly created money that they just created out of thin air. From 2018 up until about Q4 of last year, there was a 0.92 correlation between that and the S&P 500 going up. What does that mean? So if you look at a -1 correlation, that means that if something goes up, this thing goes down, dollar for dollar, that would be perfectly negatively correlated. If you look at something that has a 0 correlation, that means it's just random. Whether one thing goes up and down has no influence on the other. But a 0.92% correlation effectively means that for every dollar the Fed created, the stock market was going up by that same dollar. And that is literally what we had up until November of 2021. Since the beginning of this year till about yesterday, so I think the number is still going up, probably by at least by $1 trillion, we have destroyed collectively as a society $35 trillion in global market value. Now, to give you a sense of that, that's 14% of all global wealth that has been destroyed in basically 5 months. And for reference, in 2008, when we went through, a cataclysmic shock to the system that threatened the banking infrastructure of America and a potential contagion to the world, that destroyed 19% of the world's global wealth at that point. So we're approaching some really crazy heady moments in time where, in terms of the market correction and the value destruction. The difference here is that the last time around, it was really about a handful of financial institutions and some very specific assets, right? Mortgage-backed securities, some parts of the credit market, and then a bunch of financial stocks. And that was largely it. This time around, as you just said, Freeberg, it's literally everything that's getting smoked. There is not a place that you can effectively hide that has been safe. Crypto, smoked. The credit markets, totally frozen. The equity markets, NASDAQ is in a bear market. The S&P is basically flirting with a bear market now. And I don't really see any end in sight. Meanwhile, we're waiting for CPI to downtick. Inflation hasn't really done that. It looks like
Consumer price index, how much stuff cost.
So that's taking a lot longer than we thought to sort of roll over. Separately, jobless claims are now starting to tick up, which means that companies are beginning to effect layoffs because they feel this pressure. So now you're going to see an unemployment rate that starts to go up. And then meanwhile, we're fighting a proxy war in the Ukraine against Russia to the tune of about, $40 billion every sort of month or so when we open the paper and decide to read about it. So you put all these things together, it's not clear that there is the momentum to create a market bottom.
Real estate, Chamath, if you look at it, was a major compression in 2008. Real estate is holding up, seems to be holding up a little bit. I don't know how that long that's going to last with mortgages going up. So when you were talking about all the different categories, I was like, that's the one category that I guess hasn't fallen yet. Sachs, what's your take on the list?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're in a stock market crash that I think over the last week sort of became a panic. I mean, I think now there's panic selling going on. That's not to say that it's all oversold, but certainly there are names now that are starting to become screaming buys. But nobody has the capital to buy. I mean, it's easy to say, in theory, that you should be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. The problem is that everyone's already fully deployed, and then when the stock market crashes, they got no cash left to buy up new names. And, that's one of the things that you've noticed in this downturn, and I'd say especially with crypto, is with all the other crypto downturns, there were always, the crypto accounts saying hodl or buy the dip or, they had the laser eyes going. I don't see any of that right now.
Pure capitulation, fear.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So this is just a rout across the board. I agree. It's every asset class. I think home prices, that's coming, Jason, because like you said, mortgages are going up.
Inventory is going up. So that's a leading indicator. Yeah.
People can't afford the same mortgage they did before because rates are going up very fast. So, sellers are going to have to drop prices. And until they're willing to do that, the inventories go up.
That's a little dance that happens in real estate is the sellers don't want to accept reality and they don't have to sell because they're living in it, as opposed to their crypto holdings, which they're not living in and they're not getting value from.
And frankly, I think the consumer in general, that's the next shoe to drop here. Because right now you had this sort of financial correction, you had this massive asset inflation, and now that the air has come out of the balloon, but the consumer has generally been holding up pretty well. Obviously, we had unemployment, near 3%, very low, although the labor participation wasn't great, but the consumer was doing fine. It was sort of holding up the economy. Now I think you've got a bunch of different factors that are going to really hurt the consumer over the next several months. Like you said, interest rates going up means that home loans become more expensive, car loans, any other personal consumption loans go up. Credit card debt now has all of a sudden skyrocketed. So there's an article in Axios on this, that the amount of consumer debt is surging and to this highest level of increase in over a decade. So consumers are turning to plastic to cover the soaring cost of everything. And then because of inflation, that wages in real terms fell 2.6% over the past year. So in other words,
because of inflation, when you say
because of inflation. So if you were to look at wages in real terms, people are actually making less money.
You give somebody a 10% raise, 8% inflation, it nets out to 2.
Well, no, you're giving them a 6% raise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or like a 5.6% raise or something like that against 8% inflation, and net they're down 2.6%.
Got it. They're down 2, not up. Yeah.
In purchasing power.
Exactly.
In spending power. Sachs's point is the number was 60 billion of new consumer credit last month, which is something we haven't seen in a very long time as consumers trying to bridge this gap to afford the things that they've gotten used to spending money on. To jump up like that just indicates that we may be in the beginning of a consumer credit bubble now, which is scary.
Right. This is the question: is what are the next shoes to drop? So you think about what's happened in the market so far. It's mainly been multiple compression. Earnings season was pretty good. I mean, it was
amazing for some folks. Yeah.
For some folks. So the stocks that got hammered were generally the COVID stocks. It was the Pelotons, the Netflix, Zoom. You could Coinbase and Robinhood with the day traders because that was people are laying off that stuff. So basically the COVID stocks have been hammered, but the B2B stocks actually had really good results. And yet, the SaaS index is down 80%. The average SaaS multiple, it was over 15 times, last year on the public comps, and now it's down to 5.6. So the SaaS companies have been hammered despite having great earnings. So what we don't know now, they're B2B. They're a little bit insulated from the consumer. But what we don't know is what happens over the next 6 months. If we go into a deep recession, then do even the B2B companies start being impacted?
That would look like, Sachs, just to be clear, people maybe start canceling their Netflix or they don't take that vacation. That's the consumer getting hit first. A business that's laying off 10 or 25% of their employees, which are starting to see that contagion, they might also pull out their SaaS bill and say, here's 12 SaaS products we're playing for. Let's consolidate down to 8.
Right. I've got a SaaS startup that sells, 6 and 7 figure deals into enterprises. And they closed their deal with Uber the day before Dara's memo came out saying we got to be really focused on cost cutting. What Wall Street wants now is free cash flow.
Yep.
We got to really sharpen our pencils. They were like, shoot, good thing we got this across the finish line.
Yeah.
If it had been like 2 days later, it just would have been a much tougher process. So first, you're right. The companies that get impacted are the ones with exposure to the consumer, but then those companies start sharpening their pencils and buying less. So the question is, how much are earnings now going to be impacted in the B2B space? And what sort of recession do we have? I think like recession now is just inevitable. To Jamal's point, you can't have 14% of global wealth wiped out practically overnight and not have that translate into a big recession.
Monetary velocity is going to slow dramatically. The money circulating around you can feel the brakes happening. You can feel the tightening.
People are just way poorer than they were 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Guys, just to be clear, we actually haven't started to remove the money in the system. So the process of quantitative tightening, which is the Fed's mechanism of removing liquidity, is going to start now to the tune of about $90 billion a month. But to run off all the money that they printed will still take 3 years, right? So we have to take about $3 trillion of excess capital out of the economy. And so if you add that 3 trillion as well, that's just going to disappear to the 14 trillion we've already, or the 14%, the 35 trillion, sorry. You're starting to touch numbers that are, as bad as the GFC in terms of global wealth destruction. And again,
you're referring to the great financial crisis when you say GFC, 2008.
Unlike the GFC, this wealth destruction is touching a lot of normal, everyday folks in very broad-based ways. And that wasn't necessarily the case. There were a lot of people that unfortunately lost their home, but even that was still relatively contained to the hundreds of thousands. Here we're talking about tens of millions of people owning every kind of imaginable asset class who's seen wealth destruction, somewhere between 25 to 90%. And that's very hard to
Freebird.
Yeah, but I just want to make the case, people keep using this term wealth destruction, and it was only wealth that was accumulated in the last few quarters since we had COVID and we released all this capital and made interest rates zero and flooded the market with money. So everyone kind of gets the money and then they're like, hey, I'm worth a lot more. And then all of a sudden the free money's taken back and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm worth less. I've been destroyed. It's crazy. The reality is this was meant to stimulate the economy. Money was released. And the idea when you release capital from a central bank is that capital flows its way into productive assets, meaning businesses that can employ people, that can create products that people want to consume. And ultimately, it's very hard to manage that when your only mechanism is to raise or lower interest rates and make capital available or buy bonds. At the end of the day, a lot of that capital flowed into financial assets and inflated the value of those assets. The value of stocks, the value of crypto, the value of bonds that we own, the value of startups that we all own. And all of those assets, the value of the stock went up, but the capital didn't necessarily flow into creating new jobs, creating new businesses, and creating new products. I want to finish this one because I think it's really important. And at the end of the day, if that capital didn't really go in to create value and it comes back out, and all that happened was we had this kind of inflationary moment in terms of asset prices, and we didn't actually create new jobs and didn't actually stimulate the real productive economy, that's where we have a problem with stagflation and where we are inevitably going to run into a recession. And I think the biggest concern I have...
Let's be honest, we're in a recession right now. This is the second quarter. We're in a recession.
The biggest concern I have, as I mentioned earlier, is this consumer credit problem. A lot of consumers got used to the free money over the past few years. And people took that money and they went and bought new cars, or they bought crypto, or they bought
NFT.
one thing or another, NFTs. And a lot of people got used to living a lifestyle that allowed them to spend in a way that they otherwise would not have been able to spend. And then all of a sudden, the rug got pulled out. And now everyone's like, well, I want to keep living this lifestyle. I want to keep spending this money. I had all this stuff taken away from me. Shoot, what am I going to do? And then they take on credit. And the credit markets haven't tightened enough yet on the consumer side that we may find ourselves in a really ugly consumer credit bubble. Here's a crazy statistic for you guys. In the 2008 financial crisis, the median home price to median income in the United States was 5x. Today, it's 7x. So people today own homes that are significantly more expensive relative to their income and earnings than was the case during the financial crisis that caused a massive housing bubble.
You're missing a bunch of important data points here. The most important thing that happened was we changed the way that we are allowed to capitalize mortgages and the borrow rates. So that fundamentally is what drove that. Okay, so for example, you were not allowed, for example, to have a qualifying mortgage be over $1 million. At the end of last year, we changed those rules. So if you X out those effects that allow the FDIC and all of these, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and all of this financial gobbledygook acronym infrastructure that props up the US economy, if you factor in those rules, I don't think it's as extreme as you're describing.
What do you mean consumers have more debt relative to the value of their home, debt relative to their income than they did during the 2008 financial crisis? That's a fact. has nothing to do with the structural way the market works, but like
what I'm saying is the market allows you to be that levered without actually getting foreclosed on, or you're allowed to get the borrower rates that allow you to do that. All I'm saying is it's not like excess credit is being built up in the system abnormally by consumers. It's just that these products, again, are being structured in a way that gets people down.
And real estate is a very unique category because you have iBuyers taking stuff off the market, you have regulation not letting people build more. So I would be very reticent to extrapolate what's happening in real estate too much.
I don't think we have like an issue in real estate, to be completely honest with you. I think that we may have a looming credit crisis. But the practical issue today is I think asset wealth destruction in the financial markets, whenever that happens, generally tends to lead to what Sachs said, which is belt tightening by companies, focus on maximizing short-term free cash flow, which unfortunately, the way to cut that is by cutting OPEX. And the way that you cut OPEX is by, unfortunately, spending less on goods and services, which affects other companies, and firing employees. And I think what you're going to start to see are a bunch of those things where these companies make these short-term optimizations. Then how that unfortunately impacts the consumer is what Friedberg said, which is that if the consumer was already living, sort of at the knife's edge and using a lot of credit to basically allow them to live a lifestyle that wasn't sustainable, whether that meant not having a job or whether that meant, vacationing and staying in Airbnbs, all of that will come to an end. Now, you could say, what is the canary in the coal mine? And let me just give you one thing that hit the wire this morning, which will show you how bad the credit market is. So there was an article in Bloomberg that came out that said, instead of Elon taking margin loans to fund his acquisition of Twitter, there is an idea being floated by Morgan Stanley to use convertible debt. Now, I love this idea because I think it's an excellent mechanism. This was when Elon had convertible debt on Tesla, that was, one big escape velocity moment for me in my career in 2016. So I believe in these products. I believe that they work. But the reason I'm bringing this up is that what it said is, I'll just read this to you. The preferred equity may have a 20-year maturity and include a feature allowing interest to be paid in kind at a rate of 14% a year. If the single greatest investor's cost of capital for debt in today's market is 14%, I think you have to really start to question what the credit markets really look like for market clearing prices. Because if that's the price for a risk-bearing asset run by the greatest entrepreneur of our generation, there's a bunch of stuff, Friedberg, to your point, that's pretty mispriced.
I think one thing that's a silver lining here is we did build up 11 million job openings. Labor participation is really low right now, even post-pandemic. People, if you ask this question, I think, Chamath, of like, how are people going to get out of, to Friedberg's point, the lifestyle issue, like I want to live lifestyle? There's a pretty easy solution. Go back to work, get a second job, start working again. We peaked, in the 90s with something around 67% labor force participation, and then we're now, just right around 62. This is a large number of people who could go back to work. Now, you mentioned that slight tick up, ever so slight, in unemployment claims. We'll see if that goes up. But I think the potential way out here is
that it's bottom. Meaning, like, if you look now, the last 3 or 4 unemployment claims readings in a row have largely showed that it's floored. And it looks like in the last couple of readings that it's starting to tick up.
Well, with 3% unemployment, we're kind of on a floor. You can't possibly have less unemployment.
Unemployment's going up. I think employment has peaked. Unemployment's going up, and it's exactly what Chamath said. Look, all of us in our board meetings the last several months, really since the beginning of the year, have been warning founders that the environment is changing. Don't assume that we're always going to have a boom and the cash is always going to be there. However,
and nobody's taking the advice.
Well, because there's been resistance because people don't want to believe it. And then in addition, it's always like, well, how do you know it's not going to bounce back, right? And now I think after what's happened really since April and really in the last week or two, I think no one's really saying that anymore. Everyone understands that we're in a new environment and they either have experience with how bad it's going to be or they don't, but everyone understands things have changed. So every company that's acting sensibly is freezing their hiring, putting a brake on the growth, slowing down their plans, and that will absolutely translate into less job creation.
Yeah, we've really pushed that exact plan. I used to sit down with our founders, and in these board meetings, what we would talk about is the base case, and then we would always talk about a blue sky case and a really bull case, right? So 3 flavors of kind of go and do what you're doing, actually put a little bit more gas on it and, press the gas and then really go for it. I've stopped all of that. These last 5 months have been me and my founders basically saying, okay, guys, what's the extreme bear case? What's the bear case? And then what's the base case?
What's nominal?
And what we are trying to figure out is how do we make sure that we can optimize for contribution margin, for profitability, for cash flow, And when that's not possible, how do we minimize burn so that we can extend our runway as long as possible and show technical validation so that we can raise money on reasonable terms, not even great terms? And if the boards of these private companies haven't been doing that for the last 5 or 6 months, and the burn hasn't dramatically changed, I think that they've been a little derelict in their duty. You're not doing a very good job as a board member or investor if you haven't forced these conversations with your CEO. And you shouldn't expect the CEO to bring this to you in many ways, because it's very hard for them with the focus that they have every day to put this front of mind. But as Zach said, you have to do it as a director. If you're worth the salt at all, you have to do it.
Well, and it's been quite the opposite. We saw with Fast.com, Co. was the opposite, right? People were just not even considering it.
As soon as survival risk is on the table, you really have to act differently. It's kind of like the difference between a poker tournament and a cash game. You know, like players behave very differently. In a poker tournament, players are much more conservative. Why? Because once you're out, you're out. So if you lose the wrong hand, you're busted out of the tournament. Whereas in a cash game, you can just rebuy. Well, we've gone from basically being in a cash game where people can just rebuy. Maybe they won't, they could go out and raise more money. Maybe it's not the valuation they want. Maybe it's not as much as they want. But, in a boom, you can always just go raise more money. Now, if there's no more money available to keep funding your plan if it's not working, you really have to think about survival, and you have to just be more conservative. You can't let yourself bust out of the tournament.
By the way, I'll say 2 things on that. One, what you're describing is exactly the condition that has now led to the fact that roughly 1/3 of public biotech stocks are trading below cash. So their entity value, the biotech industry as a whole, SynBio in particular, but really biotech, about 1/3 of companies now trade below their cash balance. I'll send you guys some links on this, Nick. I'll add it to the show notes afterwards. And the reason is, 40% of them have less than 20 months of cash. 60% of them have less than 2.5 years worth of cash. And historically, biotech companies, they kind of run an R&D cycle to prove that their biotech product will work. And if it works, there'll be a pharma company that'll swoop in and give them some money to go through the next phase of clinical trials, or they'll do a secondary offering and raise more money to get through the next phase. But because the capital markets are gone now for them, or the assumption is, hey, there's not going to be any capital left, they're still burning whatever it is, 20, 30, 40, 80, $100 million a quarter. They've only got a few $100 million in the bank. And everyone's like, hey, look, the odds of you guys actually, even if your technology works, even if your product works, the odds of you being able to get the funding to get through the next phase of clinical trials is much lower. Therefore, the ascribed value of your business is negative. And we're seeing that across the board. I started working in Silicon Valley in 2001. That's when I graduated from Cal, and I worked at an investment bank doing tech M&A. And that was right after the dot-com implosion. Most of what I worked on was public companies that were selling for less than cash. Today, we don't talk about that over the last 20 years because it just never seems to happen.
Well, it's a phenomenal thing to happen, right? I mean, you could basically, what that means is you could shut the company down and make a profit and still own the IP. And that is what happened in the dot-com era, yes.
We sold a bunch of companies. I was on the banking side representing the sellers, the public companies, because there was no business. They were just burning money, and there was no line of sight to making money or line of sight to raising money. So the board said, you know what? We just got to get someone to take this thing out, shut it down. And then, hey, what's cheaper? Shutting it down? What's going to make us more money? Shutting it down and distributing the cash, or letting a private equity firm come in and shut it down for us? And in a lot of cases, they sold these public companies to private equity firms. Let's say the company's got $100 million in cash. They sold it for $60 million. Private equity firm comes in and they're like, boom, boom, boom. Everyone's fired. This thing shut down, and they liquidated it and they took, made a $20 million spread on that thing. I will say on the flip side for private markets, and I think this is a really important maybe point for us to have a conversation about. Over the past decade, as you guys know, there have been more venture money raised than at any time in history. The numbers have been going up every year, the number of funds, total capital raised. But at the end of 2021, if you look at the total funds raised and the total capital deployed by venture funds, we have a $230 billion capital dry powder hangover. So there's a $250 billion of cash sitting in venture coffers that they can call and write checks into. So I think it provides a really interesting contrast that sets us up for a dynamic over the next few years of what's going to happen in private markets. Because you're going to have the haves and the have-nots. The haves are going to have a lot of friggin' money available to them because these venture funds need to be deployed over the next few years. The have-nots are the ones that don't have proof points to a viable outcome in their business. But the haves are going to have a lot of capital available to them.
With one caveat. With one caveat. Which
pricing
is
and valuation.
So what do you guys think will happen?
Well, no,
right?
there's 2 caveats.
In the contrast of everyone saying, hey, there's no capital available, that's not true. There's more capital than has ever been available. So how does it get allocated?
So the first thing is, to Jamal's point, at what valuation? And so there's going to need to be discipline, and you're right, that money will go to the winners. Other thing to remember is, during the great financial crisis, for about a year, maybe even 2, many venture firms did not want to call capital from LPs whose portfolios were crushed, and LPs said, I know we're on the hook for this, but I would appreciate it if you don't make a ton of investments right now, because we don't want to clear our already, demolished portfolios to then fund your venture fund. So those are commitments. It's not cash in the bank. And those commitments only come from Harvard, Yale, CalPERS, Ford Foundation, whoever, Morelos on Kettering, if the GPs can ask the LPs for that. And the last time this happened, and I don't know if it will happen this time, but I think you remember it too, Chamath, the LPs specifically said, hey, pump the brakes.
Yeah, let me build on what you said. In 2000, the more extreme measure happened, which is that most of these venture investors returned the money and just canceled and tore up the LPO. Now, why would you do that? Why would you tear up commitments for $250 billion? It's because your portfolio is trash. Meaning, if you have made a bunch of horrible investments that you know are now totally upside down, you have a responsibility to manage those investments to a reasonable outcome and ideally even try to get some salvage value. And so, it's very hard for you to look at an LP in the eye and all of a sudden say, you know what, I'm going to deploy this fresh capital and I'm in a psychologically good state of mind to do that well. And I think that what history shows is that when you have these drawdowns, the money is made by new entrants or fresh capital which doesn't have the legacy of a bad portfolio. The returns are not captured by the same people, and the reason is because they have the psychological baggage of a horrible portfolio or horrible marks. So, for example, there was a tweet, and I'll send this to you guys. This is from a guy named Matt Turk. He said, to put the depth of the reset in context, to justify a $1 billion valuation, $1 billion valuation, a cloud unicorn today would need to plan on doing $178 million in revenue in the next 12 months if you apply the current median cloud software multiple of 5.6 times forward revenue. Now let's put it in a different way. If you're a company that's worth $10 billion, that means that you have to come up with $1.78 billion of annual recurring revenue for the market to give you a median multiple. How many SaaS companies, and SaaS, you'll know this, how many SaaS companies even get close to $2 billion of ARR? Probably a lot less than the number of SaaS companies that are worth $10 billion on paper. So, by the way, we should also talk about who's the bag holder in that transaction. It's the employees, and we should explain why that is in a second. But just to build on what, Jason is saying, and Friedberg, what you're saying is, in moments like this, I would ignore all of the dry powder and all of that stuff. I think that there are a lot of venture investors today who deployed way too quickly. And if they want to have any reputation over the next 10 years, we'll have to rehabilitate their portfolio and try to return money.
Let me just say one thing. I saw an analysis from one of the biggest venture firms in the Valley over a 14 fund cycle. So they looked at data from 14 funds, and they showed that 40% of their capital was deployed in businesses that they were chasing valuation, meaning like the business wasn't performing well and they needed to bridge the company or support it through a down round or some other sort of situation where at the time it was let's support our portfolio, 40% of their capital. On that 40%, they made like 50% losses. So they deployed money in a situation that was not kind of an accelerating, successful, up round kind of business. It was a declining business. And in that support, they lost half their money. The other 60%, they make like 3x, right? So it kind of averages out that they make kind of whatever it is, 2.5x on the whole portfolio. But I think it really speaks to the condition that a lot of venture firms may make the mistake around doing over the next couple of years, which is I've got all of these businesses that are suffering through down rounds or need supportive capital, and I know we can get there, but that belief ultimately costs the LPs and costs the fund more, and it's why we saw such negative return cycles happen after the dot-com crash.
How about this? Since 1994, okay, just guess, how many funds, private equity, growth venture funds, even existed that are greater than $1 billion? So this is over, 30 years, say.
What do you mean?
How many funds do you think even existed over $1 billion since 1994 to today? How many funds?
Like how many funds have been raised that are over
Individual funds or the brand names?
Yeah, since 1994, how many do you think there are?
40?
50. 1,276.
Oh, you're including private equity and stuff.
Oh, I was going to sorry.
Okay, so now of those 1,276 private equity funds or growth funds or crossover funds or funds, how many do you think have actually managed to return more than 2.3 times the money? 2.3 times.
10%.
10%, 5%, 10%.
22 of them.
It's like under 2%.
Under 2%. Wow.
So here's the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Investing is very hard. In an up market, everybody looks like a genius. All of these funds come up with all of their nonsensical ways of showing IRRs and all of these fake gymnastics. But the truth is in the data, and what the data says is that in the last 30 years, the minute you get over your ski tips at $1 billion, very few people know what they're doing. Very few.
It's hard. It's hard. The multiples compress as you get to bigger deals.
And you can't deny
where the value is.
You cannot deny this numerical truth.
Yes.
So again, I go back to, the person that's always been talking about this, and who again may be proven right yet again, is Bill Gurley. Everybody would make fun. Why is Benchmark only raising $450 million? Why would they only raise $500 million? And they always were consistent, because over the last 30 or 40 years, over multiple cycles, we have seen that this is the best way to optimize both for return and for mental clarity and for making our LPs happy. Every variable was optimized at around 550.
Focus.
And then you see 5 billion, 6 billion, $10 billion funds funding 5 billion, 6 billion, 10 billion, $20 billion private companies. And I think what we have to do is put 2 and 2 together and realize that it's going to be very difficult sledding from here for a lot of folks. And when the venture or crossover investor has this mental baggage that they're dealing with, they're not going to be able to provide fundamentally sound advice to the CEO. They're going to optimize for making that portfolio, tourniqueting the bleeding in the portfolio. The CEOs will make a bunch of suboptimal decisions. It'll probably lead to a bunch of layoffs, bad technology decisions, things slow down, and the cycle is reflexive in that sense. And so, we're going to go through a few years of sorting this thing out.
Down rounds, liquidation preferences, nonsense. Sachs?
Yeah, so look, I agree with that point that these mega funds are very hard to read because they require you to have multiple winners, not just winners, but mega winners. So, we've always kept our funds in that $500 to $600 million range where you really only need one winner per fund to basically return the fund. But let me go back to this point about
Can you
dry
explain
powder.
explain the math of that? You typically own 15-20% of a winner, so just walk us through the math.
Maybe even less by the time that
so
they reach this
10%,
exit.
yeah.
Right, exactly. So, if you own 10% of one decacorn, that's $1 billion. And if it's a $500 million fund, you've doubled your fund. But if it's a $1 or $2 billion fund, you haven't even paid back the fund yet. So this is.
And how hard is it to hit a decacorn?
Hard. It's hard.
It's hard.
So
hard.
Real hard.
Really hard.
Real
I hit
hard.
2. I hit 2.
Yeah.
I've had 2 in a decade.
Yeah.
I've had 2 in the exact same time period.
Let me go back to this point about dry powder because I think it's actually important. So this would be a little bit more of a bright spot. So in a weird way. So there's I think, stunning article in TechCrunch just 2 days ago that said that Tiger Global, which the hedge fund, as of the end of April, the hedge fund had lost about 45%. And then the first weeks of May have been even worse. So who knows what they're at now. But they had a separate venture vehicle. And their history of their venture vehicles is that they raised 3.75 for a fund in 2020, then 6.65 billion in 2021. And then just this year, they closed a $12.7 billion fund in March. Now, I think that fund was raised as early as September last year, but maybe there's some money that still trickled in, and they finally closed it in March. But basically, what this article said is that this $12.7 billion fund that they just raised is already nearly depleted. It's something like 2/3 of the fund has already been deployed. So this idea that they've got like a lot of dry powder sitting on the sidelines, I don't think they do. And then meanwhile, the other big crossover funds, D1, Co2, they are completely risk off. I don't think they were ever as aggressive as Tiger, so they're not in as bad shape as Tiger, but they're just basically sitting on the sidelines till this thing sorts itself out. So basically all of this capital that flooded the venture markets, this growth capital that came in over the last couple of years, it's gone. That's
Why
basically
did they
dried
go
up.
so fast, Dax? What was their thinking? Because you and I met with these folks. We saw them marking up our companies because you typically do a Series A. That's your sweet spot. I typically do seed into Series A. You do A into B. They were coming in and marking up in the B and C rounds. What was their thinking? What was their mistake here?
I think the thinking was that we can create an index fund for pre-IPO tech companies, for sort of late stage private tech companies. The only problem was, and by the way, they did I think they did a good job sort of productizing that solution. If you send them your numbers in a certain format and do a meeting, they were like a term sheet generator. They spit out term sheet in a
Wasn't
couple
that your
of days.
original idea, Chamath? You had funding as a service at one point?
I did this thing called Capital as a Service, where
Yes.
you would send us your data, or we would plug in to whatever you use. Say it was Stripe or Shopify. We would suck out the data. We would run it against a bunch of models. We would do a few simple regressions, and then we would just index you and then send you a term sheet. So we did do that all around the world, but we did it on very small dollars. We did it at $500,000 checks, $250K checks. It was called Capital as a Service. It's still a phenomenally good idea, but you would want to cure that business for probably 10 years. I would want it to do that on 10 years on my own money, 10, 15, 20, 30, $50 million before I would even dare raise LP money around that idea, because at that point, it's the machines doing the work, and you have to really be sure your models are right.
So you asked the question sort of what was wrong with it. I think that the thing that was wrong with it actually was just that the public comps were all wrong, right? So they were modeling to the public valuation. These are
Their
hedge fund
output
guys,
was
right?
wrong, yeah.
Well, no, look, they're hedge fund guys. So they're looking at the public valuations. They're looking at the last private rounds, and they see a spread, a large spread, and they're like, we can arb this. So they go in with a massive amount of money, create a term sheet generator, and they arb the spread. The problem is that all the public valuations we now know were inflated. I actually think they did a reasonably good job in creating a great approach for founders who want late stage capital. If the valuations have been correct, I think it would have worked.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
Right now, Peloton and Coinbase are both, their market caps are trading at lower than their last private market valuation. So let that sink in. Like, if you did that last private round, you're underwater big time in those names. Or I don't know if Coinbase
but they were taking their signals from the public markets.
Yes.
And this is the problem with the Fed and the administration and Congress basically flooding the zone with all this fake money is that it distorts all the signals in the economy.
Yes.
And then people start making investment decisions that don't work. And then you have this massive correction.
How long have we been doing this, Chamath? How long have we been overfeeding the market? It obviously happened under Biden and Trump. Did it go back to Obama or no?
Yeah, it started in 2008-9 with
That was
TARP,
the bailout, yeah.
Troubled Asset Relief Program, which is basically a fund, to create market liquidity, essentially. But what it also did on the heels of the Great Financial Crisis was we introduced comfort around this idea of quantitative easing, or having what's called the Fed put. You may hear that a lot. What does that mean? Which is that when market conditions get too stiff or rigid or inflexible, the Fed will generally step in with liquidity, typically into the credit market, never into the equity market. But what that does is that also still flows into the equity market. So everybody behaves like there's a downside price at which the Fed is guaranteed to act. And that really started to be a bailout. That really started to be in people's psychology after the Great Financial Crisis. And then through the 2010s, we had several instances where we had that, where we had moments of sort of like market volatility. And all along the way, what we also had were academics that started to, promote things like modern monetary theory, this idea that, money printing was a good idea. And so we had this, again, very reflexive loop where, anointed experts, did talk pieces and thought pieces and books, and then pseudo-intellectuals would parrot this stuff, and then, the government infrastructure would behave like this was a reasonable thing to do, and it built on itself for decades. So we've been doing this for 13 or 14 years now. And now we're trying to undo it and put the genie back in the bottle, and it's proving much, much harder than we thought, because people have unfortunately got addicted to the crack. They're addicted to the drug. You're trying to take the oxy away, and and people are going to go through withdrawal, really bad withdrawal.
Yeah.
If you have $250 billion of dry powder, let's assume no one gives their money back and they don't do stupid stuff like chase losing companies in their portfolio, and they allocate it in a smart way to winning companies. Does that not mean that we end up seeing a significantly kind of outsized amount of capital going to a few highly successful businesses, that we'll end up seeing this kind of supercharging of a small set of businesses as opposed to this rise of the unicorn, which is what we saw over the past, call it, 7, 8 years, and that you have this big bifurcation in the market? The VC market starts to kind of say, hey, you're not making money, you don't have a line of sight to making money, you're off the table. But the top decile get overfunded and they become kind of the next mega cap.
No,
Yeah. I mean,
it does not happen in this moment.
well, so look, if we look ahead 2 or 3 years,
Can I just tell you why? Let's take the perfect company, which is Stripe. Okay, so now $50 billion.
Well, they've been funded to a mega cap, right? I mean,
$50 billion of horrible VCs who have made horrible decisions heretofore, knocking on the Collison's door saying, can you please take my $50 billion because I'm trying to be money good. Why do the Collisons want to take on this headache? Why do they want to flutter, set their cap table up with all these folks, and then at what price? So if you're sitting at the board of any really good, well-run company, of course you'll take some bite-sized, amounts of very decisive capital in these moments if you think you can market consolidate or whatever. But I think the point that all of these companies are going through is largely the same. If the best companies aren't doing what we just talked about, I would be shocked as well. The best companies are thinking, let's batten down the hatches and let's not distract ourselves. And so I'm not sure that this is the moment where a really horrible VC who's had a terrible track record, who's just blundered through $5 billion, is going to be able to put in $1 billion to Stripe.
what do you think, Sachs?
let me speak to kind of the environment that I think is going to happen over the next few years and what founders will succeed. I think you're right, Freeberg, that the VCs are going to become much more discriminating, and there's going to be a much more polarized outcome here for companies. I had a tweet storm that Elon actually gave a nice boost to by saying he agreed with it, where I basically said, look, startups with high growth and moderate burn will get funded through this downturn. Startups with moderate growth and high burn will not get funded. So what's going to happen is that the sort of mediocre ones are going to, we're going to get to a very polarized outcome very quickly, where, I think a lot of founders think that if their numbers are just okay and not great, then they'll be able to raise, but at a lower valuation, or they'll be able to raise something, but maybe not as much as they wanted. And what will happen is the middle cases kind of go away in an environment like this, and everyone just wants to fund the best companies. So certain things will become absolutely fatal for startups in this environment. One is obviously if they're just not growing, they're not going to raise. And good growth really starts in the early stages in terms of doubling year over year. Second, negative or low gross margins are absolutely fatal. Nobody wants to fund businesses that may not even be real businesses. And I would say acceptable gross margins really start at 50%. Third, payback. People want to know that you can pay back your customer acquisition costs in a year or less. And then, like I mentioned, the burn. A burn multiple of 1 is really ideal, where you're burning not more than your net new ARR, but certainly not more than 2. I think burn multiples over 2, where you're burning $2 to add $1 of growth. That's where I think companies start becoming unfundable. So I think founders are going to have to pay a lot more attention to these disqualifiers.
Yep.
But I think that for companies who meet the criteria, who have good growth, low burn, good business fundamentals, they will be able to raise. And look, here's what's going to happen. The crossover investors are washed out of the system. They're gone. I mean, Tiger's already deployed all of its capital, and I don't know when they're going to be back. So the so-called tourist money, basically the big investors who weren't in the system a few years ago, they're basically going to leave the system. However, there will be the big traditional venture funds will have large funds, but they're going to deploy them much more slowly. These 1-year pace of deployments, they're going to stop.
Back
so
to
the
3.
funds they'll be back to 3, exactly. So just think about that. Even if you had the same amount of money being raised and deployed, but it was happening over 3 years instead of 1, that would be a 2/3 reduction in the availability of capital in the system.
So
which
who's
would
that
cause
going to go to? You're not putting that
to
in
the best companies that I'm talking about.
You're not going to go to somebody who's going to blow through it in 9 months, who's playing every hand. Like, you cannot play that way anymore.
Exactly. So what we're telling our founders is, number 1, you got to lengthen your runway. Like, the days of raising a new round every 12 months are over. You got to plan on not raising for 2 to 3 years if you can help it. And then you really have to sharpen your pencil and work on these business fundamentals. And one thing you need to do is you need to have a realistic conversation about, am I really able to raise another round in this environment with the metrics I currently have? And if the answer is no, you need to cut your burn to give yourself the time to fix the business. And that fixing a business normally takes 2 to 3 years. So, if you got less than 2 years or even 2.5 years of burn, and you have one of those disqualifiers I talked about, you better cut your burn quickly to give yourself the time to fix those disqualifiers.
Yeah. I mean, I wish we've been talking about this for a year, folks. And, some founders just are not accepting the reality of the situation. And if you look at what happened, we have a generation that's never experienced a down market. And these down markets happen so violently that they think people are panicking. Somebody made a joke, Bill Gurley's called 5 of the last 3 recessions, and it's well, I mean, we have scar tissue, and it's that the velocity of the downturn.
All those kids dunking on Gurley. Well, guess who's going to have the last laugh? I think
precisely. I texted Gurley last night.
He's had the last laugh for 30 years.
I literally DM'd him last night. I said, listen, the water's great right now. I am doing deals back at $6 to $12 million in the seed space with, $200K in revenue and real founders and discipline. Start investing again. It's great now because the deals are now taking, I don't know if you're experiencing the Sachs, but the deals went from taking 2-3 days. Now they're back up to 4 to 6 weeks. And we're having very thoughtful discussions. We're meeting a 3rd time with founders. We're talking about their go-to-market strategy. We're getting to talk to 3 or 4 customers. I had founders who said, you can't be in this deal if you want to talk to my customers. And that wasn't one founder. Multiple founders said, if you want to talk to our customers, then you don't get an allocation. And I said, okay.
The thing to keep in mind,
I won't do the deal. But that was how dysfunctional this was, Chima.
The thing to keep in mind is that all these late-stage companies are mispriced. Doesn't matter whether you're the bottom decile or the top decile. You are massively mispriced. And there needs to be some correction between 30 and 70% on valuation, 30 and 90%.
How do you solve it?
I have a point of view on that, actually, because so look, there's a major difference, I think, between a valuation multiple collapse in the public markets versus the private market. It's gone down. Look, the SaaS valuation multiples have gone down 78%. There's no disputing that. If it went down, look, it used to be the public markets were trading at 15 times ARR for the median SaaS company. Now it's 5.6. So yeah, we're talking about 2/3, 70, 80% reductions. If it happened in the public stocks, it deserves to happen in the private stocks too. Jamal's absolutely right about that, and a lot of people aren't recognizing that fact. However, here's the difference. The median SaaS company is growing maybe 15 to 20%. When you've lost 80% of your value and you're only growing 15 to 20%, it's going to take you a decade to grow back into your old valuation. However, good private companies, not all of them, but the great ones, they're still growing 3x year over year. So if you're able to grow 3x year over year and you do it 2 years in a row, you're 9x where you were. Even if the ARR multiple collapsed 80%, you can still get an up round. It's not going to be the 9x up round. It might be a 2x up round.
I know how that's mathematically true, but listen, if you're $100 million ARR business, let's just say you were able to raise at 10 or 11 billion. Yes, you're mathematically right that 100 million times 9 is 900 million. But I think it's important to first say, how many actual software companies are there that generate $1 billion of ARR? Do you remember when Salesforce first passed $1 billion of ARR? We thought, my gosh, and then they said, we're going to get to 10 billion. So this is exceptionally rare air, and I think that it behooves people to understand that law of large numbers aren't often violated. And so, before you go and do that simple math and convince yourself that it's possible, maybe you should actually, I'm not saying that to you, Sachs, I'm saying that to the founder or to the boards, maybe you guys should actually just go in and have somebody run a screen and say, How many actual companies exist that have actually managed to generate more than $1 billion of ARR, especially in a moment where people are cutting back on spend? How does that happen? So
Yeah, look, I agree. Getting from 100 to a billion is really hard. You know, if you're
what is a $10 billion company supposed to do? Because in this math, they have to get to $2 billion of ARR to be worth 10 billion.
I do think a lot of
How do they do that? How does the random SaaS company that you and I have never heard of, how do they generate 2 billion of ARR? I can tell you the handful of companies that generate 2 billion of ARR. There are some incredible companies today that don't even yet, you know, like look at an incredible company like Unity. Incredible, the backbone of all, you know, gaming and, you know, the move to 3D. This year, if they crush, they'll do 1.3 billion.
Incredible business.
It's an incredible.
it just went down 35%. It
Competitors.
just went down 35%. It's unbelievable.
It's trading at 4 times revenue, guys.
Right.
So some of these things are hard to believe. Like Opendoor has 2.3 billion in cash and a 3.7 billion dollar market cap. Enterprise value 1.4. And I think they also have a couple of billion in real estate. Coinbase 6 billion cash, $12 billion market cap. So I guess in this part in the discussion, even with all these headwinds,
can we give the protective mechanisms for employees? Because I just
yes, okay, good point. Let's do it.
When you start a company and you're a founder, you're taking the most risk. You're the person with the idea. You should be justly rewarded for that. The way that happens economically in a company is you get founder shares. The basis of those founder shares are effectively zero. And you're able to do a bunch of structuring when you first start a company that gives founders specifically some incredible tax advantages. You can, you know, do an 83B election, which is effectively you buying the stock, starting the clock on long-term capital gains, et cetera, et cetera. Then you have stock that you give to employees. They're one of two kinds: non-qualified stock options and incentivized stock options, NSOs and ISOs. And, you know, those have different tax treatments. But again, you know, when you're a very early employee, you get a mixture of these things, also hugely accretive. It has a very low basis. You're building value. But here's what people don't understand. When a venture investor like myself or Jason...
Explain basis, by the way, for people, for the basis.
Very low cost basis. The price of your stock is effectively zero.
You're paying a penny for it or something.
Yeah, like my stock at Facebook costs like half a penny.
Got it.
You know, whatever.
It goes public, it's $15, $20, you get the spread. Got it.
You get the spread. And you pay long-term capital gains on that if you've been able to...
Not income tax, yeah.
And shift it to long-term capital gains. Okay, so now Sachs or Jason or myself come and invest in your company. What happens? We actually don't get equity. We don't get common stock. We actually get a synthetic form of debt called a preferred share. Okay? And typically the way that it works is when we invest in a company, and this is how the entire venture ecosystem works, we actually create what's called a preference stack, which means we get an instrument that is senior to the common equity. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means that if your business goes out of business, we get our money back first. We also get an interest rate, and we're able to convert all of that at some point, the magical moment when a company goes public, into common stock, and we give up our preferred rights, and we now have the same instrument as everybody else when a company goes public. That's the typical mechanism.
Why does that exist, by the way, the preferred shares? Maybe explaining the why. Why do VCs need that protection?
To be honest with you, I don't know why it started, but it's a historical artifact of, you know, the 1960s and 70s.
I think I know why it started.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this got lawyered because let's say you start a company, and just to use some round numbers, a investor wants to give you $10 million to start the company, and for 10% of the company, $100 million valuation. If you didn't have preferred shares, then the founders could basically, on the day after the money comes in, could say, hey, we want to liquidate the company. We decide we don't want to do this anymore. And they own 90% of the company, and they could basically then distribute out the 10 million to all the shareholders, and they would keep 9, and 1 million would go back to the investor.
Correct.
So that's why lawyers came up with this idea of seniority, so that, okay, if you disband the company with the investor's money still in there, it goes back first to the people who put in the money. That was the idea.
And the second piece was, if the company gets sold for less than the cash put into it, at least the people who put the cash in get their money out first.
Right.
So if it sells for 10 million, you get your 10 million back. Or if 11, you get 1 million after that. Yeah.
So let's just say Jason does the first million. So now there's $1 million of preferred. Then Sachs does the Series A and he puts in 10. Now there's 11 million of preferred, even if it's at a much higher valuation. And then I come in and I give 100 at an even higher valuation. So now there's $111 million of preferred shares. Now, if the company goes through all kinds of complications and mess, and let's just say we have to sell it to somebody else for $200 million, well, guess what happens? The first 111 of it comes back to myself, Jason, and David.
Plus interest.
So this is why venture investors have an incentive to pay and set these crazy valuations, because they don't really care what the valuation is as much as they care how much of all this preference is building. And do I rationally believe that the liquidation value of the company is at least that much money? So if I think that Friedberg's company is worth at least $111 million, I'll do it and I add my 100. Now, why is this important for employees? before you join a startup, especially in this moment, I think it's very important for you to understand how much money have they raised? How much is this preference stack that exists? And do you believe that the company is going to be worth much more than that? Because that's the only way that you're going to actually participate in the equity. And we know now what the public markets say. So if you go back to that tweet, if it's a 10 or an $11 billion company, okay, well, you need to generate $2 billion of revenue. And if you're at 100 million, that means you have to 20x the revenue for the valuation to be worthwhile, for you to believe that this valuation is real. So this is just a little guide for employees. I just think it's very important that you guys start to do the math and start to figure this out. Ask the hard questions.
How many shares are outstanding? How many preferred shares? What's the overhang? What's my strike price?
What's the preference stack?
Yes.
How much is the total pref stack? How much revenue are we generating now? You should go and do the work to figure out what the public market comps are. Those are widely available. Hopefully somebody could actually just create a website that helps you do this. But all of these things are going to be very important for you. Otherwise, what will happen is if you join a company in this moment at a fake valuation and the valuation gets reset, you can effectively assume your options are worth zero. So if that was an important part of how you made the decision to join that company, you're being somewhat misled in a moment like this. And you need to have your own rational sense of what that company is worth. Conversely, I think boards and CEOs have a real responsibility now to do the hard work of resetting this and explaining it to their employees if they want to retain them. Because in a moment like this, if you have a valuation reset, you don't allow people to understand it and you don't figure out a way to allow them to participate in some incremental way, I think it's going to be very problematic for employee retention.
You're good.
In those contexts, look, there's a couple of things that I always support. If you need to reprice the options, you can reprice the options and give employees the benefit of a new 409A. So the company doesn't set the option price, that's set by an external 409A audit. But if that 409A goes down because of these factors we're talking about, you can basically, the board can vote to reprice everyone's options, so at least they get the benefit of the lower 409A.
Explain what a 409A is, just broad strokes.
It's basically when stock options are issued, the law requires that the strike price of the option be the fair market price. And because of some accounting shenanigans a while back that got companies in trouble, it is now the case that companies don't determine their own fair market price. They go out and you get some external auditor to do a 409A audit, and then the 409A, that gives you the fair market price. And specifically, it's a fair market price of the common stock, because what investors are buying is the preferred. Because of the dynamic that Chamath is talking about, where the preferred gets paid back first, the common stock is worth less per share because it's got this overhang on top of it.
Typically a fraction, a fifth, a tenth, something in that range is typically. So if the shares were worth $1 for preferred, the fair market value of the common could be 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents. Depends on if the company's going to run out of money, how many months of runway they have, are they profitable? And so it is a fair thing to do. But you have to know that. And in a down market like this, if you had massive compression, boards need to look at that, founders need to look at it and say, hey, listen, if the SaaS multiples come down so much, well, our fair market value should come down that much. The fair market value might be worth 50% less, 75% less. Correct, Sachs?
Yeah, I mean, so the way it works is that when a company IPOs, you get rid of all the different classes of stock. Everything, basically the preferred converts to common in an IPO.
One class of shares. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you have like the dual stocks so the founder can maintain control, but from an economic perspective, you basically collapse into common stock. So when you IPO, common and preferred are the same. And so economically, they're converging to one as the company gets more and more mature and heads towards an exit. The earlier that you are, the riskier the company is, the more that the pref stack matters, the more overhang that creates. But the benefit to employees is it creates a larger discount on their strike price on the 409A. So that is the offsetting benefit. If the 409A goes down because the market's changed, then the board can vote to apply a new 409A to the employees. That's a beneficial thing to do for everybody. So that's something I've always supported. The other thing is that if you're in a turnaround situation where you're actually worried that the pref stack is larger than the value of the company, in other words, more money has gone into the company than the company may be worth at exit, then what you need to do, because then there's nothing for the employees, there's no incentive anymore. What you need to do is create basically an employee participation. You create a corridor where you say, okay, 30% of any acquisition price for this company is going to go to the employees. You create a management or employee carve out. Really, it should be an employee carve out, not just management, but all the employees of the company should benefit from an acquisition. And sometimes you'll see boards be either unrealistic or stingy. They'll be kind of penny wise and pound foolish. They won't create the incentive for the employees to get that sort of overcapitalized company across the finish line. And it can be pretty frustrating to see when that happens. It's
a good time for employees to understand this. This is a giant reset that's occurring. I think there is some good news here. I think we have a lot more people who are going to go back to work because they need to, and that'll be good for monetary velocity, fill these jobs, 11 million jobs. I don't know if we've ever had this. I think it's a record, the number of jobs we've had, and we're bouncing along record low unemployment. Those two things could be what could save us during this recession. And something distinctly unique about this recession is job openings and low unemployment. We've never had a recession like this. So that's just fascinating in of itself. But for employees and for companies, the new discipline might be there's not going to be 4 or 5 offers for every tech employee. If people are going to cut 10 to 25%, this is the contagion moment. And I think maybe just talking about layoff contagion in tech and how that works, because Facebook's on a hiring freeze, and you're starting to see the Series B, C companies all do 10 to 25% layoffs. Uber, Dara said, we're going to look at hiring as a luxury. That's probably not going to happen. The only person who said they were going to hire into this was Google. Sundar today said maybe as many as 12,000 people over the next couple of years, a couple thousand a year. And Apple, stunningly, I don't know if you're watching this, they have told people we're 1 day a week now, 2 days a week in 2 weeks. And then by the end of this month, May, there'll be 3 days a week in the office, mandatory. The head of machine learning said, yeah, that doesn't work for my team. And they said, okay. And he said, okay, we don't have to do it. And they said, no, okay, we accept your resignation. So I think even the mighty Apple with unlimited cash reserves are saying, you know what? If we have to shed some people who don't want to come back to the office, that's like a de facto layoff. So maybe talking about this contagion, because if you're a company that doesn't lay off people, you're going to look pretty weird in this market to your investors. And they're going to be wondering, why aren't you laying people off? Go ahead, Freeburg.
I feel like an old guy now. I've been working in Silicon Valley for 21 years. And I remember like in 01, there was kind of this period of time when there was a bunch of layoffs and a bunch of companies reduced headcount. And, there were other industries and people stayed employed. And then in the years that followed, like Web 2 happened and people kind of came back. But what was interesting is like the tech industry, which at the time was Silicon Valley, but is now fairly kind of, well dispersed, attracted a lot of people from other industries, right? It used to be cool to get a job in financial services or investment banking out of college. And then all of a sudden working at a startup was the cool thing. And there are a lot of people that moved from New York in the last couple of years to SF, leading up to the most recent crash after the pandemic. And so, look, there is an ebb and a flow in and out of this industry. I do think that this capital overhang, however, this $250 billion of dry powder that's sitting in VC coffers, is going to be significantly stimulatory in a very good way. I think it will create real jobs and enable real progress. It's not just about the companies that are on the brink of profitability or the companies that are profitable trying to juice profits. If you take a step back, Jake, you said something earlier that I thought was kind of a really important statement, which is like you're doing deals, right? You're making investments in startups.
I'm more excited than I've been in years. This is my time. This is what I love. This is your
time. It's time to go. And so I talked earlier about how the capital stimulants that came out from the Fed and the bond buying they were doing and so on led to an inflation in a bunch of assets. And that capital ultimately didn't find its way into productive assets. But it's not about all of that capital finding its way into productive assets. If enough of it find its way into productive assets meaning businesses that create something of value for customers and make money doing so, and as a result can grow and create new jobs and create new areas of the economy, if that happens enough times over, there is enough growth in the economy and enough new jobs that are created that really rationalizes all of the money that was friggin' wasted on speculative nonsense over the past few years. And I think the fact that we've got $250 billion sitting in VC coffers, more than we've ever had, that's $250 billion ready to fund the next generation of technology businesses that can build new jobs and create new areas of the economy, new areas of growth that we've never seen before. And that's what's happened in the past.
How do you think a person, let's just say you're playing poker and you just get punched in the face 7 rounds in a row, you're stuck 3 buy-ins. How does that person make the good next decision? Now,
I will tell you 3 stories from my last week, because my last week has been filled with these experiences. Sorry, go ahead.
So let me just talk about the business of investing and the psychology of investing. So look at probably who has been the most incredible performer this year is Ken Griffin in Citadel. And right underneath him is this guy, Izzy Englander, who runs a place called Millennium. And then, a close third would probably be Stevie Cohen at SAC. Now, how do these guys run their business? They have hundreds and hundreds of teams investing in all kinds of different things. And what they've figured out over time is how to dial up and dial down the volume of who's performing. And what they have realized is that when you go through a pattern of losing money, it is very difficult for you to then make incrementally good decisions. And so they have a dynamic system that allows them to move capital away from those folks who are psychologically not in a great place to do it, to move capital towards other folks who are. As a result, they're always winning. And I just want you to react to that, because I think there's one thing that we can say, oh, venture is a special thing. It's not like anything else. I personally don't think so, operating across the entire life cycle. And I think that there's something to be said, and I saw it in 2000. Folks who have lost a lot of money make incrementally poor decisions. I think why Jason is firing a little bit of a hot hand was he mostly let his companies get marked up And he was mostly frustrated the last couple of years in valuations.
Early stage valuations, lack of discipline.
He's operating effectively with a clean slate.
But I don't think it's a binary condition, Chamath. I think generally what you're saying is right. I'll tell you the reaction I'm seeing in the market.
One last thing to add to your thing. And on top of that, there are only 7 or 8 people who've actually made money in this entire market.
Yeah.
Early stage investors have done well. Early stage investors have done.
We returned our first fund. That was nice.
Yeah, I'm in the black.
Sachs, you, Gurley. I mean, what about all the other thousands of people that raise?
You got to distribute. People don't distribute shares. We've talked about this a couple of times, Chamath. Like, it's so hard to make money, and when you have a chance to distribute, I feel really good.
That's some of these companies. You know, I have a Bloomberg at my desk, and one thing that I look at every now and then is the ownership table of some of these high flying stocks, and you'll see some incredible things, which is these folks have held on. And they are holding billions of dollars now of paper losses that they have to go back to their LPs and say,
hard conversation.
Mrs. Foundation, I know that you wanted to fund cancer research. You know, I had $9 billion of gains and now it's 2.
Oops.
So look, I think what you're saying generally is right. People are psychologically tainted when they take a big hit in the face. Everyone has this experience. My observation over the past 2 weeks, I've seen a lot of PMs and public PMs, portfolio managers, as well as private VCs, all react to me in the same way when opportunities have kind of been discussed, which is I'm sitting on my hands. I mean, there's a PM I saw this week of anyway, I would say I've never seen him jarred. Like, I've never seen him just shocked. Like, we were talking about something that was so obviously up his alley, you know, such a great fit for him, but he is just not doing anything. And
they're worried about careerists now. So, no, I mean, I had a crossover investor tell me that, look, I think that things are oversold right now. This is an attractive time to buy.
But they won't take an act. But they
right,
won't
because look, if I'm right that they're oversold and it goes up, great, I make a little bit of money. But if I'm wrong, I'm not just losing money.
2 mistakes in a row.
I'm risking my career.
I'm catching falling knives.
Yeah. So why would I do that? I'm just going to sit and wait.
I'm the opposite right now. Yeah.
Guys, the same is true in VC. So I had several VCs this week who kind of shared the same point of view, which is at our partnership meetings. I don't know what you guys are doing, Sachs, at your fund, but they're like, at our partnership meetings, we just cannot align on whether or not we're paying the right valuation. And so we're at a standstill. We're just waiting to see when the quote market settles out, and then we'll make decisions, because I don't want to be the guy in the VC context catching knives. But look, that's a near-term psychological phenomenon. I think the reaction, Chamath, is everyone sitting on their hands. But over time,
it's not. I just told you the data. For the last 30 years, only 22 out of 1,300 funds have returned more than 2.3 times $1 billion. It's not near term.
That's not the point I was trying to make earlier, which was there's $250 billion.
We got that point.
This is a macro point about the fact that there is going to be funding available. It doesn't matter if these guys are going to make money or not, or they're going to make shitty investments or not. There is going to be a stimulatory effect. All you need is one of the next $1 trillion mega cap to emerge from the $250 billion that's sitting for the entire industry to look fantastic, and for that business to transform the landscape of some part of the economy,
VC's not going away.
new jobs to be created.
Yeah, I think it's well said.
But we've never, by the way, we've never seen that in history. We've never had this much dry powder sitting on the sidelines. And this is where the free money should go. It should go to creating new companies that create new jobs. And it is. It's found its way there. So the trillions of dollars that have fueled crazy asset bubbles left and right, some amount of it made its way into funding the creation of new companies that are going to create jobs. And that is the good thing of what's happened over the last couple of years, despite the asset implosion of all these bubbly things that have happened.
Amazing. Chamath, I wanted to answer your question. You said, what do you do if you get punched in the face 7 times? You're running bad in a poker game. You know, if you look at Phil Hellmuth or other people who, you know, go through that variance, I think, you take a break, go for a walk around the pool.
You pick up your chips and you pick a different game, smaller space.
One thing I like to think about is, hey, I'm going to play better cards to start your hand and maybe play in position. And in the analogy here, playing better cards, you know, backing better founders and better products, and then playing a position, knowing where in the life cycle of a company value is created. And that goes to valuation. So I'm laser focused right now on just, you know, world-class teams that are running their businesses well and that I can invest in early. And if there are founders out there like who are trying to figure this out and they're not getting funding, I think you said this last week, Sachs, or maybe 2 weeks ago. Hey, listen, your last valuation last year is a great valuation this year. And if you had people who wanted to invest last year who couldn't get in, going back to your $30 million valuation last year and topping off $3 million with the people who couldn't get in, and you told them, you know, I'll come back to you when it's $90 million, go see if they still want to put that bet in. And then for the VCs who are out there in the early stage, you know, making bets on sub $15 million, sub $12 million companies in the seed round, if they're focused on customers and product, you know, got a couple of $100K in revenue, I think it's a good bet. And I'm going to increase our investing in those type of companies, under 20 million, under 15 million, focused teams who understand that the climate has changed. If you are not taking the medicine, you have, to Sachs's excellent tweet storm, you're DQ'd from funding. I think it's very important that people understand what Sachs said. If you do not accept the reality a VC who has lived through 1, 2, or 3 of these cycles is going to disqualify you, and they're not telling you why they're disqualifying you. It's just not a fit. Couldn't get my partners around it. Let's keep in touch. Let me know how it can be helpful.
The other thing is an entire generation of investors have been coddling entrepreneurs. And in moments like this, sometimes you need to actually have hard conversations. And if that train, I don't know how you tell that entrepreneur, listen, you need to be actually 5 days a week in the office. You need to do a 25% riff. You need to stop all the extraneous spend. Forget the exposed brick walls and the kind bars. We need to get down to just ones and zeros. That's also an entire generation of capital allocators who don't know how to do this job in a moment like this.
They've never had those conversations. They've never had those conversations.
Just to build on Friedberg's point, the idea that you would be at a standstill about price in a moment like this, to me, is shocking. If I was an LP in that venture fund, I would write it to zero. There should be no intellectual standstill whatsoever in a moment like this.
Right. I agree. We're still investing.
It's obvious what the prices are.
Yeah, we're still investing. It's just at lower valuations.
There should be no standstill. Exactly.
Right. This is the time to invest, Sax, right? I
want to say something sort of positive because a lot of founders watch the show. It's like, look, what Jason said, if you need to accept reality, and if you don't, you're going to have a bucket of, very cold water dumped on your head when you go out and fundraise and realize that you're not going to be able to make it. And then, all of a sudden you're going to be packing up shop very quickly. So you got to get a reality check and understand. But look, great companies are built during downturns. PayPal was built during the dot-com crash. My company Yammer was built during the Great Recession.
Google, Uber.
Totally. The list goes on and on. So downturns are great times to build companies because the war for talent subsides. So it's so much easier to recruit people. There's a lot fewer competitors getting funded. So there's way less noise in the ecosystem. The only thing that gets harder is fundraising. So you need to make sure that your money lasts, you do the right things, you focus on business fundamentals, you don't DQ yourself.
David.
And if you do that, you'll be fine.
You just brought up something incredible. I remember we raised money from Microsoft at a $15.3 billion valuation. The great financial crisis took hold, and Mark, to his credit, reset the valuation. We were already profitable, so we didn't necessarily need to raise that money, but I think we raised $1 billion at like a $9 billion valuation. So we took a 33-40% haircut.
A down round. Facebook had a down round.
We padded our balance sheet and we said we are now going to go and crush. And to your point, we were really able to compete much more effectively coming out of the GFC against Google for talent and against everybody else in that moment.
Yeah.
And so if this is what people like Zuck are willing to do, you have to really hold people's feet to the fire for founders who are not him.
What is the Fast.co founder willing to do? Shut it down? Like literally there's some founders, I find this very disturbing, but there are some founders who are so unwilling to make the cuts or take the medicine that they would rather run the fucking car into the wall than hit the brakes. Like, hit the fucking brakes, save your company, live to fight another day. If you have 6 months of runway, get to 12 and try to live to fight another day. Raise your prices.
You're totally right. Every single company that hits the wall and goes out of business that didn't do a round of layoffs 12 months before was asleep at the wheel.
They were literally texting and driving. They were texting and driving.
Where was the round of layoffs a year before they ran out of money that at least gave them more runway? They didn't even do it.
They just assumed they could go. David, if you think about it, your seed round was hard. Getting into Y Combinator was hard. Your Series A, okay, it was hard. You had to do 25 meetings, but you got a term sheet. Your Series B, you had 5 people offer you term sheets. Your Series D, C, and D were people begging you to take their money and saying, name a price. So what does that founder think the next round of funding is going to be? Each round became less work and higher valuations. And you know what? A generation also, not all founders, but there's a group of founders who became better at selling VCs on investing in their company than selling customers on buying their product. You have to take the same focus you had of selling people on buying shares in your company and put that into your product, the actual service, and raise your prices. So many people are charging so little for their SaaS product or software, and they're like, I can't make this business work. And we say to them, if you doubled or tripled your price, would you lose? What percentage of customers would you lose? And they say, we'd lose like 10%. And I'm like, you have $1 million in revenue, 2 million, 10% off 2 million, you've got 1.8. Would you rather make 800,000 more and be break even right now? And they're, Chamath, sometimes founders just have this amazing moment where like, oh yeah, I guess we could charge more. And if we lost some customers, that wouldn't be the end of the world and we'd be profitable.
I think this speaks to the fact that, it takes a very specific skill to be a very good founder. You need a level of intellectual curiosity. You need at some moments to listen, but at some moments to know just when to do what you feel is right. But it takes a lot of skill to be an investor. And I think we've glossed over how hard that business is as well. Because the reality is if Michael Moritz were to tell you that, you do it. You'd be hard pressed to not say yes.
Of course.
If Early told you to do that, you would do it because, these are sort of the big names in our industry. But the reality is the fact that it's not happening also speaks to the fact that there shouldn't be $250 billion of funds that are probably stranded in the hands of really inexperienced allocators who are going to light it on fire for the most part. And they're not going to have the courage to sort of lead these.
See what happens. All you need is one.
Everybody should think about what, I don't know how you phrase it to founder Sachs, but I say to them when I invest in their companies, listen, whenever things get really hard and you have a conversation that is the hardest conversation, that's making you the most nervous, that's making you stare at the ceiling and grind your fucking teeth to your gums, I want you to just call me. And I can tell you, like, I'm not speaking out of turn here, but, Travis called me once or twice on a Saturday and said, hey, we're struggling with X. What do you think? And Travis knows how to run a business 1,000 times better than me, but being a sounding board and giving your founders permission to come to you when things are fucked up is critically important as an investor, and being able to have an intellectually honest, to your point, Chamath, discussion about the hardest issues is really what the job is in my mind. What is going to send this company off the rails? What is the big fear you have? And let's just put it on the table, and let's, as Travis would say, let's have a jam session. Let's jam on that until we solve the problem. So if you're suffering out there, you're scared, it's got to be an investor in your group who will have a candid discussion.
If I had to give a punch list of things, if I was a founder right now, here are the things that I would do is I would sit down and really look at your growth and your burn and have an honest conversation with your co-founder or with one or two of your trusted board members and really say, what is the real valuation of this business today and what could it actually be? And if there's a big gap between that and where you've last raised money, the right thing to do is to think about, in one bucket, resetting the valuation, in a second bucket, making your employees whole, and in a third bucket, managing your burn so that you extend your runway. I think if you could do those three things and take the hard medicine now, you will be much better off for it. You'll be appreciated by your employees, and you'll have shown some real mettle in a real crucible moment, to use a Sequoia phrase.
How do you guys think the market's going to settle out? Do you have any predictions on the bottom? I will tell you a statistic. I think Michael Burry put this out yesterday. He did not. He deletes his tweets every day. Very interesting character, by the way. But he pointed out how from top to bottom, during the kind of 02 era, 01, 2000 era, and then during the 2009 era, kind of those big drawdowns in the market. He looked at companies like Microsoft, JP Morgan, I forgot which others, but highlighted that, on average, it took 6 times their total shares outstanding for them to go from top to bottom, meaning that the shares ultimately turned over 6x the total, diluted shares out. And so far in those stocks, we've only seen half of the total shares outstanding turnover since peak. So he's been making this case for, kind of a few days and a few weeks now, which is like, the dead cat bounce day, where the market's going to be tanking for quite a while. And these days that are like big updates, everyone's trying to call the bottom. He's like, no, this is the dead cat bounce moment. And he's like, if you look at kind of the structural rotation that's necessary for these markets to ultimately find their bottom, we've got several multiples still to go with respect to volume that needs to trade before you find what the true market bottom is. So, it was a really interesting kind of insight, this kind of statistical insight that he pulled together and put on Twitter. I wanted to see if you guys kind of think that might be the right way to think about it and how you react to, these conversations around where's the bottom going to be.
Can I just pull up this one chart because it kind of speaks to this? So this is CPI inflation versus the Fed funds rate. So if you look at this, it goes all the way back to 1954. I shared it with you guys in the chat. The two have moved more or less in lockstep with each other, which makes sense because the Fed raises the Fed funds rate in order to combat inflation. So Fed funds and inflation sort of move in lockstep. If you look at what's happened over the past year, these two things have moved violently out of sync with each other. You have inflation now going all the way up to 8%. Meanwhile, the Fed funds rate's only down at like 1%. Even with all the rate hikes and the talk of rate hikes that we've had, we're only at a 1%, Fed funds rate. Now the expectation is it's going to go higher. The 10-year T-bill is over 3%. But the point is the Fed is in a really tough spot here because it feels like we're going into recession, which would normally mean you cut rates, but then you've got inflation demanding that we jack up rates far more. And I think this is the problem, and this is what's going to be very tough about our current situation, is if we go into recession over the next 6 months, what does the Fed do about that? I mean, they don't really have much dry powder here. In previous recessions, like the GFC in 08, I mean, interest rates were around 5%. So when they slashed them to zero, they had some serious, that was some serious relief. Here you're at 1%. What do? You drop that to zero? And then meanwhile, inflation's still rampaging at 5%. This is what's so hard about it. Then look at this other chart, which is, this came from a blog post called The Most Reckless Fed Ever. So in this most reckless Fed ever, they basically just took the Fed funds rate and subtracted inflation to get the real Fed funds rate. So the Fed funds rate net of inflation. And what you could see here is that starting around 2018-19, the real Fed funds rate started going negative and then very, very negative to the point now where it's basically a negative 7%. So, why is that? Because the Fed waited way too long to basically take away the punch bowl and start reacting to inflation. You had Powell say a year ago that inflation was transitory, and then they didn't react to it till the end of the year. They should have stopped the QE right then and there, and then gradually started raising rates instead of these violent moves that we've had this year that are plunging the economy into recession that have caused the stock market crash. Now, what did Powell just say a week or two ago? He said he doesn't see a risk of recession on the horizon. It's like, what are you smoking? I mean, this is just like his inflation is transitory comment a year ago. You're wondering, like, do we have better data than the Fed chair does? Because from where we're sitting, we're seeing a stock market crash, a panic, and a recession, and he doesn't even see it. It's like
denial is not just a river in Egypt. This is crazy.
Look, I mean, we call it a crash, but some people might just say that investors are violently reacting to the shifting tides on capital availability. But I will tell you, I'll say this one more time because I think it's so important, and it's my kind of prediction of the week. I really think we're going to run into a consumer credit bubble here. I do not think that consumers are going to slow down their spending or change their lifestyle as quickly as investors are changing their investing style. We have seen investors in public markets and private markets take massive corrective hits this week and last week, and they're changing their behavior in some of the stories we shared today. But consumers are taking on more credit. They're opening credit cards. They're taking out bigger loans. Prices are going up 10% year over year for them. And so the concern is if we actually do hit a recession and we don't see real wage growth and the consumer credit bubble continues to grow, we're going to face a credit crisis in, call it 9 months to a year, where we're all going to wake up and be like, wait a second, how are consumers going to be able to afford all this credit?
Very simple.
I don't know how you bridge that hole.
End of the Great Resignation. That whole concept of like fun employed and I'm going to flip NFTs and I'm not going to go to work, that's out the window. So for people who've been enjoying it, people are going to need jobs.
That there are more shoes to drop here, and I think consumer is one of them. And maybe there's systemic risks in the system that haven't been flushed out yet. And meanwhile, you've got a Fed chair in denial about what's happening, and you got a president of the United States who's more focused on what's happening in Ukraine than what's happening in the United States. We have Tweedledee and Tweedledum on this case. Biden and Powell are going to go down as the worst president and Fed chair of all time. No, it is like the anti-Reagan Volcker combination. I mean, they've caused this problem.
Well, first of all, this is a long. I don't know if I agree. It's a longer conversation. I got to run, but I think we all want to blame
Trump
someone.
spent a little bit of money too.
We all want to blame someone. The reality is there was a massive leveraging that happened going into 2008.
And we got to work it out.
We thought we were delevering, and I don't think we've been delevering since 2008. And all of a sudden, the chicken's coming home to roost, or whatever the term is, and we're all sort of waking up to the fact that, wait a second.
They flooded the system with $10 trillion of money in the last 2 years. That's the cause. It's not.
And more recently, consumers and all of us have
It's not from 14 years ago. It's not from 14 years ago. This is from the last 2 or 3 years.
Austerity measures
There's
and
a
work.
long cycle here, but
Chamath, go.
If you look back through time, roughly, if you look at like the average mean PE for the S&P 500, it can go down to as low as 3,000. It could. But I think the reality is there's a Fed put somewhere in between here because if we see the credit markets really seize up, which we would if the equity markets continue to retrench, the Fed will be forced to step in with liquidity and we're back to where we were before. So, I actually think we're probably close to a near bottom-ish here, 3,800-ish in the S&P 500. You're actually starting to see some of these early green shoots of a market bottom. What are those? It's when the most heavily shorted stocks start to rip up, sort of the GameStop-like rallies. And you're seeing that actually today. So it's a really interesting day when the market is roughly flat, slightly down, but some of these companies, up
Block,
15%,
Square 6%,
Carvana's up
Robinhood 5%, even Lyft went up 5%. So this is the best.
There was definitely some
I think
panic
it's
selling
bouncing
yesterday.
along the bottom. Yeah.
There was so much panic selling yesterday that the market's bouncing up from that. Look, the market is a leading indicator, not a lagging indicator. And so it adjusts first, and then the real economy adjusts after that. And the risk right now is the stock market is telling us something about where the real economy is headed. And the problem is that the Fed and the central government don't really have the tools to fight the recession because interest rates are already so low. And, Biden already spent all the money. I mean, they broke the glass in case of emergency last year. They spent that last $2 trillion of emergency relief. Look, Larry Summers told him they didn't need to do it. Remember that? Larry Summers told him it would lead to inflation. I know no one wants to listen to Larry Summers. He's like one of those guys you never want to admit is correct. But Larry Summers was correct. The administration did not listen to him. Larry, who I know very well and who I love, is like Gurley as well. He's generally right in the end. And so I would just kind of, he was right.
I mean, we do need to get back to the Clinton, moderate, like balance the budget, stop spending, some austerity measures. Like we can only work our way out of this. And I think what we're going to learn from this is the concept of free money and printing money is not sustainable. And the concept of Americans not going to work is not going to make the economy that Americans want to live in. I know this sounds fucking crazy, but if you want to spend money and you want to enjoy life, you got to work. We can't have this kind of labor participation. We can't have people flipping NFTs for a living. That's not work.
Yeah, you're right, Jason. You're right about that.
I saw this thing where there's a new product implementation on Airbnb that allows you to kind of like, search by campgrounds or search by castles or search by
it's by vibe. It's vibe search.
And
search by a vibe.
It's a perfect encapsulation of this moment where there are folks who have all of this flexibility they've never enjoyed before, that their mindset, especially if you're like a social striver, like you can signal that you're different from everybody else by living this lifestyle. But that works in a world where there's lots of free money. And when that free money gets taken away, I'm not sure that you're renting castles to spend a week here and a week there.
Well, I mean, we all want to talk about UBI. I think it's a very virtue signaling thing to do, and it's a very like world positive thing to do. Oh, there's going to be so much money that we can just drop it from the heavens, and everybody's going to get a private jet. And everybody's going to get to flip their NFTs, and your Bored Ape's going to become worth $1 million. Your Bitcoin's going to be $1 million each. This is not reality, folks. Value is created when you make stuff in the world, when you write code, when you build companies, when you go to work.
It may happen, but it's going to take a long time.
I mean, at some point, maybe we'll have some energy source and robots building everything for us. But we got to wrap here. We'll see everybody at the All In Summit. There'll be a bunch of stuff dropping. Do just a couple of programming notes. Please, please, please. There are no more tickets left. Do not try and crash the party. There's going to be security there. Everybody with a badge. We're going to be checking the badges, Chamath. Everybody's got a photo on their badge. Please don't bring a +1. And please, 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 please do not try to crash. Thank you.
Love you.
I love you. Talk to you soon, everybody. We'll see you next time on the All In Podcast. Bye-bye.
We'll let your winners ride.
Rain Man David Sack.
And instead, we open source it to the fans, and they've just gone crazy with it.
Love you, guys. Queen of Quinoa. Besties are gone.
That is my dog taking a notice your driveway sex.
We should all just get a room and just have one big huge orgy because they're all just useless. It's like this sexual tension that we just need to release somehow.
Wet your beak. Wet your beak.
We need to get merch. Besties are back.
We'll let your winners ride.
Rain Man David Sack.
And instead, we open source it to the fans, and they've just gone crazy with it.
Love you, guys. Queen of Quinoa.
There was a lot of big news, obviously, this past week when a leaked draft of the Supreme Court's Roe v. Wade decision was published by Politico. The draft opinion written by Justice Alito would turn Roe v. Wade from a federal issue to a state issue. Now, this is a bit above all of our pay grade, so Chamath had a really great idea to tap some people who are actual experts and in the Supreme Court. Chamath, maybe you could introduce our guests.
I will.
And cue this up for us. Thank you.
Great. So first, I'd like to introduce Amy Howe. Amy, until 2016, served as the editor and a reporter for SCOTUS blog, which is the premier blog that covers the Supreme Court. She continues to serve as an independent contractor and reporter for SCOTUS blog. She also writes for her blog called How on the Court. And before turning to full-time blogging, she was a counsel in over 24 merits cases at the Supreme Court and argued 2 cases there. From 2004 until 2011, she co-taught Supreme Court litigation at Stanford Law School. And from 2005 to 2013, she co-taught a similar class at Harvard Law School. And I'd also like to introduce her partner in SCOTUS and also her partner in life, Tom Goldstein, another dear friend of mine. Over the past 15 years, Tom has served as one of the lawyers for one of the parties in just under 10% of all the cases argued before the Supreme Court. He has argued 43 cases himself, and 2 that I think are probably a little bit near and dear to all of our hearts. In 2000, Tom served as second chair for Lawrence Tribe and David Bowie's on behalf of Vice President Al Gore and Bush v. Gore. And most recently, he represented Google in a fair use copyright infringement case, Google versus Oracle, about the use of Java APIs. And so Tom and Amy, thank you guys for giving us your precious time. Welcome to the pod.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us. I was a little nervous about what the introduction was going to be like, so thank you.
So guys, there's a million questions to start with, or that we can go, but maybe just to frame the issue. Can you guys just first walk us through the original Roe v. Wade decision, how it was made and the rights that it conferred? And then maybe we can go from there and talk about what has happened as a result of the way it was written and the judgment as it stood.
Sure. Roe v. Wade, back in the early 1970s, was a decision by Justice Harry Blackmun in which the court held for the first time that there is a constitutional right to an abortion. And at that point, the court ruled that it was regulated by time up through the trimesters. Am I getting this right, Tom?
Yep.
Yeah. And then in 1992, in a case called Planned Parenthood versus Casey, that was an earlier effort to overrule Roe versus Wade because abortion opponents started pretty quickly trying to overturn Roe versus Wade. And so in 1992, in a case called Planned Parenthood versus Casey, the Supreme Court did not overrule Roe, in fact, reaffirmed it, but switched the test a little bit, the constitutional test, to decide whether other abortion restrictions can stand. And this was a decision by Justices David Souter, Anthony Kennedy, and Sandra Day O'Connor, who were all appointed by Republican presidents. And they said there's a constitutional right to an abortion up until the point at which the fetus becomes viable, which these days is somewhere around the 24th week of pregnancy. But states can regulate abortions as long as they don't impose an undue burden on the woman's right to an abortion.
I was just going to tack on like what's sitting underneath Roe, because that ends up being a big deal these days. You know, where did it come from? 7 justices in Roe and Wade say there is this constitutional right to an abortion up to a point. And of course, there's no textual reference to abortion in the Constitution. Instead, the Supreme Court drew on earlier decisions involving what was called the constitutional right to privacy, essentially a kind of bodily autonomy right, an individual liberty principle that you're going to control your own destiny and your own body, drawing on cases involving contraception, for example, for both married and unmarried couples. And that really is the doctrinal, the jurisprudential piece of this thing that conservatives have been after so hard. You've got kind of 2 branches of conservatism in play. One is, look, kind of religious and social conservatism that abortion is evil. And then you have a jurisprudential lawyers kind of thing, like you made this up. It's not in the Constitution. And those 2 threads have come together and have been at the root of this 50-year battle over Roe.
In fact, before we unpack that, maybe you want to just define for people, as I understood, as I've been learning about this week, there's this one sort of moral spectrum between liberalism and conservatism, but then there's this orthogonal form of like originalism, I guess is what folks call it. Can you just define those terms so everybody understands what we're talking about?
Sure. So, you know, in ordinary politics, we do think of conservatism and then kind of more libertarianism, a kind of Peter Thiel, get the government out of my life. And conservatives do believe that the government has an important role, frequently conservatives believe this, an important role in regulating abortion and prohibiting abortion, whereas a libertarian would be more likely to say, no, this is my body, my choice, for example. And so that's kind of along the political spectrum. In the legal spectrum, you have this sense of people, there are a set of conservatives in particular, principally, who think that the Constitution should be interpreted today the way that it would have been understood the day that it was enacted or that an amendment to the Constitution was enacted. So that the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, for example, prohibits depriving someone of liberty or property without due process of law. And they would say, well, what was due process of law at that time? What was liberty at that time? Whereas a more progressive constitutionalist, somebody more on the left, would say, look, no, there are lots of things that aren't enumerated in the Constitution, including, you know, a right to bodily autonomy at all, the right to contraception, the rights even conservatives care about, the right to educate your child in the way that you see fit. And the Constitution in particular has to be able to adapt to modern circumstances. And that's why actually our Constitution is so vague. There are lots of more modern constitutions, take the South African Constitution, that have lots and lots and lots and lots of detailed provisions tackling all kinds of problems, including modern problems. But the view of progressive constitutionalists is that, look, when the country was founded and they wrote the Constitution, they knew the country was going to be around for centuries. And they didn't intend to capture every kind of social circumstance. They didn't intend to capture every modern problem, which couldn't even be contemplated. So yeah, those are the 2 different kinds of conservatism we're talking about. But both originalists say, look, there's no right to abortion in the Constitution. The founders of the country would have never imagined that we would strike down bans on abortion. And then social conservatives are like, well, this is a really, really important role of government. We're protecting unborn life.
Amy, I don't know if you've had a chance to read Alito's draft opinion, but can you sort of walk us through his legal framework for coming to his conclusion that this thing needs to be struck down and why he's saying what he's saying?
Yes, it is a 67-page opinion with another 30 pages or so in the appendix. And what he tackles it in 2 ways. The first is kind of from this originalist perspective. He looks at the idea of whether or not the right to an abortion is something that is deeply rooted in our country's history. And he concludes that it is not, that not only was there no right to an abortion, he said, until the late 20th century, when right around the time that the court issued its decision in Roe, but in fact, abortion was a crime in many places. And so, he starts from that premise that there's no deeply rooted tradition of abortion being a right under the Constitution. And that goes to the idea of what did the framers intend? Does it fall within this fundamental right that would be protected by the Constitution, even if it is not specifically enumerated in the Constitution? But then he also has to look at Roe and Casey, because those laws have been in effect. Those cases have been in effect for 50 years now. The court issued its decision in Roe in the early 70s and then reaffirmed it in Casey in 1992, because the Supreme Court and courts generally have a principle called stare decisis that says that courts should not overturn their decisions just because they think the earlier decisions are wrong. that there needs to be a good reason to do that. And the court has never said specifically exactly what you need to do to overrule a decision, but over the years, they have outlined some factors that you can look at to decide whether or not you should do so. And so he walks through those factors. The idea that Roe and Casey were simply wrong when they were decided for the reasons that Tom has just discussed and that Alita discusses at great length, that there's no deeply rooted tradition of abortion being a right. The idea that another thing that courts often look at is whether or not people have relied on the court's decisions here in Roe and Casey. And he said that even in Casey, there wasn't this idea that people arrange their personal lives, in the short term around the idea that they have a right to an abortion. They've looked at it in Casey and people since then in sort of the broader sense that women have made decisions about their lives, so with the idea that they will have reproductive freedom. And he says that's really not the right way to look at the issue of reliance. He looks at whether or not the test that the Supreme Court has and other courts have been using to review restrictions on abortion, this undue burden standard, is what he calls workable. And he concludes that it's not workable because, he says, this idea of an undue burden test is so amorphous that courts have reached all kinds of different decisions on various abortion restrictions. And so for those reasons, he says, abortion is a profound moral question, he says, but it's not one that is protected by the Constitution. It's a question that should be decided by the people and their representatives and should go back to the states.
Can I just follow up on that point? So I think a lot of people, when they read a headline like Roe v. Wade overturned, they think that the Supreme Court is directly legislating on the issue of abortion, and it means abortion ban nationwide. I think that may be even the popular conception of what just happened. Can you just explain that a little bit more? That what exactly is the Supreme Court deciding on this issue, and specifically, what the Supreme Court is doing here is more deciding who gets to decide rather than issuing policy themselves. Could you just explain that for viewers?
And as you do that, maybe you could just highlight the role the Supreme Court is meant to have in our system of government, just as a basic kind of concept, which I'm not sure is as clearly understood here.
Sure. So, there are the three branches of government: the president, the executive branch, the legislative branch, which is Congress, and the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's job is to, in this case, interpret the Constitution. Some of the cases that come to the Supreme Court are technical. They don't even involve the Constitution. What did Congress mean to say when it enacted this law about bankruptcy? But then it also gets these really momentous cases like abortion. And this case is a challenge. The actual case that came to the Supreme Court is a challenge to a Mississippi law that was passed with the idea that it could go to the Supreme Court and challenge Roe and Casey. But a Mississippi law that was passed a couple of years ago that would ban virtually all abortions after the 15th week of pregnancy. And so abortion providers in Mississippi went to court and said, under the Supreme Court's jurisprudence, these decisions in Roe and Casey, this law is unconstitutional because women, as the law currently stands, have a right to an abortion up until the point at which the fetus becomes viable, which is around 24 weeks, but is certainly well after the 15th week of pregnancy. So the case made its way up there as a challenge to this Mississippi law. But the state of Mississippi, in defending the law, specifically asked the court to overrule Roe and Casey. And so what that means is the Supreme Court is deciding whether or not this law is unconstitutional. If the Supreme Court, as the draft opinion suggests, holds that the law is constitutional, that Roe and Casey should be overruled, then the issue does go back to the states, is the way that most people think of it. And each state, whether it's Mississippi or Texas or Oklahoma or California, can decide for itself whether or not they want to allow abortions, and if so, on what terms. I think it's a little bit, it does go back to the states. The people can decide, but defenders of Roe and Casey, supporters of abortion rights, say that part of the Supreme Court's job is to say what the Constitution means, and that there are some rights, like freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, that are if they're in the Constitution, then the states shouldn't be allowed to decide, that the Supreme Court's job is to protect them.
So if they strike this down, basically all the state legislatures will start to pass their own laws that govern what happens in that state, and the federal government will not have a role or a say ultimately in state abortion laws. Is that fair? Is that what's going to happen next if this gets struck down?
Yes. I mean, there are already, at least a dozen, if not more, states that have what's called trigger laws that have already been passed by the state legislature with an eye towards this decision or some other decision by the Supreme Court overruling Roe and Casey. So those states wouldn't even have to pass new laws. Those laws restricting abortion would go into effect immediately.
And can I just ask, maybe for Sachs too, like why isn't there a constitutional amendment if this is an issue that folks feel should be kind of indoctrinated as an amendment to the Constitution? Why has that not happened? And why do these cases kind of keep recycling and the decision making kind of keeps going back to the states and they keep getting litigated? Why don't constitutional amendments get passed anymore?
It's really difficult to pass a constitutional amendment. Tommy, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, yeah, let me just step back first on this question of states versus the federal government. So when the Supreme Court says the Constitution doesn't give you a right to an abortion, they aren't technically saying, okay, now it'll be up to the state legislatures. They're saying it'll be up to legislatures. So you have to pause on the fact that it is at this point possible that you could have a federal protection for abortion or a federal ban on abortion. Then the question would be, is that constitutional? Or is this a states' rights issue where only the states can regulate it? But there is a big, big, big fight looming in Congress on both sides. The only reason that you're not getting a federal statute when you have a Democrats in control of the Senate, the House, and the presidency, the only reason you're not getting a federal statute protecting a right to an abortion is the filibuster, essentially.
Right.
And
just to interrupt, a statute is a law, not a constitutional amendment, right? Can you just distinguish?
That's right. So the Constitution is our foundational document. It's what creates the Congress and gives Congress the power to regulate certain things. It creates the presidency and it creates the Supreme Court. And so it's the most important thing. You can't do something that violates the Constitution. Then Congress can pass laws, and states can't do anything that is contrary to either the federal Constitution or a federal statute, unless the Constitution says, oh, only the states can handle this question. So there would be a big fight over whether abortion is strictly the regime and strictly the purview of the states to deal with. Then you say, okay, well, the Constitution stands above everything else. Uber alles, why don't we just amend the Constitution? And as you suggest, we're just not in the business of doing that anymore. We have very few constitutional amendments, and we haven't done it in a long time. The Constitution imposes all kinds of hurdles in terms of congressional authorization, state authorization. It's why the Equal Rights Amendment was never passed. It's just incredibly hard to get the kind of supermajority in the country that you need to amend the Constitution and our kind of foundational rights. And that's what's made the Supreme Court so important, by the way. And that is, we have something like the Equal Protection Clause. We have a right to free speech. We have a right to the free exercise of religion. And those are big, capacious phrases that nobody can objectively tell you what they mean. They mean what 5 justices of the Supreme Court say they mean. And that's why there are all these fights over Supreme Court appointments, because the justices have enormous power by 5-4 majorities to fundamentally change the course of American life. And it can be in a conservative direction or a more liberal direction. Remember, the most famous thing the Supreme Court has done recently, before this decision, is recognizing a right to gay marriage.
I want to go there, but just before I go there, I want to go back to something that Amy mentioned, which is stare decisis, this idea of precedent. My understanding is that when Supreme Court nominees go through the confirmation process, this is a really important part of what they're asked, right? Through their confirmation process, what are your views on stare decisis? What are your views on Roe? And there's a lot of discussion right now about whether, specifically Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, who signed up to this Alito draft at least, may have lied to Congress in the way that they answered their questions. I don't know if you guys can sort of talk us through that and whether you have an opinion on that and their actual congressional testimony to get confirmed.
So what they said, and I went back actually and looked at some, although not all of Justice Kavanaugh's confirmation hearings today, actually. What they had said at their confirmation hearings was that Roe and Casey were settled law, that Roe has been in effect for 50 years, and then Casey came along and reaffirmed it. So I think Justice Kavanaugh called it precedent on top of precedent. So
that seems like stare decisis. It just said in different words, or no?
Oh yeah, and there's no question that all of the nominees that have gone through have acknowledged, because it's not just 2 cases, there are 10 abortion cases. This has been in front of the Supreme Court ever since 73, over and over and over again. And Casey adopted this framework, and it's been reaffirmed over and over and over. And the court has been moving in a conservative direction, upholding more abortion restrictions. But the foundation, the core of Roe, has been there. But the issue is this: when someone says this is a precedent and a super precedent, they are not saying it cannot be overruled. Everything can be overruled. And so that's why Alito's draft is so strong. It uses a formulation that Kavanaugh has used, which is egregiously wrong from the start. So that if something is just outrageously, totally wrong, now pause to the fact that a supermajority of Supreme Court justices have thought it was correct, including a bunch of Republican appointees.
For 50 years.
Right. And, including the court that first adopted it. But this majority has come up in a kind of jurisprudential vision that's sufficiently conservative to say this is essentially the most outrageous thing the Supreme Court has ever done is Roe, because it interjected itself without any textual basis into one of the foundational moral debates of our time, which is what legislature should be handling. So now some of the moderate Republicans, Susan Collins, Senator Murkowski, have said they're quite upset about this because they feel misled. But I think the defenders of the justices would say, well, I mean, they did say it was precedent on precedent, but they didn't say it was immune from being overruled. And here you go.
Just to add in one tiny little detail in the draft opinion by Justice Alito is that one of the things he talks about when he's outlining the principle of stare decisis, he says that this principle is actually at its weakest in cases like this one involving the interpretation of the Constitution, because only the Supreme Court gets to say what the Constitution means. And at some point, you don't want to sort of trundle along with an interpretation of the Constitution that is, as Tom suggested, egregiously wrong. He said, if you're talking about a Supreme Court decision interpreting a law that was passed by Congress, if the Congress doesn't like that decision, they can get together and pass a new law, but only the Supreme Court can say what the law is. So I'm not, obviously I'm not defending the Alito opinion. That's not my job as a reporter, but that is, I think, one of the points that someone would make in explaining why despite what they said at the confirmation hearings, they voted to overrule Roe and Casey.
I'd like to ask a question first, which is, I think this is really fascinating, like the history of it. It's amazing for you to really unpack it for us. I want to ask a human question here, and maybe because these judges are humans, and there's like a sentiment here where the majority of the country does not want to do this. It's been the law for generations of women have had this protection. It's been 50 years. So I think the question a lot of us have watching all of this is, why is this happening right now? And is this some, strategy that's been played out to overturn this, because it feels profoundly unfair to take a right away from these generations of women? And there's this anger that's built up of how on earth could this happen? So maybe you could tell us about the humans who are in these positions of power and why they made this decision. Because we can look at all these laws and the precedent, but there is also the reality that the deck has been stacked with this court. It seems quite strategically. And this feels like a rug pull to a lot of the people who voted these people on. And now you have a large group of the country who feels like this is exactly the opposite of what the majority of us want. So can you explain that to us? What's going on here with these humans who have these positions of power and authority?
Yeah, I think that's a fair characterization of what is a majority of the country that is, to varying degrees, pro-choice. Now, we ought to pause and recognize that there is another significant part of the country for whom this is an incredibly important positive moment. The country is divided on this question. There are passionate views on both sides. The women who are directly affected, many of them will feel, no doubt, incredibly impassionedly strongly that this is an outrage. But there are activists on both sides. And yes, from the day that Roe was decided, there has been an unflinching commitment among conservatives to undo it. And it has taken them 5 decades to do it, but they have marched forward from that position where they were losing 7-2 in the Supreme Court till June of this year, where they will likely win 5-4. And they have worked tirelessly to put justices on the Supreme Court who would be willing to take this step. They thought that John Roberts would, and it appears that he's very likely willing to cut back on Roe, but not overrule it entirely. But that the other conservatives, whether it's someone who's been on for a while, like Justice Thomas, or instead much more recent appointments, which is in Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and in Barrett, and Justice Alito having been on the court for a while, those people, this is the number one agenda item for what they believe is correcting the course of the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution, that this was the one that was most out of bounds because it was the most made up in their mind. Now, we should talk a little bit about what it's going to mean for other areas of the law, like gay rights and that sort of thing. But in a very human sense, there has been an utter human commitment by pro-life forces to stop what they regard as the murder of millions of unborn children, and an unbelievable commitment among pro-choice forces to maintain what is a basic individual liberty.
Yeah, I just wanted to add. I mean, I think I agree with everything that Tom said, and I think in particular you have to look at go back to 2015. And then in particular, the 2016 election. Donald Trump was elected, in no small part because he pledged to put justices on the court who would overrule Roe and Casey. You had conservatives who weren't quite sure about him, but felt so strongly about this issue that they were willing to go to the ballot box and vote for him because they trusted him based on including like a list of Supreme Court potential nominees that he released before the 2016 election, which is something that nobody had done before, but I think worked out very well for him. And then, sort of compare that with people, as Tom said, on this issue, people who oppose abortion were often single issue voters. In the 2016 elections, you had, the But Her Emails crowd who weren't necessarily going to go to the polls for Hillary Clinton, even though they likely would be abortion rights supporters. And, often just like not, I think there was probably an element of disbelief, the idea that this right was so solidly enshrined in American constitutional law that it would stand despite who might be on the court.
So, Amy, I want to ask a jump question from here. Then this is an issue that's close to all of us. When we read Roe v. Wade, I think we were all like a little shocked, like, wow, this is happening. And then the second wave of news was how this created potential to undo Obergefell, right? So the gay rights law, or even like interracial marriage. Jason's in an interracial marriage. I am. Many of our friends are gay and married. How are we supposed to think about what this does precedentially, and does it create risk that all those rights could be taken away from us or people that we care about? Like, is that something that's possible here?
I mean, I do think a lot of those rights are going to be challenged. Justice Alito in this draft opinion says, no, those rights are different, because only abortion rests on the purposeful termination of a human life. But, to go back to what Tom talked about earlier, those rights rest, are also not in the Constitution, rest on this same sort of principle called, substantive due process, rest on a right to privacy. And there were definitely arguments made in the Supreme Court in the Mississippi case, not by Mississippi, but by groups supporting Mississippi, that if you overrule Roe and Casey, you do have to go back and look at these other rights.
Yeah, I mean, the reasoning for overruling Roe is by and large the same reason that you would overrule Obergefell. Obergefell is a much less well-settled precedent. It hasn't been reaffirmed by the Supreme Court as opposed to Roe many, many, many times. You can just as easily say it's an issue for the states. And when you see in Justice Alito's, what you see is two things in Justice Alito's opinion: a bunch of reasoning that would be used to strike down a bunch of other rights, go all the way back to where do we think we find the right to contraception? Right? Where is that? And the Supreme Court, both with respect to married and unmarried couples, has said there's a right to contraception, but it's not in the text of the Constitution. And there's a bunch of stuff that's not in the text of the Constitution. As I said, the Constitution is super vague. So you have a bunch of stuff in Alito's opinion that says all of the reasoning that's in those cases essentially is wrong. And then you have a paragraph that says, but, by the way, this is just about abortion. Why? Because it is. And the difficulty is that in a later case, it's much, much, much easier to apply all the thinking than the truism that this is just about abortion, because this case just is about abortion. But I think what's very likely is, I'm a legal realist, and that is, I think that the justices decide what they want to do, and then they write the opinion that gets there, is when the court voted to overrule Roe, when 5 justices did that after the oral argument in this Dobbs case, one or more of the justices said, okay, I'll join an opinion overruling Roe if it is absolutely clear that it will not lead to the overruling of these other things. And so Justice Alito put that in there. He doesn't believe it for a second that those decisions are that those rulings should necessarily stand. But it appears that they don't have 5 votes for that view. But look, they didn't have 5 votes for overruling Roe until very, very recently. And you could put another conservative on the court, or these 5 could end up doing it. It is very much in play. That at the very least, you have to acknowledge that a lot of things that people thought were kind of foundational bases for how we order our lives, because they were protected by the Constitution, may well not be anymore.
I mean, I just isn't there like an element of compassion that has to be a part of how they're supposed to do their job? I mean,
I know 5 people who disagree with you. It just so happens that they're a majority of the Supreme Court.
Let me ask a question about this sort of parade of horrible. So Tom, I understand what you're saying, that overturning Roe would implicate these other cases. On the other hand, and as you mentioned, Alito specifically says, well, presumably it's Alito in this Dobbs decision, those cases are not affected. So he does carve out this case specifically. But separate from that, the Supreme Court just 2 years ago in Bostock v. Clayton County read LGBTQ rights into Title VII. And that opinion was written by Gorsuch, with Roberts joining him. And I think that was a 6-4 or 6-3 majority. So the idea that the Supreme Court would overturn, marriage equality, Obergefell, which was just written by Kennedy in 2015. I mean, I understand that you're saying it's possible, but is it really likely?
Well, look, Bostock is totally different. It's interpreting a federal statute, a law that Congress passed. That's their point. The conservatives' view is like, okay, Congress passes a law to protect, same-sex marriage. Fantastic. Have at it. And if it has passed Title VII to prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, fine. We don't have a problem with that. But our problem is interpreting the Constitution to strike down those laws. Do you say, is it likely? It is a bizarre circumstance, because doctrinally, when we think as lawyers, when we think as judges, it should be much harder to overturn Roe versus Wade, because this is a lot of water under a lot of bridges. Whereas with same-sex marriage, it's a pretty new thing that we've recognized in the Constitution. And if you say, look, we're going to talk about the founders of the Constitution, we're going to talk about originalism, I'm going to give you two propositions. You tell me which one is more likely. And that is, in the year 1800, someone said, given the choice, do we protect a woman's right to have an abortion, say in the instance of rape or incest or something like that? Or we're going to say that there's a constitutional right for two men to marry each other. It is not close. It is just not close. Now, I believe in both of those rights, but nobody seriously would say that the founders of the country, in enacting and adopting the Constitution, thought that they were protecting same-sex marriage. And if you want to look at it from that perspective, and this opinion does, then Obergefell is just an easy target, to be honest.
In order for the sort of the parade of horribles to happen, though, there's a two-step process, right? The first step is the Supreme Court throws it back to the legislature. Then the legislature has to do something that you think is appalling. And ultimately, the marriage equality is not popular as a position in both parties, right? So the idea that even if that decision was overturned, that all of a sudden you would have a change in that law seems unlikely, right?
No, because all that has to happen is that a court clerk in rural Texas says, I refuse to sign this marriage certificate. Remember, a lot of these statutes haven't formally been withdrawn. They haven't been, they're sitting on the books. They're just invalid. So too with Roe, there are a bunch of statutes on the books that are abortion restrictions that everybody knows are unconstitutional. They're not enforced.
Those are in states, you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And so too with respect to gay marriage and all other kinds, lots and lots of other, there were hundreds, maybe thousands of statutes that discriminated against gay couples and gay individuals and the LGBTQ community. And there's bunches of that stuff still on the books. And all it takes is for one conservative to say, look, I'm going to apply those laws. Let's go. I mean, I'll give you an example. The Attorney General of Texas has said, look, I'm now, say, I heard what's going to happen with Roe. I'm now looking at Plyler versus Doe. That's the constitutional decision that says states have to educate children no matter whether or not they're lawfully in the country or not. I mean, this is going to be extremely motivating and extremely animating to conservative legislatures, to conservative attorneys general in the states. Everything's now in play. It's let's go. Let's give it a shot. Let's take it up to the Supreme Court. It can get worse from the conservative perspective. They've already lost on some of these issues. And so it's going to be a scary quarter century.
It seems to me, Amy, we grew up, I'm of Gen X, 51 years old, with this profound respect for the Supreme Court, that it felt fair, it felt just, it felt like the one institution that was above politics. And now it feels, because of flipping a 50-year-old law, as if it's, and these, the interview process when they were being confirmed and maybe the rug pulling there, that we can't trust it. And then this leak happened. So now it all feels like this institution is not trustworthy, is biased, is political. So were we living under a mirage that it wasn't, or has something fundamentally changed when we look at the Supreme Court and how they're behaving now? That's one of the things I'm struggling with is, was I just, living under a false vision of this institution and now I'm seeing reality? Or has something actually changed with the court? And should we as a country be looking at the court differently?
I mean, I think at least one thing that has changed is that right up until the point, in the last 10 years when Justices David Souter and John Paul Stevens retired and then Justice Anthony Kennedy in 2018, people who were sitting on the Supreme Court who didn't always, people did not always have the sense that they were voting in the same way as the party that put them on the court. Justices Souter and Stevens, it really had become a solid part of the court's liberal wing by the time they retired. Justice Anthony Kennedy was still a conservative, but he was a conservative, who provided the key votes on things like same-sex marriage and whether or not there is a right to be intimate with somebody of the same gender. And so you just didn't, I think people looked at the court and didn't think those decisions are political. They're not always dividing 5 to 4 on so-called party lines. I think that has changed. And I think some of the confirmation hearings, I think in particular, Democrats and progressives feel that at least one of the seats, either Justice Gorsuch or Justice Amy Coney Barrett, was stolen, in effect, because Justice Scalia died in February of 2016. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell refused to have hearings for the President Obama's nominee, saying the next president had to decide. You can agree with that, you could disagree with that. But then Justice Ginsburg dies in September of 2020, and the Republicans rushed to put someone, Justice Barrett, on the court before the presidential election. And so I think people I think there is a general sense that it is more political than it used to be.
What about the leak, Tom? You just wrote about that, yeah.
Yeah, well, can I just say, one other thing was happening, Jason, that was you were winning. I mean, people think the Supreme Court is political when they don't like what it's doing. And so when there was a right to an abortion, when the Affordable Care Act is being upheld, when Obergefell is being decided in favor of same-sex marriage, you and me tend to think of that as, oh, that's just the way the Constitution should be. We've got an objective, sensible set of justices. And then we start losing, and we get the perspective that the other side ideologically has had. They think the Supreme Court's been super political in Roe, in Casey, and Obergefell, and in the ACA, because they think the Constitution means the opposite. And so they think they've got a bunch of, that the court has been way too liberal and way too ends-oriented. Because there's no objective answer with respect to most constitutional questions, because the document's so vague, we have this notion of what's judicial activism. Well, judicial activism is losing. Because if you win, then obviously it's what the Constitution was meant to be from the beginning. And so we do have this, the perception of any individual about the Supreme Court, whether it's neutral and objective or instead political and biased, tends to be rooted 95% in whether you like what it's doing or not.
So I'd love to hear
I think it's a very fair observation. I mean, even its fans would admit the Warren Court was a highly activist court. So I think you tend to think of the court as being activist to the extent that you don't like the results.
Yeah.
Although obviously there are more or less incremental approaches that one could take. Actually, in this decision, it looks like Roberts was angling for the incrementalist approach here, which was
Explain what incrementalist means in this context. Yeah.
And I think incremental, I'm not sure, I guess it just, you can call it whatever you want. So at the oral argument in December, one of the alternative grounds that Mississippi had offered was to still uphold their law, but not formally overrule Roe and Casey. And at the oral argument, Roberts seemed to be the only person who was interested in that alternative ground. So that would still be a major shift in abortion rights laws, but it would not formally overrule Roe and Casey.
In that moment, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the Biden administration also said they don't want that nuanced decision. They wanted Roe voted up or down in its entirety. Is that right?
No, I'm pretty sure that nobody, including the lawyers, liked the alternative ground. I think that is right.
Because it's an optical illusion. The chief is a sophisticated guy who is very aware of all these issues related to public opinion and the court. He knows how strident the reaction would be and will be if Roe versus Wade is overruled. And so he'd rather take this step by step and kind of like turn up the temperature of the water to a slower boil, so that it's less of a surprise if and when Roe versus Wade is overruled 5 years from now, because he doesn't have to go that far today. On the other hand, movement conservatives realize, look, Justice Scalia died, a lot can change, we've got our shot, let's take it right now, and are, at least at the initial vote, we're willing to be super aggressive. And that seems to be the debate that's playing out now in these leaks, is, what will happen with Kavanaugh and Barrett, and will they go with the chief or instead with Alito's strong group?
Exactly, so this is what I wanted to ask both of you. How does this play out from here inside the court itself? And is there a chance that this draft isn't the ultimate decision? Is there a way that there can be a middle ground path? Like, what happens from here? Or is this basically a fait accompli as written right now?
So I'll let Tom talk about the leak, and he's got some theories about what might have happened. This was the first draft. You can see that on the copy that Politico published. And it is apparently from back in February. The argument was in December. Nobody expected to get the decision in this case in all likelihood until late June. And so, I do think that there is a chance that the opinion could change in some way. It might not have quite as strong a tone, or it's possible that what's going on behind the scenes, and we just don't know it, is some sort of effort to move justices away from this opinion to this alternative ground that the chief was advocating for at the oral argument in December. I'll let Tom talk about some of the theories that he has. One of the things as somebody who actually gets to go to the oral arguments right now, when you are at the oral arguments in any case, but in particular this case, the justices are talking to the lawyers, asking the lawyers questions, trying to flesh out what their positions are, what the possible resolution of the case may be. The justices are also talking to each other. And so one thing that was not a leak, but was really interesting at an oral argument on April 20th, a couple of days before this Wall Street Journal editorial that Tom's going to talk about, and then a couple of weeks before Politico leaked, there was a discussion in a case involving the Miranda right. You have the right to remain silent, the law and order thing. And the question was whether or not you can bring a lawsuit, a federal civil rights claim, if your Miranda right has been violated. And so not anything to do with abortion. But at the oral argument, Justice Kagan starts talking to the lawyer who's arguing the case about the Miranda decision. There was a Miranda decision in 2000 in which the Supreme Court, by a vote of 7-2, held that Congress cannot overrule Miranda. And she said, Chief Justice William Rehnquist, the Chief Justice at the time, wrote the decision, and he was someone who made clear that he had not been, he thought that Miranda was wrong, but nonetheless voted to uphold it because he knew what, in effect, overruling something that everyone believes is part of our constitutional landscape, so to speak, would have on the court's legitimacy. And you really had the sense at that point that she wasn't talking about Miranda, that she was talking about Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey in this case, because this was an issue that Justice Kavanaugh had raised at his confirmation hearings, talking about Rehnquist and Miranda. And so you have the sense that maybe things still are in play behind the scenes at the Supreme Court as recently as, a couple of weeks ago. She wouldn't have been necessarily trying to make this point if she thought it was set in stone.
Yeah, so a couple of weeks ago, somebody leaked to the Wall Street Journal editorial board, and this has happened before a couple of times over the past, decade-ish, that 5 justices had voted to overrule Roe, but it was in play, and that the Chief Justice was trying to pull along to a more moderate position, Justices Kavanaugh and Breyer. And it wasn't styled as a leak, but we now know it was a leak, including because the Wall Street Journal editorial board said, and we think Justice Alito is writing the opinion. Out of nowhere. Like, nobody in the world would go on the record saying it was true unless they knew it. So they knew what was going on, and that's a very strong indication that things are still in play. Then, with respect to Politico, Politico was told that 5 justices had voted to overturn Roe, and that was the current vote, but did not say that 5 justices were signed on to this opinion. And that's what happened. So Justice Alito circulated this opinion in February, and then he's supposed to get memos back from his majority saying, hey, Sam, if you make these 5 changes, I'll join your opinion, and boom, then you've got an actual majority for the court. But all that you see from February 10 is this is Sam Alito's view, and it is the outcome that 5 people voted for at the Conference of the Justices. And so there's a bunch missing between February and now in terms of actually getting to a majority. So the most likely scenario right now is that it is in play. Now, what does it mean to be in play? And is it, as I said, an optical illusion? Well, it is not in play whether this statute's going to be upheld. What's in play is, are they going to admit to overruling Roe, and how far are they going to go in doing something that would, for example, uphold a 6-week ban, like there are states with 6-week bans? What about statutes that are total abortion bans? Are those now constitutional? So, are we going to go step by step, and is this going to be a 5-year process, or is it going to happen on the last day of June of this year? That might be in play, but people ought not be misled into thinking like there's a real debate about what's going on in abortion in the Supreme Court. Roe is on life support at best case.
Is there anything, because the person who leaked this, you would assume, is hoping to make some change and send this out as a warning sign to the country and the people who want to preserve Roe? Would we agree on that?
Some people think I think that's true. Others think that this was an effort to get Kavanaugh on record as having voted to overturn Roe and to hold his feet to the fire. That's certainly how I interpret the leak to the Wall Street Journal editorial board. I think the release of the opinion, however, the distinct, like this piece of paper, is intended to do what it did, which is to motivate progressive forces and say, wake up, like this is really happening. We're not kidding. You've been hearing that the Supreme Court's getting more and more conservative, but I'm telling you, in 8 weeks, you don't have a right to an abortion anymore. You better get your act together.
So the second question is there any chance that public sentiment could make a change in the thinking of the Supreme Court? Is that farcical for us to think, or are they humans and they see this and say, we got to dial this back, or we got to, and somehow maybe dampen the blow of this if we are going to overturn it? Could mass protests and sentiment actually change their thinking, Amy?
It's so hard to say. I mean, I really do think you're probably talking about just 1 or 2 justices rather than all of the justices as a whole. Because I do think that there is probably a sense among some of the more conservative justices who would have signed on to this opinion that we're not going to step off the path because somebody leaks this document and people aren't going to like it. We're going to stay the course. But, I think you're talking about, in all likelihood, 1 or 2 justices. Whether they will be affected by this, I think it's so hard to know. And so much depends on what the leaker was trying to accomplish, which we don't know.
Institutionally, they're in a hell of a bind. Right now, we know that there was this initial vote. Now let's say that the ultimate opinion doesn't overrule Roe and Justice Kavanaugh joins the Chief Justice to do something less aggressive. Institutionally, that sets an unbelievably bad precedent if it creates the impression that leaking documents to the public leading to protests causes the Supreme Court to change its mind. So that's a horrible place for the justices to be in, to be perceived as reacting to the leak in a way that the leaker intended. what that invites later generations of court staff to do is no bueno.
It seemed like Alito almost thought it was going to happen because there's a section in his thing that actually speaks, Amy, you mentioned it, about being almost oblivious, maybe is the right word, to what happens on the outside, that they needed to do what's right, almost, in a way, almost forecasting this. I have a question for both of you, which is more general in nature, which is, should we have age limits for Supreme Court justices? So one of the things, and I don't mean to, I don't mean to sound morbid when I say this, but, these folks literally are in the chair until they die, and this is what I think creates some of this, some of these issues, right? So RBG, there could be a claim now that if Ruth Bader Ginsburg had actually stepped down or tried to hold on, it could have been a different outcome. There could have been a different person. What do you guys think about this age limit concept for Supreme Court justices and dealing with that in that way versus making these lifetime appointments?
I'm personally strongly in favor of this, but you have to recognize that it would require changing the Constitution. There are all kinds of attempted workarounds, but I'm telling you that the people who decide the constitutionality of the workarounds are the justices themselves. And they would have no interest in accepting any limitation on their life tenure. So you have to expect that we're talking about something that's kind of high in the sky because we're not going to amend the Constitution to do this until we end up with a justice who's senile and who can't do the job, and the Supreme Court turns into a laughingstock. And at that point, the country will react. But we're just not good as a country at seeing this problem coming. I mean, fundamentally, what happens is we're now incentivized to put people on the Supreme Court when they're in their late teens. And just get them on there as soon as you can and keep them there for 70 years. And it's not gotten terrible. Justice Thomas was extremely young, but we seem to have settled around 50 years old. And there's nothing intrinsically wrong with having somebody on the court for 30 years or 40 years at age 50. We've been super lucky when it's come to the fact that everybody's been pretty compos mentis. We've run good, and we could run much worse than we have. We see this in the Senate right now, that we have some problems, and it could happen with a Supreme Court justice. But the difficulty is even...
Are you referring to maybe they become senile, they're not all there, they could have Alzheimer's,
and the problem
Parkinson's, whatever.
Yeah, and then what do you do? Because you can't, you're going to impeach them. People who like the outcomes are going to... But only the justices themselves can decide whether they're going to leave. So but the problem is this: we have a huge incentive now to put on somebody who's very young. And the lead time effect of one presidency, of the Trump presidency, for example, now will span 4 decades. And that I don't think the framers intended. Remember, the average life expectancy at the time of the Constitution's framing, when we said life tenure, was decades shorter, even for people who like Supreme Court justices back then who had very good health care. And so nobody contemplated this when we originally said life tenure.
There is a proposal on this that there were a few members of the House, I think including Ro Khanna and Rashid Tlaib and some other folks, but also some conservatives supported too, for an 18-year term limit for Supreme Court justices. And I think the way it would work is basically each president would get to name 2 justices. So basically every 2 years, you get someone rolls off, and then the new president gets to choose a pick, and so every president gets 2. And so, yeah, basically, if you think there's 9 justices on the court, so it takes 18 years for a full cycle for it to roll over. I think it's pretty interesting because it would take a lot of the heat out of all these sort of Supreme Court nomination battles where, somebody dies and now it's a nomination fight and both sides are playing for all the marbles. If you knew that every presidential election, every president meant 2 votes on the Supreme Court, it would sort of normalize things. I don't know. I mean,
it's just not what the Constitution says.
Right. No, I know we need a constitutional amendment, but I think it's a really interesting idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously there would still occasionally be openings that would be created if someone had to step down or were to pass away. But you're right that people would be able to plan. We would know when people were going to be rolling on and rolling off. I do think it's always struck me as kind of ironic that it is, at least from a constitutional perspective, easier to add justices to the court than to impose term limits, for which there seems to be a fair amount of support.
Tom and Amy, you have been unbelievably generous with your time and your knowledge. We truly appreciate you coming here and explaining it to the all-in audience. We're all better for the work that you do and for you sharing.
Oh, the podcast is amazing. It's so generous of you to have us.
Thanks for having us. Great to talk to you guys.
All right, Jamal, first off, thanks for getting those amazing guests. It was quite an education. I think first, we recognize it's four guys talking about abortion, and we understand this is not exactly our issue to discuss and opine on.
No, but Jason, the takeaway for me was that this is not just an abortion issue.
Oh, of course, the downstream.
This is gay marriage. This is interracial marriage.
So on the gay marriage point, let's just go back to that for a second. So look, I think Tom did a nice job laying out, in pretty neutral terms what's going on here and where he had a point of view. He, expressed it. I think the idea that this leads to gay marriage being overturned. I don't see it. It's just, maybe it's not impossible, but I just don't buy it. And there's two reasons. So first of all, the Boston case I mentioned. This was a case just 2 years ago, written by Gorsuch, joined by Roberts, and the other, so it's a 6-3 decision, in which Gorsuch held that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 protects gay and transgender employees against discrimination. Now, Tom is right that that's statutory, not constitutional, but Gorsuch didn't have to find in that statute that sex applied to gay people and transgender people. The court decided on its own to do that, to interpret the statute that way. So you're telling me that a court that just 2 years ago decided that you cannot discriminate against gay employees is now going to allow discrimination against gay marriage? I just don't buy it. And the second issue, the second reason, is that marriage equality is broadly popular now in the United States. People's minds have really changed on that issue. And I don't think the court would want to go back on an issue where, again, they just ruled on this in 2015, where basically the issue is now settled in the country. One of the differences, I think, with abortion is it's still a very hot issue, and it's not settled in the way that marriage equality or gay marriage is settled. So I just don't buy this idea that now we're going to be overturning gay marriage, that we're going to be overturning, like, for example, contraception. I just don't buy it. Why? Because nobody in the country is arguing for outlawing contraception.
Well, I guess the counter-argument to that, David, that people would have is, well, we didn't think they were going to overturn Roe v. Wade, and they have. And so we feel we got rug pulled. Kavanaugh, et cetera, people, when they were being interrogated about their views on these things, they felt like they lied. So I guess what would the response be there? Because there seems to be a trust issue here that people are not trusting the Supreme Court right now. And again, of course, depending on which side you are, you might be thrilled or not thrilled with the outcomes. I think that was a very good point in our discussion. But people didn't think this outcome would happen with Roe v. Wade, so then it's kind of hard to believe anything the court says.
We did talk about this earlier. I think we mentioned this when we talked about abortion some episodes ago, that this case was going to go, and we mentioned, I think, this in the context of this and affirmative action as, two things that were going to get challenged and would probably lose. And unfortunately, it turns out we're right on one, and it looks like we may be right on the other as well, because I think the affirmative action case will get.
Did we think that Roe was going to get overturned? Did you think that, David?
I admit I thought Roberts was going to get his way on this. Yeah. So I am a little bit surprised. I still think that in terms of like the testimony of these nominees, I mean, look, Tom, I think, nailed the answer to that question. Saying that these decisions are settled law is just a platitude. I mean, yes, it's settled law. It doesn't mean it can't be overturned. Look, I mean, we all know that in these nomination hearings, the job of every nominee from either party is to basically say as little as possible. And describing Roe as settled law is doing that. I mean, it's not, you could still go back and overturn it. So this idea that they lied or whatever, I mean, look, people hear what they want to hear in these.
And the Republicans and the Democrats have a perfectly rehearsed answer when somebody in the Senate confirmation hearing says, will you overturn it? And they say, I could never adjudicate the case without knowing the facts, and I have to, look at every case as a clean slate. It's like a very well-practiced answer to every question. To your point, David, it's a very rehearsed confirmation process.
Right, exactly. So this idea that they lied, whatever, look, the only way you think they lied is if you read something into an answer that was a platitude that you wanted to hear.
My issue with this is the following, which is that I do think that there is a role for compassion in how we're governed. Okay? And what I have an issue with is that at the sake of this originalism, to go and just be so textual about the Constitution, are you willing to abandon all compassion and an understanding? And that's where I just struggle. And Jason, I think you asked it, like, where is the role of like humanity in doing one's job, right? And why is it that there's a belief that one must so fervently interpret in a very black and white binary way a document that is, for all intents and purposes, still quite old, right? And everything has the potential for improvement. And so this belief that we got it right the first time and that there isn't any room for any dynamic improvement, to me, I really struggle with.
Let me just play devil's advocate. Your point of view is that the humanity in making these decisions is driven by what you consider to be your moral standing here, which is one of pro-choice. And there are other folks in the United States who have the moral standing of pro-life, which is to say, I don't believe that choice should sit with an individual, given that it infringes on the life of another. And I think that's really what this is all about, which is in these circumstances where there are different points of view on what morality is, what ethics should be in this case, that's where the law and the courts have to play an adjudicating role. And that's what makes it so tough, right?
I hear you, but look, here's my perspective on this is that Yeah, I am fundamentally pro-choice. I don't think I have the right to say, okay, what a woman can do with her body. That's just absolutely not my role or a right that I should have. I understand, however, and this may sound that I'm talking on both sides, I understand when people say this should be a passed law. Okay, I think that that's a very reasonable thing to say. You know, people should be able to vote that law and people should be able to enact that law. I just think that when you have 50 years of a precedent, you know, where there is, as Tom said, so much water under so many bridges, this is why I think, well, why couldn't you overturn Loving Virginia, right? Why couldn't you overturn Griswold? Why couldn't you overturn Obergefell? And this is where I just think, like, are we not just taking a big step back in society and saying, you know, we're going to throw out compassion in favor of original textualism? And I'm just not sure that that's a good trade-off in 2022 America.
It's very interesting. This is such a polarizing issue for us, and it seems like other societies have found a resolution in a way to move forward.
I also think, sorry, just to finish, Jason, I also think, like, this is where, okay, honestly, politicians, step up and do your job. One way or the other, you have a responsibility to reflect the will of the people, and you have a responsibility to collect that nuanced perspective and implement a framework that represents that. And instead, what I think I see politicians on both sides is just, you know, screaming like crazy people at each other. And it just doesn't do anything. So what are we going to do? And we're going to have the same conversation, guys, about affirmative action, right? We're going to have that conversation. And we're going to wonder, okay, well, is affirmative action, was it reasonable? Was it good? Was it bad? Well, it's not the right that's affirmed in the Constitution, and so, you know, it's going to go away.
I think thinking about intellectually the way to resolve the issue for the country or paths forward might be interesting to delve into here. Is there a path forward you see, David? Because, listen, it is one brush we paint with. You're either, and the language is framed as such, pro-choice or anti-choice, pro-life or anti-life. Obviously, these are loaded framings to begin with. And people could be not want to see abortions occurring in the world, and they could also still be pro-choice, right? This is a very nuanced issue. And then people might have different feelings. I mean, it's graphic and hard to talk about, but people might have different feelings about the second trimester, the third trimester, and very different feelings about the first trimester and when an abortion occurs. And people who are pro-choice may not be for third trimester abortions. They may want to have some basic rules around abortion. So I'm not putting my own personal beliefs out there right now. I'm just framing a question. What are your thoughts in terms of moving forward? Because this could possibly be a state issue in July?
Yeah. Well, so let's assume that this is the decision, and it's I guess it'll officially come down in June or end of June. So let's assume that this is the decision. By the way, it's still possible that Roberts could peel off a vote, and then we would get a scenario in which Roe is upheld while modifying it to allow, you know, laws like the Mississippi law. But let's assume that this decision that appears to be written by Alito ends up being law. What that will mean is that, like Tom said, we'll have a vote in Congress. The Democrats will see if they can basically uphold Roe through a law, which Biden would then sign. I think the issue there is they have to get a vote to break the filibuster, and I don't know if they're willing to do that. So let's assume that fails. Then it goes to the states. So in states like California, where we are, there's going to be no change whatsoever. In fact, you know, Newsom and Democrats are saying they're going to enshrine the current law in the constitution of the state. That doesn't do anything. Abortion will remain broadly legal in California and in blue states, places like New York, coastal states. So right off the bat, let's say in about half the states, 25 of them or so, I don't think there's going to be a change. In about 12 states, these restrictions that are already on the books are going to go into effect. And then we're going to have about 12 or 13 states that become battlegrounds, purple states basically. And we will have those states, through their legislatures and through their elected representatives, are going to have to figure out what their policy is going to be. And that is going to be a huge issue in those states. And I think where this will go is, I think politicians who figure out where the center is and figure out where most of the people in their state are the ones who are going to benefit. And maybe the potentially hopeful scenario here is that it will force people to compromise. When they actually have to craft legislation, they're going to have to work through those compromises. Until now, the issue has been so fully preempted by the Supreme Court that everybody basically was making these absolutist rights arguments, right? Like one side is saying there's a right to choice, one side is saying there's a right to life. These are rights that are being framed in absolutes that brook no compromise. There was no reason to compromise because there was nothing legislatively to work through or compromise, right? These were arguments being made to the Supreme Court. So no one's had to compromise. And I think when they actually start working on legislation, they start working through these questions, Jason, of what you're saying, which is, should abortion be allowed in the third trimester? Okay, no, most people would say no. Should it be allowed in the second trimester, and so forth? So you're going to have to work through those questions. By the same token, if the pro-life side refuses to make compromises for, say, rape and incest, they're going to be punished by voters in those states. I mean, that is very unpopular. So both sides here, I think, are going to have to learn to compromise, and it's going to be a messy process. But the hope would be that at the end of this, we do eventually arrive at some sort of resolution to the issue, like we have in every other Western country. You know, in every other Western country, even ones that are quite religious, this is not a culture war issue. And I think you could argue that one of the reasons why it's become a culture war issue is because the Supreme Court preempted it and stopped the democratic process from working 50 years ago. And so the only way for people to express themselves is to make these, again, absolute rights arguments in front of the Supreme Court. I think that when it comes to the messy issue of democracy, when people actually have to work through these things through their elected representatives, who will lose elections, they will lose elections if they take positions that are too extreme, I think maybe we will get to a compromise.
I think you're saying something really important. You're saying, had Blackmun not adjudicated Roe v. Wade in '73, it would have been up to Congress at that time. They would have passed some set of laws, and over successive iterations of those laws, you're saying there would be a framework so that a moment like this didn't happen.
Yeah, and you know what? That exactly what you just said was written by a Supreme Court justice in a law review article in 1992. I'm going to let you guess who that justice was in a second, but I kind of just read you a couple of statements from it. This justice said that no measured motion, the Roe decision left virtually no state with laws fully conforming to the court's delineation of abortion regulation still permissible. Around that extraordinary decision, a well-organized and vocal right-to-life movement rallied and succeeded for a considerable time in turning the legislative tide in the opposite direction, meaning there was already a trend before Roe towards liberalizing these abortion laws across various states. Even Ronald Reagan, a governor, had signed a law liberalizing abortion in California. And that process was halted and stopped by the Supreme Court's decision, which in one decision invalidated every single abortion law in America. And then what this justice said is that Roe halted a political process that was moving in a reform direction, and thereby, I believe, prolonged divisiveness and deferred stable settlement of the issue. Do you know who the justice was who said that? Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So she obviously was for ultimately the holding in Roe, but what she said she would have done was have a much more incrementalist, narrow decision that would have maybe invalidated just that Texas law, but threw it back to the legislature so that they could then work out the issue. And instead, she felt like the Supreme Court making such a sweeping decision, it created a backlash. And I think for 50 years, we've been living with that backlash, and there's been a culture war in this country over it, while every other Western nation has gone through the democratic process of working out the messy compromise. Now, I think what Roberts was trying to do is create an incremental approach to putting it back in the hands of the legislature. And I think you could argue for the same reason that Ruth Bader Ginsburg argues that the incrementalist approach would have been better. I think it was certainly the politically shrewder move, right? Not just throw this grenade into 50 state legislatures, but to gradually move the issue back to the states. I think there's a lot of wisdom in an incrementalist approach, whether it's Roberts or Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They both are basically saying, or you call it the stare decisis approach. You give precedent, you give weight to precedent. You don't just overrule, these 50-year precedents. I think there's a lot of wisdom in that approach as well. But I think the hope here would be that by letting the legislative process work through this issue, we can hopefully eventually get to a stable, sustainable consensus.
And it will be chaotic, but other countries have dealt with this. Australia has, basically by the states in Australia, they have different week requirements. And Europe has certain week requirements. I read a New York Times article, and Chamath, you pointed me to some of these resources. So a possible outcome is states starting to build their own framework in terms of rape, incest, on demand, on request versus a certain number of weeks. And that is just going to be absolute amount of chaos for some number of years.
Yeah, look, if the parties don't compromise on this, voters will eventually punish them. I mean, I don't think you're going to see, like victories by the Republican Party if they broke no compromise on, for example, the issue of, rape and incest. By the same token, I think Democrats will have to, in a lot of purple states, they will have to concede that there is a competing rights interest at some point on the part of this, of the unborn baby, right? I mean, are you really going to allow abortion into the 9-month of pregnancy if the life of the mother isn't at stake? So both sides have never had to acknowledge that the other side had anything useful to say. And I think now they will. And if the absolutists in both parties refuse to do that, I think they're going to lose elections.
Yeah, it's so hard to get the proper statistics here because I think a lot of I've been trying to understand what the country actually thinks. And people do not ask very nuanced questions. Do you believe Roe v. Wade should be overturned? People get asked that question, the majority believe it shouldn't be. do you believe that, we don't have all of these nuanced issues by state? It doesn't seem to be, maybe people haven't even thought it through, right? Like, do most people who are pro-choice have an opinion on the third trimester, on the second trimester? Do they actually have an idea of when they feel? And I'll be honest, I have not given this total thought myself as to how I feel about it.
Well, I learned a lot by reading this. Here's something that was in the opinion that I didn't know, but it says, at the time of enactment of this Mississippi law, only 6 countries beside the United States permitted non-therapeutic or elective abortions on demand after the 20th week of gestation. Those other 6 countries were Canada, China, the Netherlands, North Korea, Singapore, and Vietnam. That's it in the whole world. And so, to your point, there's all these granular details, and I think, as David said, a group of politicians need to sit in a room and really think through these things and kind of try to get to some kind of basis that doesn't take back something that's been in the books for 50 years. That's something so fun.
That's the really tragic part about this.
It's such an unequal thing to do.
Unfair. It feels profoundly unfair to take a right away after 50 years. I think that's the Republican Party is going to just pay such a massive price for this. Broadly, I mean, is this a case where like the dog catches the car, bites the fender, and it's now like, oh my God?
Well, this is why I'm asking, what is the true prioritization of things as we know how the world works today? Meaning, I understand what it means to be an originalist or a textualist. I understand that, right? And I respect people's perspectives that the Constitution should be interpreted verbatim. I understand that, and I respect people's ability to think that. The thing, though, Jason, to your point of like the dog catching the car in the fender or whatever, is okay. Do you do that at the sake of a lack of compassion or lack of empathy for how the world works today? And should we not have a point of view that says, irrespective of how we decide, we should factor in what the moral temperature of the country is in that moment in which something is decided? And
there's some context, like there's a context here of it being law for 50 years that you cannot disregard.
And that's why Obergefell took until 2015 to really happen, right? Because by that point, there was this beginning of a sea change where, I think it's like 70%, I think in a Gallup poll that I saw, support same-sex marriage. And I think it was about 80%, it's not 100 by the way, 80% support interracial marriage, and 92%, this is all in the same Gallup, 92% support, they don't think that using contraceptives is immoral. Okay, but that still leaves 30%, 20%, and 8% that still think something that's very different, but it's such a clear majority of America. So my hope is that, as tragic as this ruling is, if this is what comes to pass, that it's narrowly defined so that, to your point, David, we don't open the Pandora's box on all of these other things that we have decided as a nation are very reasonable things.
I don't think Obergefell is going to get overturned. I just don't see it. And the reason is because of the way the Supreme Court handled that issue. So, again, go back to the early 1990s. The way that this issue first came up is that a Hawaii court found that there was a right to gay marriage. And there was a huge uproar. The Supreme Court did not take up the case. They did not take the bait. So what happened then is Congress passed DOMA, the Defense of Marriage Act, which was huge majorities in both parties. And Bill Clinton signed it. Remember this? Stating that marriage was, one man and one woman. And so if the Supreme Court had basically taken up the issue then and found a right to gay marriage, we might have had a constitutional amendment banning gay marriage by now. And we'd be trying to work our way out from under that and figuring out how to get rid of that. But instead, the court did not take the bait. They stayed out of it until 2013 when attitudes had changed substantially. And then they invalidated DOMA in 2013, and then Obergefell came along in 2015. So I think the pattern here is that the court has learned to stay out of these hot button issues until they become a little bit more settled. And then what they do is once the public's opinion is clear, then they enshrine it.
But isn't it clear that people want the right for women to choose?
So, well, but it created this enormous backlash.
What enormous backlash? You mean amongst the minority?
Well, you say that, but it's a very large group of people.
But it's the minority.
But then,
you just said yourself that the majority in the court wants the majority of people to go for gay marriage. So that's the disconnect I have.
Well, but here's another disconnect, right, Jake Ellis? If you believe your position on this is so incredibly popular and has such a supermajority, why are you worried about it being returned to the state legislatures? They will basically pass the laws that you want.
Well, no, I believe in some places the minority might be the majority in a certain state, and then we'll have women in those states who aren't able to get an abortion safely. That would be my concern.
I think that the country is deeply divided on this issue. Look, it all depends on how you define the labels. It is true that most people say they're pro-choice. However, if you frame the question as, should there be no restrictions at all, Most people would say they're in
Different
favor of
frame.
restrictions.
Yeah, that's a totally different frame.
Exactly. So my point is the country is still deeply divided over this. And the issue got preempted by the Supreme Court 50 years ago, and we've never made progress since then.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be very messy.
I think that's fair. If you frame the question as, do you believe women should have the right to choose in the first trimester, we would probably have the overwhelming majority of people say, sure, that's no problem. Then we would be arguing over second trimester and third
Guys,
trimester.
I just posted the Gallup data. They've longitudinally tracked attitudes and opinions of abortion since 1975. As of today, in 2021, 2022, the split between pro-choice and pro-life is very even. It's, 49% is pro-choice and 47% is pro-life. But if you ask the more nuanced question that David said, 48% consider abortion to be legal only under certain circumstances. 32% say it should be legal under any circumstance. And 19% said it should be illegal in all circumstances. And so to your point, the plurality of people, half of America, basically wants it as a supported right with some boundary conditions. But then there's 32% of people that want it under all circumstances. So I think the compromise is that there is a 70+% majority of people who can craft a law here, right?
Yeah, and also the question of, do you consider yourself pro-choice or pro-life? That is the personal question, not do you think it should be legal or illegal. That's what do you believe as a human being on planet Earth? Are you pro-choice or are you pro-life? And I guess that would be assume if you had a baby. But then when you look at the illegal's under 20% now. It's been 18, 19% now. So,
well, no, to be fair, since in 1975, that line hasn't moved.
Right. And that would be highly religious people, I would assume, make up the majority of that 19% that we're talking about.
Like what's really moved is, we've doubled the number of people that say it should be legal in all circumstances since Roe. And that's come from people who thought it should be legal under some circumstances.
Yeah, 20 to 32, so 50% plus.
This is a fraught issue for the Republican Party because if they only appeal to their base, the 32% who should, or actually, no, sorry, it's 32% say it should always be legal. That's the Democratic base.
Yeah.
But if they appeal to the 19% who say never, as opposed to the 48% who say reasonable restrictions, they could lose some elections here. Look, I think until now, the issue has been a little bit performative because both parties could just appeal to their base because the issue had been preempted. There were no laws to vote on. Now there are going to be real laws to vote on. There's going to be real votes. And people, if they don't move to where the majority of the country are, they're going to pay a political price for that.
So basically, translated, Republicans are going to have to fall into this bucket of legal under certain, and they're going to not listen to illegal in all because that means they'll just be so disconnected from the reality of American life in 2022. They will not get office.
As long as we can have some reasonable voter participation that isn't about the extreme fringes of both parties. Again, this is what we've been saying. I think it's like the more centrists that show up and vote, the more compassionate and rational we can be. And
getting to Denmark is what they call it, right?
What is it called?
There's a term, getting to Denmark, which is a term for where the politicians and the people who represent you are in sync with the beliefs of the majority of the country. And if you get to Denmark, the distance between what politicians are doing and what the people want is very short. You have this consensus or this alignment, and we don't have that alignment right now. And this is probably the most pronounced issue. And gun control, we don't.
We can always hold out hope that, there's a more temperate, moderate form of a ruling. That's not what this is. But in the case that this is what it is, I hope, David, that you're right and that it starts and ends with Roe and that it gets the states to be activated to do something and it doesn't spill over to other things like gay marriage or even interracial marriage, because I just think that I don't put it past one law clerk someplace who's hell-bent on proving a point to use an originalist framing of what they believe the Constitution says to run these cases up the flagpole.
Right, but I don't think the Supreme Court is going to overturn those other cases. I'd just be shocked. I don't even think they will take those challenges.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I hope you're right.
I'm just absolutely devastated by this. It's just, to take away women's right to choose is just insane to me. But we'll see. We don't know exactly what's going to happen here, so hopefully we'll get some resolution. But
I really love you guys.
Love you guys too.
Is there going to be an open mic night in...
We were going to have you speak, Friedberg, but we realize you're not capable, so...
We want the show to be entertaining.
Yeah, that's not personal, Friedberg.
You guys are missing out. I'll tell you guys what makes my stand-up comedy so good.
Oh, God, here we go. Oh, my God, we're back on this. Jesus Christ.
It's my creative sensibility. So if I have some time to prep and write my script and read my own creative insights.
Yeah, okay, bring one joke next week.
J.Cal, for all the time we've spent together on this podcast, you know so little about me. It's so depressing. I got to be honest.
Well, here's the thing about friendship. It's a two-way street. You got to open up a little bit.
We got to go out and get drunk one night.
Absolutely.
to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. destroyed. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Akira. If a person gave you booty, so any stranger he met on his way, you would certainly be angry. Do you feel no shame in handing over your own mind to be confused and miserable? In every affair consider what precedes and follows, and then undertake it. Otherwise you will begin with spirit, but not having thought of the consequences. When some of them appear, you will shamefully desist. I would conquer at the Olympic Games, but consider what precedes and follows, and then, if it is for your advantage, engage in the affair. You must conform to rules, submit to a diet, refrain from dainties, exercise your body, whether you choose it or not. At a stated hour, in heat or cold, you must drink no cold water, not even wine. In a word, you must give yourself up to your master, as to a physician. Then, in the combat, you may be thrown into a ditch, dislocate your arm, turn your ankle, swallow dust, be whipped, and after all this, be defeated. If a person gave your body 20 strange remount his way, you would certainly be angry. And do you feel no shame in handing over your own mind to be confused and mystified by anyone who happens to verbally attack you? Huh? If a person gave your body 20 strange remount his way, you would certainly be angry. And do you feel no shame in handing over your own mind to be confused and mystified by anyone who happens to verbally attack you? Huh? When you've evaluated all this, if your inclination still holds, then go to war. Otherwise take notice, you will behave like children who sometimes play like wrestlers, sometimes gladiators who sometimes blow a trumpet, and sometimes act a tragedy when they have seen and admired these shows. Thus you two will be at one time a wrestler, at another gladiator, now philosopher, then a racer, but with your whole soul, nothing at all. Like an ape, you mimic all you see, and one thing after another is sure to please you, but it is out of favor once it becomes familiar, for you have never entered nothing considerately, nor after having viewed the whole matter
Ever since I was a teenager, I've been into ropeless climbing and free soloing, climbing without any protection. I had been doing that about 20 years and starting to realize I was reaching the limit. So after learning how to base jump finally, I came up with the concept of free base, that's what I call it, to climb, free solo, unattached, with a parachute for protection.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Move your feet, please. Thank you.
Adding the parachute to the equation allows me to push it further, soloing harder and harder routes I would never do without the parachute on.
Fuck. Nice. I was pumping out. Glad I had my little friend.
Here, local neighborhood surfers here. I'm with my boat Poison. We're in Croatia, beautiful city of Rijeka. We enjoyed it for a couple days. Now we're going to try to surf the split, basically across the entire country. It's going to be about 500 kilometers, not too long, at least compared to our previous surf. Since the railroad in Croatia is not that straight, there's going to be a lot of zigzagging. We're going to go north, we're going to go south, we're going to go everywhere, basically all over the place. Right now it is about 10 a.m. in the morning. We're going to surf out of a yard a bit outside of the city. It's going to take us about 1 hour to get there, and the only thing we're not sure about is how long we're going to have to wait for the train. Trains are going to run a lot less often, but I doubt we're going to have to wait 3 days like last time. There should be at least a couple trains per day, and since it's the morning, we have a pretty early head start. That's it, heading to the yard. Let's see what's there. Okay, we made it to the yard. It wasn't as straightforward as we thought. Took the bus. That didn't take us anywhere. We had to wait for a taxi. Wasted about an hour and a half, but it's still daytime. Look at the scenery. From the mountains. Amazing. It's crazy. The only wagons at the yard that seem to have a good enough connection to ride out are the tankers. Really don't want these. These are terrible to hide in. Hopefully there's going to be some others coming. There's some wagons there, but they don't really seem attached to anything. The yellow one further there, so we're just going to have to wait and see. We can actually catch a train here. It's going to be insane. We should be passing valleys and tunnels and a bunch of beautiful stuff. Not really allowed to walk in the yard here, but there's not a lot of security. The slight problem is we're not sure where to wait. Can't really wait there. It goes all the way down. Probably going to have to be somewhere near the platform. But yeah, so far it's amazing. So the wagons that would be perfect to ride would be this kind. You can kind of hide a bit on the side. I guess this one would be kind of doable too, because you can slip in under there. The ones that are most likely to ride out are the tanker ones at the end there. Hopefully there's going to be another train just passing by slowly enough that we can hop on. But the number one thing now would be to find a spot to wait somewhere. Yeah. All right, decided to wait here. Not the most concealed spot, but it's more like hiding in plain sight. It's pretty chill out here. It is 11:50 right now. We're hoping that a train is going to pass sometime between 12 and, I guess, 4, because after that it's going to get dark pretty quick. This trip was kind of spontaneous, actually. Poison just messaged me. He's like, let's do Croatia. Okay, now we're here. We spent a couple of days in Rijeka, just chill there. That's basically the background story. All right, the waiting game. It's 12:30 right now. Decided to switch spots. The sun is just baking me alive. Poison went a bit further, and he found a lot more wagons stacked. One of the connections was abandoned, so going to try to chill in this abandoned workers' wagon. So far, nothing has moved. The station is probably dead. This little house is also a nice place to chill. Pretty bad. The tradition.
Until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. destroyed a turret.
When Nick Ziglinas went into his local 7-Eleven store for his daily coffee, he walked straight into an unfolding armed robbery.
Now they're standing here with a gun. Down, everybody down, you down.
A woman in a motorbike helmet was allegedly waving a gun and demanding money. Nick says he made a split-second decision.
Land! Aha! Go for glory, you know, like a try.
With the accused pressed against the counter, 7-Eleven franchisee Ricky Yan called police.
When I saw the gun, I was just being scared, very scared.
He'd been about to hand over hundreds of dollars before Nick's unexpected tackle.
And I'm trying to get them over there because I'm wondering that they might shoot.
Nick says he grabbed the gun, which turned out to be a fake, and threw it to the floor before a second manoeuvre.
And I did my MMA around the head. Tackle! And that's it, hang on.
His iron-tight grip only interrupted by police 5 minutes later, who arrested the woman. Store owners Ricky and Audrey thankful for their loyal customer.
He is very, very brave. I'm very appreciated. Thank you, Nick.
Ricky and Nick have been friends for 6 years, and Ricky says he's grateful for Nick's dramatic intervention after a spate of armed robberies and thefts from the store. This afternoon, Emily Beck faced court on 8 charges, while Nick Ziglinas returned to get his coffee. Curry-Ann Greenbank, 9 News. Charge armed robberies, while Nick Ziglinas returned to get his coffee. Curry-Ann Greenbank on 8 charges, while Nick Ziglinas returned to get his coffee. Curry-Ann Greenbank, 9 News.
seconds until minions spawn. Unstoppable.
Oh, right. Today is Sunday, the 22nd of May. This is a recap for the stock market activities last week and an outlook for the week to come. And folks, yes, I got a good one for you tonight, although the topic of the macro discussion we're about to have is not that good. Despite that, we try to do our best here in presenting the information, so let's do that, and here it is, in focus tonight. Unavoidable. The looming hunger crisis and how stagflation will make it much, much worse. We start with this. The headline reads, a food insecurity expert predicts that there is only 10 weeks of wheat supplies left in the world as Russian invasion disrupts production. So we got only 10 weeks left before we run out of wheat completely. And that makes me think, how the hell does the Olive Garden still has unlimited breadstick promotion going on? And perhaps the key to solving this hunger crisis is to invade the Olive Garden and steal the resources, because they obviously have unlimited resources. But all joking aside, this is becoming a major, major problem. I mean, can you imagine what Italy is going to look like without bread and pasta? I can. Back in 2008, when the wheat shortage was not even as close as it is right now, we've seen bread strikes and riots. And this is about to happen all over the world, not just in Italy. So how did we get here? We have to put it in perspective, because the media would tell you it's all about the Russia-Ukraine crisis. It's all about the war that's going on in Europe right now. That is part of it. But here's a chart of wheat, a weekly chart. Even before the invasion happened, wheat went higher by almost 75.5% since the bottom in 2020. So what was the key in producing this inflation? The answer is inflation has always been a monetary phenomenon. Meaning when the central bank of the world, the Federal Reserve of the United States of America, starts spending money like crazy to prop up the stock and real estate markets to protect the assets of the wealthy who freaked out and panicked during the Great Panic of 2020 due to the thing that we can't even talk about right now. The Fed ushered the tsunami of liquidity, inducing inflation, and since the commodities market is dollarized, everything is traded in dollars. It doesn't matter whether the Mozambique or the Chilean central bank printed more money or not, because when the Fed of the United States prints an insane amount of money, producing that inflation, the prices of commodities worldwide move higher. So the Chilean consumer, the African consumer, the Indian consumer, the Chinese consumer, everybody pays the market price of these commodities. So the key to inflation has always been the monetary policy. Now you sprinkle a little war and supply chain problems due to the lockdowns of the thing, and now you got the perfect formula for the biggest inflation storm in history. And the key to this inflation, when we talk about food inflation and the upcoming hunger, perhaps famine crisis, is 3 commodities. Number 1, wheat. Number 2, cooking oil, specifically sunflower oil. Number 3, fertilizers. We can add number 4 as corn, but it's not that important right now because China is about to produce more corn. So we're going to stick to the 3, wheat, sunflower oil, and fertilizers. When we talk about wheat, which countries are the top producers of wheat in the globe? The answer is, at number 1 by far, Russia. 20% of the global wheat production comes out of Russia. Well, we have sanctions against Russia, so we cannot import wheat from Russia. That is 20% poof, gone from the global supply. Now we got Ukraine with about 8% of the global wheat supply. Well, there is a war going on, and the ports are all shut down, so there goes another 8%. So we got at least 30% of the wheat supply, poof, gone. And that leaves countries like Canada, for example, the US, India, and China. These are the top producers of wheat. And as you can see, the major increase in wheat production coming from Russia, India, and China. Well, we know China has its own food security goals. They're not going to export wheat to the rest of the planet because they view this as an essential part of their food security. Now we might ask, what about the US? We talked about that in details in another video, and I explained to you exactly why US farmers are planting more soybeans and they're letting go of corn and wheat crops. And the reason is there are no fertilizers. And with the shortage of fertilizers, farmers have to plant crops that are less demanding of fertilizers. We know wheat and corn are very demanding of more and more fertilizers. Soybeans, on the other hand, are less demanding. So there goes the US to substitute the loss of wheat supplies from Russia and Ukraine. What about India, you might ask? Well, if you haven't heard, India has been under a massive, insane heat wave, which could reduce the wheat supply by 10 to 50%. Unbelievable. It's like every headwind, every disaster is hitting at the same time. Everything's colliding here. And of course, the genius head of the Federal Reserve in this country, Jerome Powell, would argue that this is not his fault. He's just unlucky. The war started all of a sudden. We have a heat wave in India. We have the avian flu. All of these factors are producing more inflation. It's not the Fed's fault. The Fed created this inflation. Maybe these are boosters to the inflation, but the Fed is the primary creator of this inflation. They could have paused and stopped this before it happened. But anyways, what about Canada? Can Canada substitute the loss of wheat supplies from Russia and Ukraine? Absolutely not. Farmers in Canada are struggling to plant crops in fields that are either too wet or too dry, testing the world's already tight grain market. So there goes Canada. Any hope that the Ukrainian wheat supply is going to get out? Well, Ukraine has wheat that was planted last season. This wheat is ready to go. The problem is, the majority of Ukrainian wheat comes from the south and the eastern regions. Well, guess who's occupying these regions right now? The answer is Russia. And of course, the Russians are controlling the south, the east, and they're expanding. And they're not letting Ukrainian wheat supply to get out, whatever left of that supply to begin with, because Ukrainian farmers either leaving the country altogether or not planting for understandable reasons. There's a war in the country. But the Russians are saying, hey, you want the Ukrainian wheat to get out? Well, let our wheat to get out too. Remove the sanctions. Well, we know the West is not going to remove the sanctions anytime soon, so we're not going to get wheat out of Russia or Ukraine. Now, here are the countries that are most dependent on Ukrainian wheat exports. Number 1, Egypt, by far. And by the way, last time around we've seen food inflation at this magnitude. It was back in 2011, 2012. And guess what happened in Egypt and the Middle East? The Arab Spring, which resulted in removing regimes that were in power for decades. Massive political destabilization. We have a country like Indonesia, also dependent on Ukrainian wheat supply. Bangladesh, Pakistan, Turkey, Morocco, Tunisia, Yemen. You're noticing the theme here. Mostly poorer countries and mostly Middle Eastern countries. We've seen what happened before. The Arab Spring. Could it happen again? Yes, it will. And it could be much uglier than before. And it's not just going to happen in the Arab world, by the way. Look at what's going on in Sri Lanka right now. Look at what's going on in South America and Peru. Things are going to start to heat up significantly. And of course, the Russians are using food diplomacy. If you're allied with the West, you get nothing. If you're allied with Russia, you get something. And we're seeing the Russians, for example, donating wheat supplies to Cuba, a country that is already under sanctions to begin with. But the importance of this war when it comes to the global supply, specifically of grains, is not limited to wheat. When we look at the Ukrainian bread basket, this is what it's called because it feeds Europe, at least. We talked about Ukraine producing 8% of the global wheat supply, but they also produce 12% of barley supplies, 13% of corn supplies, and a stunning 47% of sunflower oil supplies, the largest producer of sunflower oil by far. Why is sunflower oil important to begin with? Here it is. We use sunflower oil in the production of cookies, chips, and many other food items, specifically packaged food items. If the prices of sunflower oil continue to climb, these food items will become even more expensive to the end consumer, producing more and more hunger. Now, U.S. farmers are catching up here by planting more sunflowers, but that's going to take a year at least before the oil hits the market. In the meantime, the only substitute available is, unfortunately, palm oil. And palm oil is disastrous for the environment. For example, the majority of palm oil comes
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. has been slain. destroyed. inhibitor is respawning soon. Enemy double kill.